Chapter 51. Lucy is fooled again and takes the young lady home. Going downstairs, Knight prepared to go to Lucy's house and have a good talk with Lucy's father first. But where is Lucy's house? He opened the Magic Network library, entered the Heartfilia Chable, and immediately retrieved a lot of information. Jude Heartfilia, the helmsman of the Heartfilia Chable, Lucy's biological father. The main business is the railway. In the entire Fury Kingdom, at least 70% of the railway operating routes belong to Lucy's family. So rich. Knight couldn't help but envy while reading the information. He also has a lot of money now, with more than 90 million in his bank card, and Lucy's IOU. However, compared with the behemoth railway Chable, it is simply a small witch compared to a big witch. So, I have been running around on the magic train for some time, and it has all been earned by Lucy's family. Knight was a little confused. How did such a huge company go bankrupt and be acquired in the original plot? Lucy's father, Jude's business ability is unquestionable. Was he tricked? Knight vaguely remembered that Jude, as a client, commissioned the ruler of the ghost to bring Lucy home. The purpose was to form a marriage alliance. So, at that time, the company's business situation had already gone wrong. Need to form a marriage alliance with other families to solve it. Or, the other way around. It was because Lucy did not agree to the marriage alliance that the man's family felt humiliated, so they turned around and took action against the Heartfilia Chable. Shaking his head, Knight was too lazy to think about it. Knight, watch your way down the stairs, be careful not to fall. Mirajan kindly reminded. Knight turned off the magic network and asked, Mira, have you seen Lucy? I haven't been to the guild today. Mira asked curiously, is there something wrong? DB. When Knight wanted to explain, he suddenly remembered that he had promised Lucy not to tell others that she was the eldest daughter of a wealthy family. I'm going to go to Lucy's house to find her father for something. In the end, Knight had to explain ambiguously, I'm leaving first, bye. After saying goodbye to the poster girl, Knight left the guild. Opened the friend list and sent a private message to Lucy. Sigma man, where are you? Work hard to make money. Knight, I'm in the park here. I sprained my ankle. Southgate Park. Knight immediately replied, wait for me there, and then walked towards the park. A voice suddenly rang in my ear. Thank you, Knight. Quote. It's Uru, and she's completely transparent. Ordinary people can't see her, but Knight's 6 eyes can capture the flow of her magic. Reconciled with your daughter. Quote. Quote. How do you know? Uru was surprised. Guessed. Then you guessed right. Rather than thanking her verbally, it would be nice if you could help me manage the magic network. Knight was quite curious about what the mother and daughter talked about. Take a sneak peek when you have time. With his authority, all the information on the entire network is defenseless to him. Of course, be careful not to be discovered by Uru. Uru smiled slightly, then I'll go back to work in the deep network first. After that, the flow of magic disappeared, and the soul entered the deep network. Continue to walk towards Southgate Park. The mother just left, and the son came again. Witch of Pain, thank you. Witch of Pain, sister is very touched. What are you touched about? Knight pouted. Sigma man, no sincerity, no acceptance. Closing square bracket. Pain witch, selfie in pajamas.jpg. It is a photo of her standing by a French window, wearing velvet pajamas, smiling at the camera with her head tilted, and her long hair cascading down behind her like a waterfall. The angle is from top to bottom, and from the neckline, the beautiful scenery like a snowy mountain is in full view. Walking on the street, Knight suddenly received such an exciting photo, and he quickly took a few more glances and then quietly collected it. Sigma man, sister, you are so sexy, smile. JPGI. Pain witch, rage.jpg, say it again. Pain witch, my mother also saw the content of the chat last night, right? Pain witch, don't let my mother see it next time. Sigma man, where is the hush money? Cool.jpg. After a while, another photo was sent. This time it was a side view photo, with one hand on the waist, the right foot gently raised, and the toes touching the ground. It perfectly shows Urtia's curvy figure. The morning sun almost made her pajamas transparent. Night collected it immediately, fearing that others would see it. Sigma man, if you like it, please give me some pictures. Witch of Pain, no. I'm going to the council. We'll talk to you in the evening. Perhaps because of the reconciliation with her mother, Night clearly felt that her tia was in a very high mood. The pictures sent were more attractive than the last. Sigma man, remember to wear black silk stockings at night. After sending this sentence, Qin closed Lanwang. It should be said that he was actually looking forward to the arrival of the night. Arriving at Southgate Park, Night found Lucy at a glance. She was sitting on a bench in the park, rubbing her ankle gently. What's wrong? I was scared by a dog. Lucy pursed her lips, feeling that she was unlucky today. On the way to the guild, she wanted to buy some desserts she loved, but a few dogs rushed out of the alley, chasing each other and hitting her. Can you walk? Night squatted down, grabbed her right foot, took off her shoes and looked at it. It looked a little swollen. Do you know healing magic? Lucy looked expectant. No. Quote. Night rolled his eyes at her, reached out to touch her ankle, and input magic into it. Although he doesn't know how to heal magic, it's not impossible to use magic to relieve pain. Much better, it doesn't hurt so much. Lucy moved her feet and said in surprise. You are a wizard, why can you still sprain your foot? Night was very convinced. Even if you sprained your ankle, don't you know how to use magic to relieve the pain? Lucy looked up at Night, blinked and said, you sent me a message, so I'm waiting for you to help me. Night was speechless on the spot. Let's go, I'll take you to a good place. Lucy showed a suspicious expression. Last time you said you would take me to a good place, but it turned out to be a routine meeting. This time it's true, and you can live in a mansion and eat a big meal. Night said with a smile. Immediately, he took Lucy to the station. Halfway through the walk, he felt that it was not possible. The military salary could not be earned by the Heartfilia Chable. He simply found a magic shop that sold magic two-wheelers. The so-called magic two-wheelers are actually motorcycles. Like magic four-wheelers, they all have a device called SE plug that can consume the driver's magic power to gain surging power. Instead of giving the money to Lucy's father, it is better to use the remaining ticket money to buy a magic two-wheeler to drive by himself. Night chose the most handsome one, and asked the boss. 4.2 million. If you think it's expensive, there are cheaper ones. This one only costs 600,000. The boss rubbed his hands with a smile. Buy it. Night finally bought the most expensive one. Although I don't know what the functional difference is between the expensive and the cheap ones, the expensive ones are handsome and good looking. The names are very cool. Obsidian 7th Generation Magic Two-Wheeler, the production company is not Fury Kingdom, it is imported. Riding on Obsidian, Night inputs magic power, starts the car, and slowly drives to Lucy's side. Get in the car. Do you have a magic two-wheeler driver's license? Yes, don't worry. With a hint of doubt, Lucy sat in the back seat. The car started slowly, then suddenly accelerated and sprinted, scaring her to scream. Are you sure? When did you take the test? In the past life, Li Qinhao. Night didn't lie. He did have a motorcycle license before he crossed over, and he also had AC1. Although he had never driven before. Put me down, I want to get off. Lucy yelled. At this time, feeling the speed of the magic two-wheeler, Night felt a long-lost excitement. It's really fun to ride a bike. Slow down. Slow down. Ah. Lucy grabbed Night's waist tightly, and was scared to death. Driving in the city is too scary. Suddenly, Qin drove fast. In an instant, Lucy was inertial and her body hit Night's back hard. The two of them were close together, chest to back. Why did you brake suddenly? Lucy patted her chest in fear. Maybe the new car has some minor problems, it doesn't matter, I have good driving skills, I sat firmly. After a while, why did you brake suddenly again? There needs to be a running-in process between people and cars, don't be impatient, be patient, it will be fine after a few more times. So, Night drove to the eldest lady's home while teasing her. It was not until the evening, when the familiar terrain and buildings were getting closer and closer. Lucy finally reacted, staring with her beautiful eyes and shouting. Isn't this my home? Chapter 52. Oh no. Great. The young lady brought her boyfriend home. Isn't this my home? Sitting in the back seat of the Obsidian, with her hands on Knight's shoulders, Lucy looked at the familiar scenery and couldn't help but open her eyes wide. You mean living in a mansion and eating a big meal? Are you going to my house? Knight. Just say whether you live in a mansion and eat a big meal. Knight laughed. The magic wheel followed the mountain path and slowly drove into a small town. On both sides of the road were scattered houses, as well as large tracts of farmland and pastures. Cows, sheep, hunting dogs, and herdsmen standing on the green grass garden to graze. It was a completely pastoral scene. Isn't this Miss Lucy? Hey, miss. Finally, someone saw the magic wheel and recognized Lucy, and waved to Lee. Lucy could only wave awkwardly in response. Knight drove the magic wheel and admired the town in the sunset, and couldn't help saying, "You are quite popular here. This is my home." Lucy rolled her eyes unhappily. From the mountain at the entrance to the end of this road is my home. They are all my workers who have watched me grow up since I was a child. Quote. How big is it? Thousands of acres. Damn it, a rich lady pretends to be so. Lucy. Suddenly, she was slapped by Wolf. Lucy stared at Knight in dissatisfaction and said, "Why are you taking me home?" "To meet your dad." "Ah, I have a business deal with your dad, and I'm sending you back by the way. Say thank you quickly." Knight didn't hide it, thinking, just marry Lucy, anyway, Jude is the only daughter, after marriage, all these are his. Quote. I don't want to go back, I want to get off the car. Lucy pinched Knight's shoulder hard, wanting to bite this B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** again, damn it. Hey, don't make trouble, there are 4 famous sayings in my hometown, one of which is, I'm here now. Knight turned the throttle and drove at a high speed. Seeing this, Lucy sighed helplessly. Forget it, I'm here now, just in time to go home and pay tribute to my mother. The cool obsidian magic wheel passed through the town and continued to drive along the country road. After a while, a luxurious European-style villa came into view. There was a large front garden in the front yard of the villa, and there was a fountain in front of the main entrance. In the fountain stood an exquisite statue. The statue danced with its arms open, looking up at the sky. Knight didn't understand the artistic expression of this kind of artwork, which was not important. What was important was that the surface of the statue was plated with gold. Next to the statue, a middle-aged maid was cleaning. Hearing the roar of the magic wheel's engine, the older maid looked up. After seeing this, her expression was dull and the broom in her hand fell out of her hand on the spot. Miss Lucy. Knight stopped the car and turned off the engine. Lucy got out of the back seat and greeted with a smile. Mrs. Spett. The older maid, who was called Mrs. Spett, burst into tears and ran to Lucy excitedly. Miss Lucy, I'm so glad you're safe. Lucy apologized. I'm sorry for making you worry. She really doesn't have the airs of a big lady. She has such a good relationship with the maid at home. Knight walked over and thought to himself. By the way, Lucy saw Knight and introduced him, he is. However, before she introduced him, Mrs. Spett was shocked when she saw Knight. She was stunned for 2 seconds and suddenly shouted. 173. Great, Miss Lucy is back with her boyfriend. This voice startled the front garden at once. A group of busy maids came over, as well as the cook, gardener, magic teacher, etc. Dozens of people surrounded Lucy and Knight. What? Miss Lucy is back, and she brought her boyfriend back. After all, Miss Lucy is still young, so it's inevitable that she will elope once or twice, right? Miss Lucy, Donghua has sent a new reference book. Miss Lucy, you haven't neglected magic, have you? Miss Boyfriend, what's your name? Lucy was embarrassed and retorted. Not a boyfriend, but a boyfriend. Remembering that she couldn't expose the guild and bring trouble to Fairy Tale, she didn't know how to explain. Faced with the enthusiastic crowd, she could only stand there stupidly. At the same time, the study on the 2nd floor of the villa. Judah stood by the window and quietly looked at his daughter and the knight beside her, and immediately gave an order behind him. After a while, Another maid walked out of the villa. Miss, the master wants you to go to his study now to find him, and this boyfriend. Not a boyfriend, my name is Nashi. Nashi denied with a smile. Yes, Mr. Knight, the master also invites you to the study. The maid was very polite and bowed slightly respectfully. Please follow me first. Knight glanced at Lucy, and after a look, he followed the maid into the villa. Lucy was a little worried about Knight. She looked up at the window of the study and looked at her father Jude through the glass. After just one glance, Jude left the window. The daughter who ran away from home rarely came back, but she only said, "I'll wait for you in the study." Lucy sighed silently in her heart. This person really hasn't changed at all. The relationship between father and daughter was stiff. At this time, Mrs. Chebet hurriedly took Lucy's hand and said excitedly, "Miss, let's go, change into a beautiful dress first. Ask for flowers. In the past year since you were away, we have been following the clothing recommendations in Weekly Soshera and buying new clothes every week." Single quote. You will definitely like it. Just as Lucy was bathing and changing clothes, evolving from a poor Lucy to a rich lady Lucy. On the other side, Knight followed the maid to the study. "Master, the guest has been brought." After the maid bowed, she quietly left the study and closed the door. Knight looked at the rich man calmly. Judah stood in front of the desk, with his back to him and his hands behind his back. He was wearing a light brown suit and a big golden back hair. His temperament was that of a rich man. "Are you also a wizard of fairy tale?" Suddenly, Judah spoke, turning around while speaking. Also, Knight was surprised. Some time ago, Lucy beat up Duke Bar and snatched a book from his mansion. _O. Judah said calmly, "At that time, I knew she was in fairy tale." Knight raised his eyebrows. As expected of a super rich man in the country, his intelligence ability is really good. That was Lucy's first mission, but her father found out immediately. No, maybe Lucy's whereabouts since she ran away from home for a year have been under Jude's control. Even if it was to complete the commission, breaking into a duke's mansion, beating someone, and stealing a book, without me behind the scenes to calm the incident, do you think this kind of thing would be easily let go? Makes sense. After hearing Jude's words, Knight felt that it made sense. After all, Duke Abar is also a legitimate duke of the Kingdom of Fury. As for Lucy's mission at that time, there was no subsequent revenge. No wonder the client at that time was willing to pay a reward of 2 million J. That was provoking a duke. So, how is Abar now? Knight asked curiously. In prison. Jude seemed to be talking about a trivial matter. He has many crimes, but he lacks a person of status and position to report him. Got it. It's you, the father, who should do it. Knight nodded and smiled. My name is Knight, the wizard of fairy tale. Nice to meet you, Mr. Jude. You want to marry Lucy? Jude said on the spot, leaving Knight speechless. This time I came to discuss a business with you, but before that. Knight took a few steps forward, took out the IOU from his pocket, and handed it to Jude. Your daughter owes 16 million, please settle the bill first. 7 inches. He was outmaneuvered, which he didn't expect. Chapter 53 Lucy's Determination. A huge industry worth trillions of dollars. Jude saw his daughter Lucy's signature on the 2 IOUs. As a father, he naturally recognized his daughter's handwriting. But the content of the IOU surprised him a little. Lucy bought 2 zodiac keys from the wizard in front of him at a price of 8 million each. Sagittarius and Virgo. Jude couldn't help but frown at this. It's not that he didn't approve of the deal, nor did he think the price was too expensive. On the contrary, as there are only 12 zodiac keys in the world, the price of one is only 8 million. What's the difference between this and giving it away for free? Your name is Knight, right? Jude raised his head and stared at Knight with the eyes of an elder. Lucy is the daughter of Heartfilia. She is different from ordinary people and lives in a different world. I hope you can understand this. Understand what? Knight didn't hear. 107. Understand what Jude was saying. It felt strange that the other party suddenly said this after reading the IOU. I am very grateful for bringing Lucy back. I will give you 10 times the amount of the IOU, 160 million. Jude's face was calm, and 160 million seemed to be nothing in his mouth. Hearing this, Knight couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Sure enough, Jude continued to say the following. I have decided to let Lucy marry the young master of the Chu Renier family. Quote, through this, Hartfilia Railway Company will be able to consolidate its territory in the south and completely control the operating railways throughout the Kingdom of Fury. These words should not be said to an outsider. After all, the marriage between the two families has not been finalized. But in Jude's opinion, the relationship between Knight and his daughter is a bit unusual, and it looks a bit like they are in love. It's better to make it clear. Of course, he is not a devil, and the other party will not have any objections to using 160 million in compensation. This time, Knight understood what Jude wanted to express. Sure enough, the marriage has begun. If he didn't bring Lucy back today, maybe after a while, the other party would issue a commission to the ghost and force Lucy to take home. Looking at this matter from an outsider's perspective, Knight felt that Jude's father was a bit awkward. On the one hand, he hoped that Lucy would marry over and make the family go further through marriage. On the other hand, in the original plot, after Lucy refused in person, he actually gave up. There was no coercion at all Lucy's meaning. So it seemed very awkward. Knight couldn't help guessing that after Lucy refused, Jude probably rejected the man's family, which led to a conflict between the two sides. In the end, for some reason, the company went bankrupt, and Hartfield collapsed overnight. To be honest, Knight felt a little sympathetic to this father. He was good at doing business, but he couldn't maintain the father-daughter relationship. Mr. Jude, I suddenly feel that Lucy is already an adult, and it is better for her to repay her debts herself. Knight snatched the IOU back with a smile. As for your family affairs, I don't want to get involved. The purpose of my coming this time has been explained before, just to discuss a matter. Bang! I don't agree. The door of the study was pushed open, and Lucy stepped in with a serious expression. Lucy. Jude frowned, looking at his daughter still wearing the clothes she came in, and felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. How could the daughter of Hartfilia be dressed so poorly? Lucy faced Jude's dissatisfied gaze and walked up to him step by step. Father, I am very sorry for leaving this house without saying anything. I have deeply reflected on this. Lucy first apologized for running away from home, then changed the subject, with sharp eyes and full of momentum. I have heard what you said just now outside the door, but please allow me to refuse. I will not agree to the marriage. My happiness is not determined by others. Please do not decide my marriage for me without authorization. Jude showed a shocked expression on his face. It was the first time he saw his daughter so brave to express her opinion to him. Did this year of running away from home make her grow up? Lucy took a deep breath and continued. I admit that it was wrong for me to run away from home. Running away from this home is no different from escaping. Therefore, I will explain it to you this time. Father, I came back this time just to pay tribute to my mother, and then I will leave here. You don't have to come to me. I will work hard even if I am 10 people. What I want is not Lucy Hartfilia, not endless money and beautiful clothes. I just want to live as Lucy. Then, sorry, Father. Quote. Finally, Lucy bowed slightly to Jude with the etiquette of a big lady she had learned since childhood, and then turned around and left resolutely. She also pulled Knight with her. Let's go, Knight. For such a strong Lucy, Knight had to obey her. Lucy, a mere Lucy, actually had a heroic moment. After complaining in his heart, Knight spread his hands to Jude, who was still in shock. His eyes seemed to express. See, your daughter is very strong, your marriage plan seems to be ruined. Bang! As the door of the study was shut again, Jude stood there in a daze, and sighed for a long time. He walked to the window and looked at the door, waiting quietly for a moment. Sure enough, Lucy pulled Knight out of the villa and went towards her mother's tombstone. Silently watching the two walk away, Jude sat back at the desk in silence and took out a photo frame from the drawer. The photo shows a family of 3. Lucy in the photo is still very young, with a happy smile on her face, and her mother holding her hand. Forget it. She is 17 years old, let her go. Jude put the photo frame back, leaned against the back of the chair tiredly, and closed his eyes with a frown. What should Hartfilia Railway Company do next? If the Chu Renier family is rejected, will it cause dissatisfaction on the other side? If the Southern Railway cannot be consolidated as soon as possible, the astronomical amount of money invested in the premise will not be recovered, and the chain reaction caused by this. Behind the glamorous Hartfilia financial 3.3 valve, there are already many dangers. It's like a cruise ship heading for an iceberg. Judah was thinking about how to break the deadlock, and he thought about it for more than half an hour, but he didn't think of a foolproof plan. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the study. It seems that you are in big trouble. Jude opened his eyes were shocked. The person standing in front of the desk turned out to be Lucy's boyfriend. Have you finished paying respects to Layla's tombstone? At this time, Jude's attitude was much friendlier. Where's Lucy? She's still there. I came back first. While answering, Knight took out a second-generation ring from his pocket and placed it on the desk. Then he chuckled and said, "Next, we should talk about the business we talked about at the beginning. It can help your Hartfilia family go further. This will be a huge industry involving a trillion-dollar scale." Chapter 54 New Function Magic Network Express Jude, good son-in-law. Ring. Judah was a little surprised by the trillion-dollar scale mentioned by Knight. His eyes fell on the ring, and he felt that it looked familiar. It is the login device of the Magic Internet, the second-generation Magic Network ring. Regarding Internet magic, you may not have yet. Knight explained. Internet. Judah's eyes flashed, and he looked up suddenly, and said with his arms straight, I just heard about it the day before yesterday. Really? Are you the creator of that magic? Huh. Knight was surprised. Unlike Lucy, Judah is just an ordinary person, not a magician. No, it should be said that he is a super rich ordinary person. I didn't expect you to have heard of it, that's easy. Knight nodded, got straight to the point, and said straight to the point. The first-generation login device can only be used by magicians who can control magic power, and the one on the table is the second generation that even ordinary people can use. Mr. Judah, why don't you try it on? Judah took the ring and put it on decisively without any hesitation. The day before yesterday, he attended a gathering of wealthy people, and saw several wizards from regular guilds at the gathering. 28 They accepted the commission of the guild to serve as bodyguards. At that time, the wizard team was using the internet, which attracted great attention at the gathering. From those people, Jude knew the existence of the internet. It is said that it was a magic created by a genius of fairy tale. Unexpectedly, that genius turned out to be his daughter's boyfriend. Jude's eyes glowed with amazing spirit, which was completely different from his previous tired look. How should I use it? After putting it on, Jude couldn't wait to ask Knight. Do you see the magic crystal on the ring? Just press it lightly. Knight kindly instructed him. As he was told, Jude pressed it, and the magic crystal released magic power. This magic power first stimulated the ring, and almost at the same time activated two kinds of magic. The first one, the internet. The second one, soul magic soul absorption. A very simple soul magic, its only function is to absorb a trace of the wearer's soul and use it as a mark to bind the ring. This magic will not cause much harm to the wearer, at most there will be a few seconds of trance. Jude felt a slight dizziness, just like an anemic patient who suddenly stood up after squatting for a long time. The discomfort quickly disappeared. After that, the new user registration interface appeared in front of him. Registering an internet nickname, I suggest you don't use. Before Knight finished speaking, Jude had already entered his name. Jude Hartfilia. Really honest. Knight complained, but it's okay, as a rich man, using his real name will help promote the ring. That's it, I saw it the day before yesterday. Jude looked at the constantly refreshing posts in the forum. I heard that the current wizard guilds can accept commissions through the magic network, is that true? He looked up at Knight, and he had a vague premonition in his heart. Knight nodded and said, "Let me first introduce you to the general functions of the current internet." As he said, he walked around the desk, walked behind Jude, and guided him to use the internet little by little. As a developer, no one is more familiar with it than him. Under his guidance, Jude quickly understood everything. The more he used it, the more shocked he was, and his mouth opened wider and wider. Has the magic world developed to this extent now? It is simply an epic making magic. Jude looked at Knight in shock, and suddenly felt that Lucy brought him a huge surprise. Although he is not a wizard, he is a successful businessman. He can see the huge value contained in the internet almost instantly. The current internet is almost like this. Knight gave a detailed introduction, and then said confidently, "Next, I plan to develop Magic Network Express, allowing users to use the Magic Network to transmit some small and light objects through the network. Like teleportation magic," Jude blurted out. "Almost." Knight nodded. He now has the Flying Thunder God. As long as this magic is embedded in the underlying code of the deep web, the internet can have some of the functions of the Flying Thunder God. It is easy to teleport some small objects. In fact, even teleporting people is possible, but the magic power consumed will be very large, and the magic network cannot support this consumption at present. Only when there are a lot of users, Knight will consider opening this function. With a snap, Jude stood up excitedly, grabbed Knight's shoulders, and said excitedly, "My dear son-in-law, you are the greatest wizard I have ever seen." My dear son-in-law. Knight was stunned for a moment. Jude then asked expectantly, "What business are you talking about? This second-generation ring is expensive, cost 5. I hope to cooperate with you to reduce costs and sell it to every corner of the continent. In the future, the magic net ring will be a magic item that everyone and every family must have. It will bring great changes to the world." Knight expressed his imagination. Compared with this unique business, what is a railway company? Hearing this, Jude was so excited that he was shaking all over. This is it. An opportunity to save the Heartfilia Chable. Lucy, if you had told me earlier that you had such a powerful boyfriend, would your father still have to work so hard to form an alliance with the Chu Renier family? What Chu Renier family? Don't contact me. I'm afraid my son-in-law will misunderstand. Jude laughed and said, "Don't worry, I think the material of this ring is too good. As long as we reduce it a little and then expand the scale of production, the cost can be reduced to less than 10,000. So powerful. Knight thought, he is worthy of being a professional. I'll leave the business to you. I'll give you 50% of the profit of the ring. The only thing to pay attention to is, will the quality be good?" Hearing this, Jude laughed. "It's better to have a slightly worse quality. You can buy a new one when it's broken." Knight. He glanced out the window, but unfortunately, he didn't see the streetlight. "Mr. Jude, you are indeed a big businessman, your mind works so fast." Knight praised. "Capitalists should hang on streetlights." "Oh, me too in the future." "That's fine." Jude thought Knight was praising him, and couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha ha, dear son-in-law, why don't you stay here tonight? I'll ask the kitchen to prepare dinner right away." Chapter 55 Under the Table, Knight and Lucy's two-person game. Good son-in-law again. Compared to what Jude said before, the daughter of Heartfilia lives in a different world. This title of good son-in-law made Knight want to complain. "You misunderstood. Your daughter Lucy and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend." This time, it was Jude's turn to be stunned. "I misunderstood." But even so, based on his understanding of his daughter, Lucy looked at Knight with at least a favorable look, not like an ordinary guild companion. "I won't say much about your young people's affairs." Jude apologized first, and then said, "Today is the first time Lucy has honestly expressed her thoughts to me in front of me. She has grown up. Knight, help me tell her that her father will no longer interfere in her life in the future. This time, I did not do well. If you can communicate with your daughter like this earlier, how can the relationship be so bad?" Knight thought in his heart and nodded. "I will bring it." Lucy will be in the guild from now on, please take good care of her, this is a father's request. Quote. Eri. Go out of Lucy's villa, turn right and walk straight ahead, after crossing a staircase to a high place, you can see an angel statue. Under the statue is a tombstone. Layla Heartfilia. X748X777. Mom. I'm sorry I haven't seen you for so long. Quote. Lucy stood in front of the tombstone with mixed feelings. Her eyes fell on the number 777, and doubts gradually appeared in her eyes. 777, like Natsu and Gajil of Phantom, is it the year when dragons disappeared? Lucy's body trembled, and she subconsciously thought of a possibility. Before running away from home, she did not know the specialness of 777. But now, she joined Fairy Tail, met Knight and Natsu, and met another dragon slayer Gajil at the regular meeting. Does. The reply of Voldemort in the Magic Network forum. Lucy, your father is calling you to have dinner together. Quote. Suddenly, Knight's voice sounded, interrupting her thoughts. Lucy turned around, grabbed Knight's arm excitedly, and pointed to the number on the tombstone with her other hand. Knight, look, look. This is my mother's tombstone, she also disappeared in 777. Tell me, is there a possibility that my mother is not dead, but in my body? Knight, he said in his heart. This is really a strange angle, which really did not surprise him. He knew very well why Lucy's mother, Layla, died. Did your mother also die on July 7, 777? Yes, it was the same day as Long disappeared. Lucy nodded hurriedly. But soon, her eyes fell. As if being poured with a basin of cold water, the excitement just now disappeared in an instant. Unlike Long's disappearance, she had seen her mother's body. So, it was just a coincidence. But, it's very strange. Lucy bit her lip and said unwillingly, the dragon disappeared on that day, and my mother died suddenly. What happened on that day? That day was the day when the door opened. Knight thought, reached out and touched the eldest lady's head, and comforted her. Go to the Magic Network to ask when you have time, maybe there will be information. Quote. Duh. Suddenly being touched on the head, Lucy's delicate body trembled slightly, and a blush appeared on her eyelids. She turned around shyly. Let's go back to the guild. Wait, I just went to see your father again, and your father told me that he apologized to you. Ah. He will apologize. Lucy widened her beautiful eyes, her tone incredible. Don't believe it. He also said that he will not interfere in your life in the future. Why don't I believe it? What did you talk to him about? Business. Knight chuckled and teased. Oh, by the way, he also wants me to be his son-in-law. Lucy, you have to work hard. Why should I cheer, you idiot Knight? Lucy's face quickly turned red, and she ran back to the villa. Knight was delighted by the cute reaction. In the evening, Jude prepared a sumptuous dinner to entertain Knight. Lucy rarely ate at the same table with her father. As a result, this D father talked and laughed with Knight, as if Knight was his biological son and a member of the family. And she was picked up. The eldest lady stared at the person across the table with a resentful look, and took off her high heels under the table and kicked gently. Knight was chatting with Jude, and suddenly felt something kicking him, and immediately reached out to grab it. A little foot in dark stockings. He is so arrogant even though he owes money. Knight didn't tolerate it at all, clamped his legs together, and then tickled Lucy's soles. Ah! Lucy's skin was covered with goosebumps, she screamed, and then quickly covered her mouth. What's wrong, Lucy? Jude looked puzzled. 14. Lucy said word by word. She tried to endure the itch on the soles of her feet and pinched her thighs hard, using the pain to suppress the itch. Are you still angry with Dad? Jude sighed and said, Dad apologizes to you. Since you don't agree, I will refuse the marriage. I will not interfere with your decision in the future. Did you really apologize to her? Lucy opened her beautiful eyes wide and stared at Knight, conveying a questioning meaning. What did you talk about with my dad? Knight understood what she meant, changed tickling to gentle caressing, and responded with eyes. Guess. Lucy was so angry that her teeth itched, and she felt a warm big hand playing with her little feet, and her ears turned red. Her breathing was a little rapid. The two were playing a little game under the dining table in front of Jude, the old father. Jude was naturally not a fool. He didn't realize it at first, but he reacted quickly. Still don't admit that they are boyfriend and girlfriend. Jude thought helplessly, he didn't mean to break up the couple. On the contrary, he just smiled and pretended not to know. The dinner ended in a pleasant atmosphere. At least Knight was quite happy. Not only did he have a big meal, but he also taught the young lady a lesson. After the meal, Jude called Lucy to the study. It seemed that the father and daughter were ready to have a public chat to resolve the stiff relationship in the past few years. And Knight followed the maid into a guest room. It is worthy of being a villa of a wealthy man. Even the guest room is super luxurious. Master Knight, hot water has been put in the room. You can take a hot bath at any time. The maid bowed her head respectfully outside the door and saluted. I will prepare clothes for you later. Don't worry. Thank you. Knight thanked politely, closed the door, and went into the bathroom to take a bath. Just as he lay down, Urtia suddenly sent a private message. The Witch of Pain, Black Silk Selfie.jpg. This woman knows how to seduce him. She sent a photo of black silk straight to the point, which aroused his interest in chatting. Urtia is tall, with 2 long legs that are slender and well proportioned, like jade. After wearing black stockings, she is even more attractive. Knight really wants to run over and touch her. I wonder what it feels like. Pain Witch. Today the council is discussing the subjugation of Oración Cis. Closing square bracket. Good money. Knight saw the news and couldn't help but feel a little confused. This woman has become serious, and suddenly I'm a little uncomfortable. Sigma man, I still like the way you continue to post pictures. Closing square bracket. Pain Witch, knock on the head.jpg, be serious. Closing square bracket. Who is not serious? Isn't it you who posted the picture? Knight was speechless about her behavior of blaming others. Pain Witch, didn't I tell you last time? Aragorn of Eisenwald and Larrabee were kidnapped by someone. Closing square bracket. Pain Witch, it was Anguirre, one of the Oración Cis. Closing square bracket. Pain Witch, the council made such a serious mistake this time, we must find a way to save it, so let's discuss who should be sent to subjugate the 6 demons. Closing square bracket. What does defeating the 6 demons have to do with me? Knight thought, already foreseeing what Urtia would send. Sure enough, the next sentence. Pain Witch, sister recommended you, say thank you sister, snicker.jpg. Sigma man, I will post your private photos on the forum. Pain Witch, sorry, brother, sister is joking crying.jpg gang. Chapter 56. Is this the world of genius wizards? Knight was just trying to scare Urtia, of course he couldn't really post it on the forum. Seeing the other party immediately send an apology, he couldn't help laughing. Sigma man, are you scared? Witch of Pain, I don't believe you will post it, rollingeyes.jpg. Sigma man, then I'll show it to your mom, smile.jpg. Witch of Pain, you dare, sister will never post it again. Write.oo.jpg. Sigma man, not rare. Pouting.jpg. The chat ended after a while, about a minute. Witch of Pain, lifting skirt.jpg. The picture sent this time is still a long leg in black stockings. However, Urtia deliberately lifted the hem of her skirt and pulled it to a position that would expose the mysterious forbidden area. It was like a black hole, firmly attracting Knight's attention. Collected it immediately without hesitation. Replied later. Sigma man, that's it. Knocking wooden fish.jpg. Knight suspected that if he tried harder, he could see something more exciting. At the same time, on the other side, Urtia's bedroom in the mansion where the council is headquartered. Urtia felt her face flushed. She first approached Knight through a reply on the forum. She did have some bad intentions at first. Not anymore, she just likes chatting with him for 770 days. In the morning, she talked a lot with her mother Uru and understood the misunderstanding at the beginning. Now the knot is untied, and the mother and daughter are finally reconciled. Although her mother is just a ghost now, Urtia is satisfied. Maybe there will be a chance to truly revive her mother in the future. And all this is thanks to Night on the other side of the magic network. Therefore, when she posted photos, she became more and more bold. Still not satisfied, looking at the message sent by Night, Urtia gritted her teeth and didn't fall for it. Her white fingers flew and quickly typed a string of replies. Witch of Pain, brother, come to the council, sister will show you something better, naughty.jpg. Night was lying in the bathtub. It was a pity that Urtia didn't take the provocation. However, seeing the message sent by the other party, I couldn't help but feel moved. Sigma man, I heard that the council wants to nominate me as the Holy Ten. Suddenly switched from flirting mode to serious chatting. Urtia seemed to be stunned for a while, and it took a long time to reply. Pain Witch, I asked the speaker, it seems to be true. Closing square bracket. Pain Witch, but now the Holy Ten is full, brother should wait for the job slowly. Pain Witch, however, you are really amazing. Relying on a groundbreaking magic, you can get the nomination of the Holy Ten. This is the first time in the history of the magic world. Closing square bracket. It is true. Night pinched his chin. Although this false name can't increase his magic power a bit. But if he can get it, he will be very happy. Sigma man, maybe it won't take long. Closing square bracket. Pain Witch, sister will definitely vote in favor at that time, hurry up and say thank you sister. You may not be a council member at that time. Night thought, once Jalal's plan is launched, the current council will suffer. Wait. Now that Urtia and Ulu have reconciled, Alua's behavior pattern will also change. Will she destroy the council again? Night felt that he had changed a lot of plots unconsciously. Although he did not do it intentionally, his influence was spreading. Just thinking about it, Urtia sent another message. Witch of Pain, by the way, have you learned your thought body? Witch of Pain, come to the council headquarters, sister will teach you in person, I will teach you more than just magic. Sigma man, I don't believe it. You don't even dare to post pictures, and you say you can teach me more than just magic. Pouting.jpg. Witch of Pain, sister is going to sleep. Staying up late is the natural enemy of beauty. Moon.jpg. Night saw her name dimmed and her friend list also showed, offline. She was scared away, and she dared to flirt with him. However, Urtia's words reminded him. Next, he planned to develop Magic Web Express. But before that, he had to learn the thought body and let the thought body write code. This function is more complicated than the previous one, and it will take half a month to complete. I have understood the principle, but why can't I separate the thought body? Night whispered to himself. Open the library, find the magic book that Juvia stole, turn one of the pages, and read it with a slight frown. CIBC. According to the method recorded in the magic book, Night closed his eyes and the magic power in his body operated according to the predetermined route. Try to separate a soul. In the end, it still failed. Night opened his eyes thinking whether to ask the 10th president. At this time, Uru ran out of the deep net. Lord Night, are you taking a bath? She was startled at first, then looked at him openly and said with a smile, do you want me to rub your back? Night rolled his eyes, don't say anything, you ghost. He didn't mind, but the problem was that ghosts couldn't touch him. Uru stood by the bathtub and saw the magic book in front of Night. He recognized it immediately after taking a few glances. Soul Magic Thought Body, you can do it too. Night said in surprise, I've been learning this magic recently, but I haven't succeeded. This magic is a high-level magic. It requires very strong magic power to separate the thought body, or a magician with particularly strong mental power. This made Night think of someone. Robinlu, the president of the Demon Cat Inn, separated the thought body of a guild by himself, which is an outrageous mental power. Not only that, this person is also a ghost. Uru asked puzzledly. Why do you want to learn the thought body? This magic is difficult to practice, but it doesn't have much effect in actual combat. Not for fighting. Night had to explain it again. After listening, Uru suddenly said, "So that's it, just to be lazy." Knight, why say it so directly? Uru smiled and said, "In this case, you don't have to follow the magic book." "Is there any other way?" Knight asked. "The method taught in the magic book is to split a strong enough thought body, but you just want a tool to help you write code, so you don't need such strong magic power." Uru nodded and began to teach. Under her guidance, Nashi learned it quickly. Not long after, a thought body appeared beside the bathtub. Knight looked at the other party and couldn't help saying, "The eyes are dull, it won't move, and there is no magic power. It's just an empty shell. Other people's thought bodies can act independently. His can't, he must be distracted to control it. It's equivalent to doing two things at the same time, or he is writing the code himself." He reached out and touched it, and when he touched it, the thought body began to fluctuate like water ripples, as if it would dissipate at any time. Uru laughed. "This is the first time I've seen such a weak thought body, ha ha, ah ha ha." He almost cried with laughter. "I've only learned it for a few days, it's good enough to use it," Knight said unhappily. "Besides, it's enough to be able to write code, I don't need it to fight." LRX. Uru's laughter stopped abruptly, and he said stupidly. Knight thought about it and replied, "About 2 or 3 days. I heard others say it's difficult, but it's not that difficult." Uru. "Sorry, I was wrong to laugh just now. Is this the world of genius wizards?" The next day, with the farewell of a group of maids and Jude, Knight rode on the obsidian and carried Lucy back to Magnolia. Chapter 57 for Magic. Dark Web. The actions of the 6 demons. Before leaving, Knight remembered an important thing. So he said to Jude, "After the 2nd generation of rings are made, I need to add internet magic to them personally, otherwise they cannot be activated. Wait until the first batch of rings are ready, contact me." Jude nodded to show that he understood. He can now use the magic network and contact Knight at any time. Turning to look at Lucy in the back seat, Jude smiled and said, "Lucy, be happy in the guild. If you encounter anything, you can contact Dad at any time." "Got it. Goodbye, Dad." Lucy smiled and waved to her father and the many servants who came to see her off. Then she hugged Knight's waist and urged, "Let's go, Tushi." Knight started the obsidian and slowly accelerated away from the villa in the sight of everyone. The magic 2-wheel windmill was running fast. Lucy sat in the back seat, opened her arms happily, and enjoyed the wind and waves. "So happy." Knight glanced back at her. "Thank you, Knight. I didn't expect that I could reconcile with my father after coming back this time. Since Mom died, that guy has been completely obsessed with money. He only knows how to make money and doesn't care about me at all." Lucy complained about her father behind her back. "I think your dad cares about you a lot." Knight smiled. "Hold tight, I'm going to speed up." After saying that, he turned the handle and the speed suddenly increased. "Ah, slow down." Lucy was excited and screamed, hugging Knight tightly, and never dared to let go. Just as Knight was carrying Lucy back to Magnolia, some underground facility, similar to a research institute. One of the bases of the Dark Guild, Oracion Cease. "This magic is really interesting, a masterpiece of genius." The man codenamed Head is named Brain. This person has dark skin, white hair, and wears a coat. He holds a skull wand in his left hand. "Really, I just think it's fun." Anger, the only female among the 6 demons, sits at the table and plays mahjong on the internet. One of the matched opponents is called Traveler on the Departure. He plays cards very slowly every time and pauses for a long time from time to time. I don't know what he is doing. He doesn't take mahjong seriously. Money is the most important thing in this world. If you can't make money, there is no point. He flipped through the forum with his hot eyes and quickly browsed the information on the forum. You can make money, and you can make a lot of money. Those people in the regular guild have opened online commission. Isn't it easy to make money? Poison Dragon Slayer, Poison Dragon, Cobra sneered, the person who developed this magic, but didn't take this action, is really stupid. Shut up. Leader, Brain shook his head and said, he is much smarter than you. If I were him, I would also adopt this strategy, just like fishing. Attract all the magicians first, and when the time is right, you can harvest them naturally. However, compared to making money, it is a trivial matter. The magic of the internet itself is more concerned. Brain praised. Magic letters, reading, ancient documents, taking photos, etc., and internet magic almost encompasses the essence of many magics. Amazing, really amazing. And what's more terrifying is the coverage of this magic. As he said, he opened the chat group. 6 Magic chat group. Leader, Lissa, where are you? The world's fastest. I have left the kingdom of Fury a long time ago, and I can't see the limit yet. See, Brain grinned. With such a huge coverage, what magic can compete with it? Magic Pigeon. Indeed, this magic can store people's images, including the content of their speech, and then send them to the target thousands of miles away. But this takes time, and the internet is instant communication. Then, what about telepathy? The telepathy of a general wizard cannot even cover a city. The more objects are linked, the more magic power is consumed. It is simply impossible to support long-term simultaneous communication between multiple people. Even for him, his telepathy cannot exceed the distance of a city. In comparison, the internet easily covers a country. Leader, come back. I suspect that the coverage of this magic can cover the entire continent, so there is no need to test it. Closing square bracket. The world's fastest. Understood. Closing square bracket. Isn't this a bit subversive of the common sense of magic? Angear looked up, his face full of confusion. Such a large range, what kind of magic is supporting it? Even Zirf can't be resurrected. Brain narrowed his eyes and did not answer in silence. He didn't know either. He tried to use analytical magic to crack the deep magic principle of the internet. But failed, and could not parse out any useful information at all. He also tried to track the flow of magic power and find the real location of the magic network, but found nothing. If the magic network interface did not exist in front of him, Brain would even doubt whether the magic network existed. Thinking about the research in the past few days, Brain said in a deep voice. When I was the director of the Magic Development Bureau, I created hundreds of magics. But compared with the internet, it's nothing. We must find him, the founder of the magic network. I need his power. Hearing this, the 3-6 demons looked at each other and squeezed to look at the sleeping Midnight. Midnight didn't wake up, just sat cross-legged on the flying carpet, lowered his head and slept. Brain snorted coldly. You go, Hot Eyes. The magic network can help you make money. After a pause, he said, no, in order to ensure the smooth progress of the mission, let Lisa go with you. I understand, as long as you can make money, in this world, money is everything. Hot Eyes turned off the magic network and turned to leave this base. Are you going to send 2-6 demons? Cobra thought in amazement, touched the cobra beside him, and listened to the leader's voice. 0. The internet is too bright. I want to create the internet of the dark world, Darknet. For this, I need your power. Night. It has been a week since I visited Lucis' house. Knight stretched and walked out of the guild in a good mood. There is a tool man's thought body to help him write code, and in 10 days or so, Magic Network Express will be completed. For this reason, Knight also rented a house for the tool man to live in. It is just on the outskirts of the city, and the rent is only 50,000 J. The thought body does not need to eat, and the work efficiency is very good. It can write code for 20 hours a day, and the remaining 4 hours are reserved for hibernation. However, despite this, Knight is actually doing 2 things at the same time, and he has to distract himself to control the other party. Of course, Knight himself is not idle, and he uses the library to learn new magic knowledge every day. The convenience of the library is reflected in that there is no need to worry about not having magic to learn, but only regrets that there is not enough time. 7 days passed like this. Knight's magic power has been smoothly upgraded from 3 stars to 4 stars. It can be said to be a rocket-like speed, which is almost the same as Urza. Magic power, *****. When Magic Web Express is developed, I will probably be able to reach 5 stars. Knight is very satisfied with the speed of his magic power improvement. Who would want to meditate when they can level up lying down? Suddenly, in the night, a figure flashed in front. When Knight captured the other party's movements with his 6 eyes, the person had already come behind him, and the speed was incredible. What a rare guest, a member of Oración Cis, dared to come here. Chapter 58 is a sideshow. Your magic is quite interesting. Lisa, or Laser, one of the members of the Dark Guild Oración Cis. Knight saw the person behind him through his 6 eyes and easily recognized him. This person had yellow coxcomb hair, a pair of windproof sunglasses on his nose bridge, and a long and pointed nose. Mainly because of this long nose, Knight could immediately identify him. As a member of the Dark Guild, he dared to appear in Magnolia City, which surprised Knight. It seemed to be coming for him. Sure enough, the other party opened his mouth and invited. Knight, the wizard of fairy tale, the pioneer of the magic internet, is good at using vibration magic. Right. Lisa posed coolly, did not take action immediately, but made a friendly invitation. Our leader wants to invite you to be a guest. Be a guest. Knight turned slowly and smiled. Excuse me, I hate trouble the most. I don't like standing when I can lie down, and I don't want to go far away when I can stay at home. After a pause, why don't you let your leader come to see me? Hearing this, Lisa sighed. He knew it wouldn't be that simple. If possible, he really didn't want to fight in such a place. After all, this is Magnolia, the headquarters of the regular guild fairy tale. Making a big noise will soon attract a group of fairies. Ordinary members are not afraid, but they are afraid of attracting Makarov. 3 seconds. Lisa stretched out 3 fingers, and the moment he said it, he had disappeared from the spot. His speed was very fast, far exceeding the dynamic vision of ordinary people. But Knight's 6 eyes can still capture the opponent's movement trajectory. It feels like supersonic movement, but there is no sonic boom. In less than 0.1 second, Lisa went around behind Knight and raised his right leg to sweep Knight's head. Knight tilted his head slightly forward, and the kick almost brushed his hair. Lisa was shocked, and her right kick missed, so she used her left leg to kick. However, this time, Knight still dodged it easily. Knight just took a half step forward, turned around, and dodged accurately. Your magic is interesting. What happened? It was obviously not a coincidence that he missed the target twice in a row. Lisa quickly retreated, pulled away, and looked at Knight in doubt. When he met the pair of eyes, he had some guesses in his heart. Eye magic. Knight said gently with a smile, don't be anxious, 6 demons, why don't you sit down and have a good chat? What does your leader want from me? You will know when you go. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you, at least your safety can be guaranteed. Lisa snorted and approached again. He didn't believe that anyone could react accurately every time when facing his speed. Knight didn't want to fight with the other party in the city. It would be easy to cause damage if he used a little trick. He would have to pay money at that time. With a thought, he flew up, 10 meters above the ground, and avoided Lisa's attack again. Change to another place, can you keep up? Knight chuckled, and his magic power burst out, turning into a beam of golden light and flying towards the outskirts of the city. Can it still fly? Lisa looked up in astonishment, and without thinking too much, he immediately chased after it. As for the leader of the 6 demons, Knight knew that the other party was called Brain, and he was a very strong wizard. This person has 2 personalities. The outer personality loves magic knowledge. He once served as the director of the Magic Development Bureau and created many magics. He was the one who deceived Uru. The inner personality is the real president of Oración Cis and loves complete destruction. The inner personality is too vicious and his magic power is strong enough to rival the 10 holy magicians. Therefore, Brain usually uses the magic, living connection, to seal the inner personality. The objects of connection are the 6 people of Oración Cis. Only when all 6 people are defeated will the seal be lifted and Brain's personality will awaken. Recalling the corresponding information in his mind, Knight has already flown to the eastern forest. Too slow. On the branch of a big tree, Lisa has arrived first. He held the trunk with one hand, and the height he stood at was just the same as Knight flying in the air. "You'd better come down." Lisa bent her knees slightly and suddenly shot up. After approaching Knight, he performed a big roundhouse kick in the air. Knight just raised his hand. Boom! With a dull sound, Knight grabbed the opponent's ankle with one hand, and then threw it downward. As Lisa fell, he quickly stabilized his body center of gravity. After his legs landed on the ground, his knees were slightly bent. Red field. A red magic circle appeared under his feet, and Lisa's speed doubled, rising from the ground. This time, the speed was almost twice as fast. He circled behind Knight like lightning, and kicked him again. However, Knight's body was covered by a milky white magic shield. When this kick hit the magic shield, Lisa's face changed, and a vibration force blocked his kicking skill in the air. The next moment, the vibration broke out. The strong impact was like a giant's hand, and a big dice slapped him to the ground, and with a bang, a cloud of dust was smashed. "You were really a fool. Your magic is interesting, but it is meaningless in front of these eyes." Knight still stood in the air, looking down at the other party leisurely, and said casually, "Reduce the opponent's physical speed within a certain range, so that you can look very fast, but the weakness is too obvious. First, it only reduces the physical sensation, and cannot weaken the opponent's physical reaction. Second, because it does not increase your own speed, your speed cannot be converted into strength, and the attack power of your moves is very weak. Third, my 6 eyes have a full view. In front of these eyes, your magic is just a sideshow for me." As he said, Knight showed a look of disgust. "To be honest, I'm tired of watching it." "How is this possible?" Lisa's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and a chill rose from the soles of his feet. He looked up at Knight, and 4.0 showed a strong sense of shaken emotion. In just a short time, his magic was seen through. Nothing else, right? Knight raised his right hand, and a small white light spot was born in the palm of his hand. With the continuous input of magic power, the light spot expanded rapidly and turned into a vibration ball. The vibration in the ball was extremely compressed, and when it reached a critical point, it was suddenly thrown downward. "It's time to go." The vibration ball fell downward and continued to expand during the flight. When it was a few meters above Lisa's head, it exploded. Boom! A deafening explosion, a ball of white light shone brightly in a corner of the eastern forest under the night sky. The wind and waves caused by the explosion were like a typhoon passing through, uprooting the surrounding trees. For a moment, the sky and the earth shook. Chapter 59 Voldemort reappears, Brain is shocked. The hurricane caused by the explosion blew Knight's clothes. Knight could clearly see the flow of magic power under the ground through the white light. So there is another one. After a while, the aftermath dissipated. In the devastated forest, a pit with a diameter of tens of meters appeared. There was no trace of Lisa in the hole. Knight was not surprised by this. When the explosion just now, the ground suddenly softened, swallowing people like a quagmire. Knight recalled for a moment and remembered that one of the 6 demons used earth magic. What was it called? Hotai. Hot eyes. Forget it, anyway, the flying thunder god mark has been left. Knight was too lazy to chase them. At the same time, several kilometers away from the eastern forest, at the foot of a hidden mountain, the ground squirmed and opened its mouth, spitting out 2 figures. Lisa's head was covered with blood and he was panting rapidly. "Thanks to your magic, otherwise I might have been finished." He half squatted, one hand on the ground, the other hand covering his forehead and cursing in a low voice. 28. "Damn, that person is like you, mastering a powerful eye magic, and my slow magic was easily seen through by him. Before coming, I didn't expect this to happen. The original plan was very simple, taking advantage of the night to intercept the Lord of the Magic Network. It would be best if the verbal invitation was successful. If not, use brute force to take the person away. So, he was the one who took action. With extreme speed, even if he was exposed, he could escape at the first time. Unexpectedly, he didn't fight. No, it's not that he didn't fight, but he was fooled. It seems that the information is wrong. Hot Eyes held a Bible and wore a priest's robe. He was tall and fat, with big orange wavy curls scattered behind him, and a soft beard on his chin. The most unique thing is that his face is angular and the corners are square. Retreat first. The movement just now has been exposed. Lissa stood up while panting, resisting the injuries all over her body and evacuating quickly. Rayon followed the footsteps and opened the chat group at the same time, reporting the failure of the mission to Brain as soon as possible. 6 Demons chat group. Money first. The mission failed, the target's strength far exceeded expectations. Leader. What? Like an angel. It actually failed. Listen to everything. 2 people also failed. You have already lost the face of the 6 demons. The world's fastest. Don't talk nonsense. If you have the ability, try it yourself. The world's fastest. I was almost killed. It's not a face-to-face communication, so it's natural to quarrel. And as the leader, Brain seemed to be invisible. A corner of the eastern forest. Knight slowly landed on the ground from a height. Where did the Mohawk head wear a ring on his finger just now? Thinking for a moment, Knight quickly guessed. After resolving the lullaby incident, a captain of the council's compulsory restraint force bought 15 magic rings from him. Later, when escorting Eisenwald and others back, they were defeated by Angear of the 6 demons. The rings were probably stolen at that time. Are you looking for me to buy more rings? Knight shook his head. Just bring money to buy rings, why fight and kill? It's not like he won't sell them. He still has more than 2,000 magic net rings in his hands, and he is worried about where to sell them. He immediately opened the internet to try to find Brain's account. Many people like to use their real names to go online, maybe the 6 demons do too. He searched for Brain, but didn't find it. After thinking about it, he searched for Leader. He actually found it. Knight was surprised that they could actually find it. These black magicians really have no sense of security. Have you ever been exposed online? So cute. Is it the real person? After thinking for a while, Knight did not contact the other party with Sigma Man but activated the Smurf. Add the other party as a friend and attach a message. Brain. ... The base of Oracion cease. Brain frowned and looked at the group chat. Lisa and Hot Eyes performed a mission together, but failed. It seems that he is not only a genius in developing magic, but also a powerful magician. Are the news about the developer on the forum all fake? Brain looked grim. There are posts discussing the developer on the Magic Network forum, and Knight's identity is clear. A new magician of fairy tale, who joined not long ago and is good at vibration magic. Rumor has it that he is also a handsome guy. Huh. Suddenly, a friend request flashed in the upper right corner of the interface. Brain clicked it and was slightly surprised. Applicant, Voldemort. Message, Brain. This guy actually knows my identity. Who is he? Brain's face darkened. There are a large number of regular guild wizards gathered on the Magic Network. Except for the idiot Aragorn, few black wizards reveal their identities. Now that his identity has been revealed, he feels a sense of panic for no reason. It's as if someone took off his clothes and stood naked on the street. Voldemort, who is this guy? Brain knows this name, and he also read Natsu's post about the whereabouts of the dragon. In this era, the dragon has disappeared. But Voldemort told others with certainty that the dragon is in the Dragon Slayer. It is obvious that he is not an ordinary person to know such secret information. And judging from the nickname, he doesn't seem to be a good thing. It is likely that he is a black wizard like him. From the Devil's Heart. Are Tartaros. 670. While thinking, Brain agreed to the friend request. Soon a private message came. Voldemort, it seems that you are indeed the leader of the 6 demons. Closing square bracket. Leader, who are you? Brain neither admitted nor denied. The other party took the initiative to add him as a friend, and also said his name. Obviously he had some information. He didn't know where he was exposed. Voldemort, I know, Brain, you were looking for Nirvana. Instantly, Brain was sweating profusely. He stared at the private chat interface, feeling an inexplicable fear in his heart. Who the hell is this damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** know the name, Nirvana. Leader. Tell me, who are you? Brain wanted to go along the magic net and see the other party's face with his own eyes. Voldemort. I am Zirf. Closing square bracket. Leader, do you think I will believe it? Voldemort. Haha, then why do you ask? Voldemort. In the world of the magic net, people like us have secret identities. Asking others casually is itself a kind of rudeness. Closing square bracket. Leader, how do you know my identity? Brain's face was gloomy. Is there a traitor among the 6 demons? He stared at the private chat and waited. After a while, the other party sent a call, but the content surprised him. Voldemort. I know where Nirvana is. Chapter 60 Ertia is here. I know where Nirvana is. Closing square bracket. Brain was shocked when he saw the message from Voldemort. He even knew such a thing. He was more concerned about Voldemort's true identity. Leader, you know, Voldemort, in the sea of gas trees. Closing square bracket. Brain was just asking tentatively, but he didn't expect the other party to actually tell him. Voldemort, no need to thank me, I'm going there soon. Closing square bracket. Brain's face changed drastically when he saw this. Could this person also have his eyes on Nirvana? No, if that's the case, the other party wouldn't have the time to tell him. But no matter what, Nirvana must be obtained before this person. Thinking of this, Brain immediately switched to the chat group. In the group, Lisa and Cobra were still arguing. Leader, enough. Leader, since the mission failed, you two should come back first. Leader, there are more important things to do. Knight looked at the other party who had not responded and shook his head. Are you anxious? It's okay if you're anxious. Why bother him when there's nothing to do? Go find your Nirvana. Divert the trouble. As long as Oración Cease starts to act, the council will soon be able to catch their whereabouts. Speaking of which, Nirvana is also a super magic. I'll go and take a look if I have a chance. Knight thought. A super magic that replaces light and darkness. Knight has no interest in this power itself, but he is curious about the magic knowledge contained in it. Finally, he took a look at the forest he destroyed and turned to leave. Run quickly. An elderly lady named Palukka lives in this place. If she knows that it was him who caused the destruction, she might scold him. Back to the apartment. Knight opened the guild group, and the group was indeed discussing the previous movement. Gray, I heard a bang, and then saw a strong white light. Closing square bracket. Macau, I heard it too, from the direction of the eastern forest. Closing square bracket. Loki, what's going on? Urza, that wave of magic, is it Knight? At Sigma Man. Mirajan, at Sigma Man, what happened? Seeing a group of people at Ingham, Knight had to show up to explain. Sigma Man, met a member of Oración Cease and had a fight with him. Wakaba, happy, ah, it's a black guy. Elfman, what? Oración Cease, one of the Balam Alliance. Mirajan, are you okay, Knight? Are you injured? Sigma Man, no problem, I've already beaten him away. Lucy, what is Balam Alliance? Confused.jpg. Urza, our regular guild has a guild alliance, and the Dark Guild also has a corresponding organization. Kana, Balam Alliance is a force in the Dark World, composed of the 3 strongest Dark Guilds. Closing square bracket. Levi, Oración Cease, Grimoire Heart, Tartaros, these 3 Dark Guilds all have a large number of directly affiliated guilds, which control the entire Dark World. 1. Evergreen, although we are allies, we are not in a cooperative relationship. We just don't confront each other and try not to conflict. Really, don't the newcomers nowadays even know this? Mirajan, by the way, Lucy, the Eisenwald that you defeated last time is the guild under Oración Cease. Lucy, I'm sorry that I don't know anything. Lucy, it was Knight and his team who defeated Eisenwald. I didn't do anything. Happy, love, Lucy just went on a trip. Lucy, stop talking nonsense, stinky cat. Knock on the head.jpg. Because of Lucy's question, the chat in the group suddenly went off topic. Knight shook his head and prepared to take a shower and go to bed. At this time, Makarov sent a private message. Fairy Tale Patriarch, Knight, you were attacked by the 6 demons. What happened exactly? I didn't expect the old man to be lurking as well. Knight thought for a moment and replied, I don't know what their purpose is, but it seems they are targeting me. Probably because of the internet, maybe they want to steal the ring. Fairy Tale Patriarch, I'm glad you're okay. Recently, the council notified all the guilds to pay attention to the whereabouts of Oración Cis. I will inform them of what happened tonight. Notify the council. Knight raised his eyebrows and immediately thought of Ertia. I might as well send her a private message. Ertia's name is Gray, showing offline. But after sending the message, she came online soon. Witch of Pain, she actually took the initiative to send a message to me. I'm really touched. Closing square bracket. Witch of Pain, did the people of Oración Cis attack you? Are you injured? Do you want a hug from me? Hug.jpg. Sigma Man, the point is Oración Cis. Isn't the council trying to find their whereabouts? Witch of Pain, it seems that you are fine. I'm relieved. Closing square bracket. Witch of Pain, if you were injured, you would definitely say, Sister, why don't you send me some private photos to comfort my wounded heart? Closing square bracket. You are so dramatic. Knight thought with amusement and chose to cooperate with him. Sigma Man, Sister, why don't you send me some selfies to comfort my wounded heart? Closing square bracket. Then he sent the photos right away. He must have prepared them in advance. The photos this time are more exciting than before. Ertia was wearing only a pair of white panties, sitting in front of a full-length mirror in a duck-like position. One hand covered her face, and the other hand covered the fruit on her chest. Knight clicked to collect it quickly. Witch of Pain, is my sister beautiful? Shy.jpg. Sigma Man, it's your fault that I can't sleep at night. Witch of Pain, oh, there are still a few photos, do you want to post them? Thinking.jpg. Damn it, tempting him every night. Knight thought, the quality of sleep has been bad recently, all because of this woman. I might as well change my name to Succubus. But the fingers are very honest. Sigma Man, sister is so beautiful. Smile.jpg. Witch of Pain, yeah, then sister is going to sleep. I will bring up the matter of you being attacked by the 6 demons at the council meeting, don't worry. Bye.jpg. No, where are the photos? You ran away now. Knight was speechless. Stinky woman, you wait, you will have a good time. After a few minutes, Ertia came online again and sent another photo. Witch of Pain, good night, naughty tongue sticking out.jpg. After sending it, she immediately went offline. Knight enlarged the photo. It was similar to the pose in the previous private photo. But this time, the hand covering the face was placed between the legs. This time she was really wearing nothing. This kind of photo that looks like she is not wearing anything but is not exposed is really exciting. The next day, when Knight walked into the guild, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Quote. Good morning, Mira backquote. Knight yawned and sat down at the bar out of habit. It's noon now. Mira smiled helplessly. Is Knight also developing new features recently? He looks very tired. It's all Ertia's fault. She sends him some private photos every night. Knight is also helpless about this. If you don't watch it, you will feel bad. If you watch it, you will be tortured by hormones at night. It's a function that I'm developing recently. Just wait a while. Knight responded with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, but staying up late is not good for your health. Mirajan's smile is as healing as always. If Ertia is a witch, Zella is an angel. She walked into the kitchen and came back with a delicious meal after a while. Knight was not polite to her. He never paid for meals in the guild. Mira always paid for them. The two chatted and time passed unknowingly. Suddenly, uniform footsteps came from outside the guild. It's the army of the council. Elfman put down his glass and looked at the Knight outside the door in astonishment. Rune Knight G. The tavern suddenly became quiet, and the guild members looked at the door. Excuse me, is Knight here? In front of the knights holding spears, Ertia put one hand on her waist and smiled. I am one of the counselors, Ertia. I came to investigate about Oración Cis country first level. Hearing this familiar voice, Knight turned around and was immediately shocked. Ertia, she is here. Chapter 61-8 Urtia. It's Urtia, one of the 9 counselors. Mirajan whispered in surprise. I didn't expect that what happened last night would alarm the counselors. And she came to Magnolia from the headquarters the next day. Looking for Night. The other members of the guild looked at each other, equally surprised. As the most mischievous regular guild, the Wizards of Fairy Tale are no strangers to the army of the council. But it's the first time that a counselor personally led the army here. I don't know whether Night is valued or attracted by Oracion Cease. Lucy whispered to Kana. Is the counselor so young? Kana was still holding a barrel of wine as usual. Don't underestimate her, a woman with strong magic. Urtia ignored the comments of others. Her dark eyes met with Night in front of the bar, and her thin lips slightly outlined a faint smile. She felt happy that Night was surprised by her appearance. But soon, this little excitement was buried, and his face returned to the calmness of business. You were Night. What do you mean you were Night? You flirt with me every night, but you pretend not to know me when we meet in real life, right? Night complained in his heart, stood up and walked towards the other party. I am 677 inches. I heard that you were attacked by one of the 6 demons. I need to discuss this matter with you face to face. Urtia glanced at the chaotic tavern and shook her head slightly. Let's go to another place. Turned and walked outside. Night said something to Mirajan, and then followed Urtia away. When they reached the door, the knights accompanying Lucia said, you will temporarily guard the guild. The 6 demons may come to attack again. Yes, Lord Urtia. Seeing Night being taken away, the guild members in the tavern walked to the door one after another. Lucy said a little worriedly, are you okay? It's okay, Night is just cooperating with the work of the council. Quote. Night followed Urtia. The 2 walked down the stairs from the broken path in front of the guild, and then walked along the river. Although they had seen many private photos of each other on the internet, this was the second time they met in real life. Suddenly, Urtia, who was walking in front, stopped. She turned around and saw Night staring at her legs, and couldn't help but smile. What, don't you recognize me? Night teased. I almost didn't recognize you when you put on clothes. See. Suddenly, the roots of Urtia's ears turned red. The 2 did not meet on the Magic Network, and she posted some bold photos just because she was shy. But being said to her face, the shame was multiplied by 100 times, and it was really a critical hit. Night thought she looked better when she blushed than in the photos last night. Glancing at him angrily, Urtia turned around and quickened her pace. Hurry up and catch up. Aren't you going to ask about the 6 demons? Find a quiet place. The 2 came to a cafe. Urtia also ordered some cakes and desserts. After taking a bite, she asked as if she had just remembered. Do you want to eat? No, you've already taken a bite and you're still asking. Night thought about it and understood. This is also part of the play. I love to eat. No. Urtia quickly took her hand back, her eyes full of smiles. Night picked up the coffee and tasted it. Then what do you want to ask? Can you please stop talking about the 6 demons? I've been here since last night and haven't slept all night. Urtia rolled her eyes at him, pretending to raise her hand to cover her red lips, and yawned softly. You came here last night? Yes. How far do you think the council headquarters is from here? Urtia's eyes were charming, and her black eyes revealed a hint of annoyance. After sending the message last night, she immediately told the 6 demons in the council chat group. Then after a brief Magic Network meeting, she took the initiative to lead the team to investigate. It can be said that she was exhausted and had been rushing on the road, and finally arrived before this evening. To be honest, she didn't care about the 6 demons at all. She was just a little worried about Night. She could probably guess why Oracion Cease attacked Night. It was nothing more than for the magic of the internet. In fact, she approached Night for this reason in the first place. Hearing her say this, Nachi was a little surprised. Thank you for your hard work. Quote. No sincerity in words, no acceptance. Urtia recalled the previous chat, smiled charmingly, and stretched her long legs from under the table to Night's knees. Come on, give me a rub, I'm so tired after walking all the way. It's a waste not to touch the long legs that are delivered to you. Knight wanted to touch them before, and now he finally got his wish. It's a pity that she didn't wear black silk. Artia's skin is smooth and delicate, as if she is touching a piece of exquisite silky satin. Artia couldn't help but squeeze her thighs, and her body was a little hot. So, you really don't ask about the 6 demons, then what are you doing here? Knight asked while enjoying the silky smoothness, distracting her attention. Artia continued to eat the cake, and didn't seem to notice Knight's little action. Don't you welcome your sister? That's not the case. Quote. Let's not talk about business now, don't you want to eat something? Can't you see that my hands are busy? Artia smiled gently and picked up a piece of cake. Sister will feed you, ah. Ah, you, I opened my mouth and you took it away, right? Knight thought in his heart, but still cooperated with the other party. In the end, he really fed him. Is it delicious? It's delicious. Is it delicious because of sister feeding, or is it delicious because of the cake? Artia's eyes were curved and her face was full of smiles. Knight felt that he had a little hallucination, and he actually saw bright eyes and white teeth in this witch. Wait a minute, forget about it online, you should call me brother in real life. Come on, call me and listen. No, Artia refused on the spot, she just liked the feeling of being a sister. An afternoon tea lasted for 2 hours, and no business was discussed at all. When the two left the cafe, the sun was about to set. The evening sunset warmed the earth, bringing a sense of tranquility to this city with a population of only 60,000. The two walked to the stone bridge by the river. Artia chuckled and whispered in her ear, it's time to talk business now. Then find a quiet place. Knight took her hand and wondered where to go. As they walked, they saw a hotel. The hotel's business didn't seem to be very good, and it was deserted. In order to take care of the boss's business, Knight took Artia to open the innermost room. After peeling off the witch's coat, the beauty she saw was the same as the private photo. Knight invited her to enjoy the beautiful scenery in the sunset together. The mountains and the valleys were the same color, and the streams danced with the long sun. Call me brother. Quote. Chapter 62 Weekly, Soshera, enters the internet. The bright moon was like a flawless mirror, hanging in the vast night sky, casting soft silver light, bringing tranquility and poetry to Magnolia's night. The hotel room looked very simple, incomparable to her own mansion. But Artia felt very comfortable, as if her empty heart had found a home. She smiled with satisfaction, and rested her head on the arm of the person next to her. Women's underwear was scattered on the bed, and messy clothes were everywhere on the wooden floor. Artia's voice was a little lazy, and her tone was a little charming. Is this how you talk to your sister about serious matters? You called me brother just now, and now you're sister. Knight gently stroked her silky back, which was as crystal clear as cream. Artia smiled, shy and angry. Stinky brother, like a cow. I want to see Uru. Artia seemed to be hugging a pillow, half of her body pressed on Knight. When saying this, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This time, I couldn't wait to come overnight, and one of the reasons was that I wanted to see my mother. Knight pulled his arm out, stood up, opened the quilt, and looked for his clothes on the floor. Now, while getting dressed, he turned back to look at the woman who was lying in bed. Such a scene is really not good for my mother to see. Artia thought about it and it was right, so she got up excitedly, hugged Knight from behind, and kissed him on the face. Sister loves you. On the day when she reconciled with her mother, Artia wanted to say this. Today I finally got what I wanted, and my mood was rippling. If you don't put on clothes again, we won't go out tonight. Knight said helplessly. Do you really understand the physical strength of a 20-year-old man? Considering that it was Artia's first time, he chose to restrain himself. The two fooled around for a while, and then they dressed up and left the hotel together. Where are you taking me? Home. Knight didn't want to take Artia home, but the witch's words, I love you, just now hit her heart. Artia was stunned. Home, such a nostalgic word. Since she was abandoned by her mother when she was a child, she has lost the concept of home in her life. So, she raised her lips slightly. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and there were no pedestrians on the street. It was dark everywhere, only the moonlight was shining, bringing a little light. Knight led Urtia back home. Of course, it was not an apartment, but a house where the tool person of the missing body lived. It was located in the south of Magnolia, almost out of the city, and it was almost the opposite of the guild. When they arrived at the place, Urtia looked at the small house in front of her and couldn't help but feel surprised. "Are you living here? Why? Do you look down on a house that costs 50,000 a month? Lack of money? Do you want your sister to give you some?" After rolling her eyes, Knight pushed open the door and walked in first. Urtia followed with a smile. "Sister, don't mind. Don't be angry." As soon as I entered the door, I saw another knight sitting at a low table. With a blank expression, like a puppet, he mechanically tapped the keys, as if he was writing something. Thought body. Urtia looked at the knight beside him in surprise. "The tool I use to update the internet." Knight nodded. Puff. Urtia covered her stomach and laughed. "This is the first time I have seen such a weak thought body, haha. The reaction is exactly the same as your mother's, worthy of being a mother and daughter." Knight complained in his heart, and with a thought, the thought body tool who was still writing code slowly disappeared and merged into his body. "Do you still want to see your mother?" Urtia quickly stopped laughing. "Sorry, don't be angry." She felt that it was more of a puppet than a thought body. It didn't look like it had the ability to act independently, and needed the caster to give instructions from time to time. Uru. Knight activated the internet magic and called Uru in the deep web. The next moment, a ghost slowly emerged beside him. "I checked the chat records of the leader and Oracion Cease has gone to the gas tree." Uru was about to report his work, but he unexpectedly saw his daughter standing at the door. The voice stopped abruptly. The mother and daughter looked at each other quietly, and no one spoke. Knight could feel the atmosphere and said immediately, "Your daughter came to see you on purpose. You can chat by yourselves. I'm going to take a shower." Quote. "Although playing games with Urtia in the hotel was not particularly tiring, I was sweating." After he walked into the bathroom, Urtia could not help but gently called, "Mom." He wanted to throw himself into his mother's arms with tears in his eyes, but he passed through. "Urtia, I am very happy to see you grow up healthily." Uru turned to face his daughter, also with tears in his eyes. The next day, Knight went to the guild alone. "Please give me flowers." As soon as I walked into the tavern, I found that it was more lively than usual today. The members of the guild were all a little excited. Urza did not wear her daily armor, but a wine-red evening dress. She hurriedly ran out of the door. Knight could not help but take a few more glances. Urza looked unexpectedly feminine in the dress. "What's wrong, Urza?" Seeing her running past him, Knight asked curiously. "I don't have time to explain to you, Knight, I still need to put on makeup next." Urza did not stop for a step, and disappeared at the door in a blink of an eye. "Is this a festival, Natsu?" Quote. Knight spotted Natsu and walked over to ask. "I don't know." Natsu crossed his arms and was also full of tears. Happy counted on his fingers. "There are still more than 2 months until the Harvest Festival. Isn't it a festival?" Harvest Festival. Knight felt a little familiar. He vaguely remembered that the Civil War of Fairy Tail took place during a festival. Could it be the Harvest Festival? At this time, Levi rushed out with 2 followers, Jet and Troy. "Knight, don't you know? Weekly Sosara is coming to interview today." That famous weekly magazine, Knight suddenly realized. He had just traveled through time and saw this magazine on the shelf at the door of the bookstore a month ago. For a while, he worked in a bookstore. Yes, it seems that a special issue of Fairy Tail is going to be produced, so everyone is very excited. Levi nodded and smiled. "I heard that the reporter specifically asked for your time and wanted to talk to you." "What to talk about?" Knight blinked. "Interview me." He has not done many missions. There are many famous wizards in Fairy Tail. Why do you want to interview him? At this time, Jet explained. "It's about the magazine entering the internet." Troy added, "Yes, the editor-in-chief of Garden Sala wants to move the magazine to your internet." Online magazine. Knight was shocked. He really can't underestimate others. He actually discovered the prospects of the internet before everyone else. By the way, Knight. Levy asked with concern, did the reviewer leave yesterday? Has the matter of Oracion Cease been resolved? Not yet, she went to investigate the situation. Knight shook his head helplessly, and asked this incompetent reviewer to find him. In fact, Urtia was sleeping in his house. Chapter 63 The first major customer of Magic Network Express. Weekly, Sosara wants to enter the internet. This is also a good thing for Knight, he is ready to have a good talk with the other party. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, a young man wearing a pink t-shirt and a magic camera hanging around his neck appeared at the door of the guild. Finally here, fairy tale, cool. The blonde reporter was in high spirits and started looking for the interview target as soon as he entered the door. He looked around the tavern hall with excited eyes. It's the demon, Mirajan. Cool. With a shout, the reporter excitedly found Mirajan. Mirajan was busy in the hall with a tray of drinks. When he saw the reporter, he greeted her with a smile. Mr. Jason, you are still the same. Cool. Reporter Jason kept talking about cool, picked up the camera, and said impatiently. Ms. Mira, can you take a few photos? The next issue of the weekly magazine will be. It's you. Suddenly, an angry voice of 133 interrupted him. Jason turned around and looked, and was immediately excited and couldn't help but be more excited than seeing Mirajan. Natsu. The real, fire dragon, Natsu. Great. It's the real one, super handsome. Cool. He was so excited that he bit his tongue and spoke incoherently. Damn it, you are the one who always writes about me badly. Yes, it's me. You always write about what I destroyed, and what I destroyed. Natsu spitted saliva in the other's face, and a hot flame could be seen from his throat. The next moment, take my punch. Bang. Jason was hit by a punch and spun 3,600 degrees on the spot, his face swollen. It's Fire Dragon's iron fist. Cool. He was still shouting cool when he was beaten. Ah, are you okay, Mr. Jason? Cold sweat dripped down Mirajan's face. Knight came over, squatted down and patted the reporter's face. Are you still alive? Jason, who was lying on the floor with a happy face, suddenly opened his eyes. Hello, I'm Knight. Quote, you are the newcomer Knight in the rumors. The founder of the internet. Jason shuddered all over, got up from the ground, bowed quickly and stretched out his hand. Can you shake hands with me? Knight's mouth twitched, feeling that this reporter was a bit of a pervert. But he still shook hands with the other party in a friendly manner. Cool. Jason spun around excitedly. I actually met the Lord of the Magic Network. I won't wash my hands for a week, please rest assured. Knight. No, you'd better wash it. I heard that your magazine wants to go online. That's right. This special interview is for this time. Jason nodded like pounding garlic. Internet magazine, cool. Don't be cool first, let's sit down and talk. Knight looked around and saw that Lucy's table was relatively empty, so he took Jason over. Lucy was sitting alone in a corner browsing the forum, and found Knight bringing people over, and looked up in confusion. Knight, who is he? A reporter for the weekly, Sosara. Quote. Sosara. Lucy's eyes widened instantly. This magazine is very famous. She used to ask Mrs. Spet to help her buy it every week. It was also through this magazine that she got to know the Wizard Guild fairy tale. Especially Miss Mirajan. She used to be seen in magazines frequently. She was a super beautiful model. FFFLX. Will Sosara interview me? Lucy got excited. What should I do? Maybe I can become a cover girl. What if I accidentally become a big celebrity? Will my father see me through the magazine? Hello, I'm Lucy, a newcomer to fairy tale. Oh. Jason just glanced at her, then sat opposite her, and then asked Knight anxiously. The magazine wants to go online, Mr. Knight, do you have any ideas? Can you do it? We are willing to pay the full amount of compensation. Lucy was petrified on the spot. Oh, that's it. Is this all my fame is? Don't you want to interview me? Looking at the reporter's diligent questioning of Knight, Lucy sat next to Knight mechanically, staring at him with resentful eyes. Knight wanted to laugh, but held back. Reaching out and touching the eldest lady's head, he introduced. She is a newcomer of the same period as me, a celestial spirit wizard. Quote. Celestial spirit wizard. Jason's eyes lit up and he became excited again. Cool. I'm Jason, a reporter for the weekly, Soshera. Lucy blushed slightly, and this time she became reserved, and nodded gently at Jason. Hello. Hello, hello. Celestial spirit wizards are wizards who sign contracts with celestial spirits and summon celestial spirits to fight, right? May I ask which ones you have contracted? Jason instantly entered the working state, but halfway through, he shook his head violently. No, the magazine's business is more important now. Calm down, Rusty. Knight had a speechless expression on his face. This reporter really seemed to love this job. Let's talk about business first. Your company wants to move the magazine to the internet. This can be done, but there are a few issues that need to be explained. Jason nodded quickly. Please go ahead. Knight said. I can help you develop a section specifically, which is a place similar to the Magic Network Forum, and it's called Weekly Soshera. Quote. I can give you the corresponding management authority, allowing you to freely edit the content of this section. But are you going to let readers read it for free? Hearing this, Jason was stunned for a moment. Can we charge for it? The magazine has discussed this internally. Even if they want to charge, they don't know how to charge. Therefore, at least at this stage, the magazine is going to provide it to all internet users for free. I have a suggestion here. Knight smiled and said, after a while, I will add a new function to the internet, the Magic Network Courier. After explaining the function of express delivery, he continued. Whether the online magazine content is free is up to you, but if users want to buy physical magazines, this function can help you. After hearing this, Jason was so excited that he trembled all over. Cool, I understand, Mr. Temporary. In other words, others can pay through the internet, and then we deliver the magazines to customers by MagicNet Express. Quote. Knight nodded. For small items like magazines, the magic power consumed by using MagicNet Express is not much, and the current reserve magic power of Deep Web can fully support it. Great. Jason quickly took out paper and pen to write down the key content to prevent forgetting. Don't be too happy too early. Knight shook his head and said, using the express delivery function is not free, and points are required every time an object is sent. Of course, considering that you may not have so many points, I can open a channel for you to buy points with coins. Quote. I see, I'll write this down, too. Jason is just a reporter, he can't make decisions on these matters. Then, the two discussed some details and reached a preliminary cooperation intention. Knight was very satisfied with the first user of Magic Web Express. Soshera is already famous, and when other people see this online shopping model, it will surely cause a sensation. With the Magic Web Express function, the value of points will be further raised. Maybe when the time is right, it can be monetized. Of course, compared to monetary income, Naishi is more concerned about the internet itself. Only when more and more people use the internet can he harvest more magic power. Chapter 64 Red Potion. Blue Potion. Phantom's Night Attack. Traitor, Juvia. After talking to reporter Jason, Knight began to think about how to create a new section. Speaking of which, I haven't received a new task for many days. The moment this idea came to my mind, the system arrived as promised. Task: develop a new internet section, Weekly Soshera, and make the user scale of this section exceed 5,000 people. Closing square bracket. Reward: the recipe for making physical recovery potions or magic recovery potions. Closing square bracket. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. When Knight saw the reward this time, he was a little surprised. This time it was not a magic reward, but a magic prop. Physical recovery potion. Magic recovery potion. This thing is not that kind of red and blue medicine. Knight always felt that the world of fairy tale was missing something, and the moment he saw this thing, he finally realized it. Missing red and blue medicine. Since it is a magic otherworld, it should have this thing. Choose one of the two. Knight thought about it, and he didn't decide which one to choose for the time being. This question will be considered after the task is completed. As for the task, it is not difficult to develop a new section weekly Soshara, just copy the forum code and modify it slightly. 28. Then add a few small functions, and it is expected to be completed in 3 days. However, the tool person of the thought body is busy developing Magic Network Express and he needs to write this new section himself. Thinking of this, Knight immediately opened the programming tool of the Magic Network. On the other side, after the reporter Jason finished talking with Knight, he jumped up and down like an excited monkey, pulling the members of the guild for interviews everywhere. "Oh, Fairy Queen, it's me. Cool, so cool. Can I interview you, Ms. Urza? Excuse me, how many sets of armor do you have? More than 100 sets. Cool. Which one do you like best? Bunny girl. Cool. Oh, isn't this happy? Happy, why are you blue? Ah, because you're a cat. Cool. Yo, Mr. Gray, why do you take off your clothes so easily? Wow, Elfman, what does manliness mean to you? Wow, President, Mr. Makarov of the Holy Ten. President, what is the great ambition of the guild?" The old man never expected that he would be pestered by a reporter as soon as he entered the guild. Facing such an important interview, Makarov coughed dryly. Well. Of course, with love and justice in mind, strive to improve every day, and strive to become a role model for all wizard guilds. The power of role models. Quote. He said a lot of polite words that he himself didn't believe. Cool. Jason believed it. Knight's head hurt after hearing it. It turned out that writing code in the guild was not suitable. Time flew by and it was evening in a blink of an eye. Jason, a writer, reporter, reader and fan of fairy tale, finally left with satisfaction. He took away a lot of interview manuscripts. Almost everyone in the guild was interviewed, even Lucy was no exception. Knight finally had some peace and quiet. When he returned home, Urtia had already left. Just when he was thinking of sending her a private message, he opened the internet and found that Urtia had left him a message. Pain Witch, sister is gone. Come back next time. Sigma Man, when did you leave? Pain Witch, do you miss your sister so soon? Pain Witch, sister will miss you too, kiss. Sigma Man, will you stay a few more days? Pain Witch, no, it still hurts now. Stinky brother, shy.jpg. Knight looked helpless, thinking, I didn't see you cry out in pain last night, but you were very enthusiastic in calling me brother. Sigma Man, then you should have a good rest. Closing square bracket. Pain Witch, help me take good care of Uru, I'll see you next time. Closing square bracket. Pain Witch, private photo in the bathroom.jpg. Witch of Pain, let's watch this tonight, snickering.jgp. This time, the photo is more explicit than the previous one. It was probably taken when Urtia got up and took a shower after he went to the guild in the morning. Knight disdained it. He no longer had any psychological fluctuations about such photos. But his hand had his own ideas and silently clicked to collect them. Sigma Man, send these to me every day, tell me, have you been planning for a long time? Witch of Pain, shy.jpg. Sure enough, boys must protect themselves well when they go out, otherwise they will accidentally fall into the witch's way. Who can stand sending these every night? Chatted with Urtia for a few more words and said goodbye to each other. Knight thought about it and split the thought body again. Arranged the tool man to continue writing code, he turned and left this small house. Do you want to buy a bigger house? The next time Urtia comes again, there will be more space. After Knight carefully considered it, he decided to buy a villa in the suburbs. In order to live a happy life, this money must be spent. However, it is late today, let's talk about it tomorrow. Back to the original apartment. Dinner with Lucy in the evening, because Mrs. Cooking skills are getting better and better. Lucy, your cooking skills have improved. Really, I learned from Miss Mira. Great, I will give you a raise, 3100 JA day in the future. Only 100. After a pleasant dinner, Knight took a shower and prepared to rest, and the ring on his hand suddenly flashed a white light. Open the Magic Network private message. Juvia, good night, Lord Knight. Closing square bracket. First, Juvia's daily greetings, and then the unusual one. Juvia, oh no, Tokatento. Juvia, President Jose seems to have received a special commission from some strange person, and is preparing to launch a guild war against Fairy Tail. Huh. Seeing this message, Knight was stunned. Sigma man, what commission? Juvia, sorry, I don't know either. Closing square bracket. Juvia, President Jose ordered us to gather the 4 elements and prepare to attack Fairy Tail. Closing square bracket. Juvia, just now, our guilds, Iron Dragon, Gajiel is on the way. We set off late at night, and it would be at least 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning when Gajiel arrived at Mag 993 Noria. There was no one in the guild, so why did he attack? Knight was a little speechless about this. Although he didn't know what the specific commission was, it was actually not very important. Sooner or later, a conflict would break out between the ruler of the Phantom and Fairy Tail. President Jose Porla would do such a thing for the false reputation of Fiore's strongest guild. Not only that, he himself and Makarov have some grudges. Probably at a party, both of them got drunk, both said that their guilds were the strongest, and then they fought, and Jose didn't win. Then this matter has been remembered. Juvia, Lord Knight, what should Juvia do? Sigma man, protect yourself and don't do anything. Knight thought, isn't the council going to nominate him as the Holy 10? After Jose Porla left, isn't there a vacant position? So, early the next morning, when Knight and Lucy went to the guild together, they saw many members gathered at the door of the guild. Everyone stared blankly at the guild building filled with iron bars. Who did it? Natsu roared angrily, and a flame spurted out of his mouth. Knight patted his shoulder comfortingly. It was the Phantom who did it. Natsu, let's go, I'll take you to revenge. It was the Phantom who started it, he was acting in self-defense. Chapter 65 One punch splits the sky, the whole army is mobilized. 4453. Natsu turned around immediately, the anger on his face could not be suppressed. Knight, are you telling the truth? Look at these iron bars, do they look like someone's magic you saw before? Knight reminded him. Although Natsu was a bit stupid, he was not a fool. After his reminder, he immediately thought of the routine meeting. He had a fight with Gajiel at that time. Iron Dragon Slayer, and G-Layer. Natsu clenched his fists, the flames of anger burning. Let's go, Knight, this breath can't be swallowed anyway. Wait, Natsu. Knight. Seeing that the two were about to take revenge on the spot, Murajan hurriedly dissuaded them. Everyone can understand your feelings, but the council does not allow armed conflicts between guilds. Mira, if you don't fight back when someone comes to you, are you still a man? Knight smiled faintly and punched the side of his body with his right fist. Boom. In an instant, the atmosphere cracked and the sky seemed to be broken. The whole city of Magnolia was shaking slightly. The water in the river was surging, shaking and wetting the trousers of pedestrians on the riverside. 1 + 4. What happened? The sky cracked. Countless citizens looked up in panic, stunned. At the entrance of the guild, everyone was also looking at this scene in amazement. If you want to go, follow me, tooth for tooth, blood for blood. Knight gathered his magic power and turned to leave. Natsu followed without hesitation. 2 hot-blooded idiots. Quote. Gray subconsciously took off his shirt, grinned, and immediately followed. A man should fight when he should. Elfman raised his right fist and shouted, Sister, don't stop us. Everyone who wants to go, come together. Follow Knight's footsteps. Oh, count me in. Women should stay at home first. This kind of fight should be fought by us men. Macau, Wakaba, Loki, Max, Vegeta, the men were encouraged by Knight's behavior and joined the crusade. XXT. Mirazan saw her brother also followed, opened her mouth but couldn't say anything to stop him. Lucy was still a little out of the situation, and only reacted when she saw the men walking away. Mira, what should we do? Pipe? Quote. Mirazan quickly opened the magic net and said quickly. Tell the president about this first, don't be impatient, go to the warehouse on the first floor of the basement of the guild and wait patiently. Levi looked at the two team members around him and gritted his teeth and said, "We can't let the men get ahead. We, Shadow Gear, are also members of Fairy Tail. Jet, Troy, we're going too." Levi. Mirajan was stunned. How come even girls are getting excited? Lucy blinked, "I'm going too." Quote. Mirajan suddenly felt a headache and prayed that the president would see it soon. If this goes on, it will soon turn into a war between the two guilds. Magnolia, the eastern forest. In the depths of the forest here, there is a small wooden house. Polyusica, a healing wizard who is good at healing magic, lives in seclusion here. At this time, the elderly lady, who was usually gentle, was pointing at Makarov's winnings and cursing. "Is it the knight from your guild? That guy had a fight with others near here the night before yesterday and destroyed a large area of forest. Are you listening, Makarov? That's why I hate humans." Makarov was daydreaming and suddenly sneezed. Boom. The next moment, there was a roar in the sky. The two people in the room were stunned. "It's not me. My sneeze shouldn't have this kind of power," Makarov quickly explained, and when he turned his head and looked out the window, his face suddenly became solemn. The sky cracked. "This magic power, is that kid?" Polyusica instantly recognized the culprit and said angrily, "He's messing around again, and sooner or later he'll tear down Magnolia." At this time, the ring flashed white light. Makarov had a bad premonition. He opened the private message and saw that it was a message from Mirajan. After reading it, he was completely dumbfounded. Natsu, Gray, Elfman, and Knight. He thought Knight was a good kid, but he didn't expect him to be so impulsive. A group of thorns attacked the ghost. "Jose, this be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Makarov burst out for a moment, and directly shattered the wooden door behind him. Polyuzica was furious and tore down her house in front of her. But seeing Makarov's heavy face, his anger subsided. What happened? No, don't say it, I don't want to know, you go away. I'm sorry, I'll have someone come to fix the forest later. Now I have more important things to do. Makarov turned and left. The children of the guild have all gone there. If he, as the president, can't be there, who will fight against Jose? Ogu City, where the ghost is located, is several hours away from Magnolia. The angry fairy tale people naturally couldn't bear to wait for the magic train. So, everyone went to the magic four-wheeler shop and rented several cars. Knight, aren't you coming up? Gray sat in the driver's seat of one of the four-wheelers, and when he was about to start, he saw that Tut hadn't joined the army yet. I have a magic two-wheeler at home. I ride that faster, and yours can't fit. Understood, then we will meet in Ogu City. Gray nodded, started the car, and quickly caught up with the main force. Watching them leave, Knight returned home and rode on the obsidian worth 4.2 million. It's expensive for a reason, it's faster. When starting the engine, I suddenly remembered something. I immediately sent a message to Laxus. Sigma Man, the guild was dismantled by Spectre. After a while, Laxus really replied. Laxus, what's going on? Sigma Man, I'm going to dismantle Spectre's guild now. If you're late, you won't be able to catch up. Laxus, I'll be there. Leave Jose to me. Although I don't quite understand what happened, Laxus is very active as long as he can deal with Spectre. Knight suspected that he didn't even do the task now, and he was going to rush over on the spot. Started the car and slowly headed towards the direction of Ogu City. Jiao. Is someone missing? Knight thought about it, who else is in the S rank of the guild? Gildarts, not here. Mistogen, no friends. Mirajan, not fit for battle now. Urza. Knight realized then that he hadn't seen Urza before. Knight. Urza's shout happened to be heard. Knight stopped the car immediately and turned around to see Urza walking out of a magic armor shop. She was holding a new set of armor in her hands. Urza, what are you doing? The armor you broke last time was just repaired today. Urza smiled and answered, then asked in confusion, it was you who shook the sky just now. What happened? Oracion Cease appeared again. Knight immediately turned the handle, made a graceful U-turn, stopped beside Urza, and pointed to the back seat. Get in the car, and seek revenge on the Phantom. Huh. Urza had a question mark on her head. Don't talk nonsense, get in the car quickly. Quote. Chapter 66 Tit for Tat, Knight and Urza come to the door. Urza was the second girl to sit on the back seat of the Obsidian. As Knight drove her to Ogu City at a high speed, he couldn't help but miss Lucy. Lucy would hug him tightly when sitting in the back, and he could feel the girl's soft body when he braked suddenly. But Urza was different. The only touch from her back was the hardness of the armor. Quote. This is the situation. After listening to Knight's explanation, Urza finally understood the situation. She put her hands on Knight's shoulders and couldn't help but exert force because of anger. 14,453. Urza whispered the name of the enemy guild, her slender eyebrows were frowned, and her eyes were full of extinction. After a while, she took a deep breath to calm down. I heard the president say before that the feud between our fairy tale and their phantom can be traced back to the founding of the guild. The founding. Knight thought about it, and he really had no impression. He remembered the main plot of fairy tale, but some minor things, only vague impressions. Urza seemed to have only a vague understanding and did not delve into the topic. But Knight, how do you know it was done by the phantom? What's the point of attacking an empty tavern in the middle of the night? Juvia told me. Urza then remembered the four elements, Rain Girl, who had traveled with her some time ago, and a look of realization appeared on her delicate face. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, Knight. Speed up. Go full speed, she urged loudly. It's already 573 as fast as it can go. Knight was helpless. Why don't you change your armor? My back hurts. Sorry, change the armor. A simple and direct apology. Urza's body was shining with golden light, and she changed the daily female knight armor into a soft dress. The fabric of the Far-U clothes has good elasticity. It is a set of kimono-style armor with a purple base and black belts. Is this okay? She said seriously, how about I drive? Hold on. Knight instantly increased the magic input, and the SE plug continuously absorbed his magic power and converted it into the power of the car. Obsidian ran on the ground, like a violent beast, and the roar of the engine was like the roar of a monster. It moved rapidly along the railway and finally caught up with the main force half an hour later. Knight. Gray watched a black magic guide two-wheeler pass by like a gust of wind, leaving a piece of yellow sand on the road. Urza turned back and shouted, hurry up. Ogu City. An ancient city with a historical atmosphere. At the end of the road leading to the top of the mountain along the slope is the branch of the ruler of the Wizard Guild Phantom. At this time, the tavern of the branch. Hey, Mr. Gajiel, didn't you take a few photos of the scene? Yes, post the photos on the forum so that people from other guilds can have a good look. Now those fairies must be furious. Maybe they will come and we will take revenge. Impossible. How dare those fairies violate the laws of the council? Unlike the bright fairy tale, the tavern of the Phantom branch here is much darker. A group of phantom wizards discussed last night's actions in a heated atmosphere. As the executor, Gajiel said nothing. He sat at a table, crunching, a pile of scrap copper and iron. The iron screws in his mouth were like a delicious and soft cookie bar. Someone raised his glass and shouted, "We Phantom are the strongest." Boom. As soon as the words fell, the guild gate was suddenly broken. A black motorcycle rushed into the tavern, the front wheel was raised high and then heavily crushed a table. The wizard who shouted, "Phantom is the strongest," was instantly crushed under the wheel, and his face was subjected to the friction of the tire. Instantly, everyone was shocked. All eyes were focused on the two uninvited guests. Fairy tale. It's the fairy queen, Urza. They're really coming. The group of people who were shouting just now were frightened and screamed on the spot. Gajiel snorted and stood up and said, "Only 2 people came. Is it you, the culprit who destroyed the guild?" Urza got out of the back seat and pointed her sword at the many ghost wizards with a fierce momentum. Knight parked the obsidian slowly. Without saying any nonsense, he swung his arm and hit the weather with his right fist. Boom. Sid. It was as if the space was broken and the earth was shaking. In an instant, the strong earthquake caused the entire guild building to shake violently. What? Earthquake? He is the knight of fairy tale. The lord of the magic net. Get out of the way. It's going to collapse. With one punch, the huge branch guild collapsed in an instant. The walls were torn, the roof was broken, and it was shaking because of the earthquake. With the violent shaking, many ghost wizards who were eating and drinking just a moment ago panicked and avoided the disaster. Broken beams fell from the top of their heads, and rubble and bricks fell like raindrops. Boom, boom, boom. Amid screams, only a few seconds passed, and this place became a ruin, and everyone was buried under the ruins. The only intact place was the guild gate behind Night. However, the gate only lasted a little longer. Without the support of the wall, the door frame shook and fell to the ground with a clang. Where is Jose? Night finally spoke. Until then. You asked after you had already demolished the guild. She used to think that Natsu had been messing around enough, but she didn't expect that Natsu would be even better. But what was going on? Suddenly, in the ruins, a broken wall was slowly pushed open, and Gajil stood up from the ruins. He wiped the stains on his face with the back of his hand, his eyes fixed on Night, and said, "We meet again, master of the magic net. I really received your care last time." As soon as he finished speaking, his cheeks bulged, and he opened his mouth and blew a dragon's breath, hitting a man and a woman not far away. Iron Dragon's roar. Night walked towards the opponent's roar without dodging. The magic power flowed, forming a milky white magic shield around him. After the dragon's breath hit the magic shield, it was difficult to break through the vibration force. Night approached step by step against the opponent's dragon's breath. Every step he took, the ground would be shaken and shattered. Bang, bang, bang. One step and one sound, like a bolt from the blue. What? Gajil's pupils shrank suddenly, and his mind was shocked. This guy's magic power is much stronger than last time. Using vibration magic to form a magic shield around the body, this way of using magic power requires not only strong magic support, strong magic attainments and precise magic control. This can only be achieved with the support of extremely high experience and technology. It is impossible for ordinary magicians. He has only seen similar moves on President Jose. Urza also showed a surprised expression, with a pair of beautiful eyes widened. Magic shield. Suddenly, Night's figure disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Gajil. With lightning speed, he grabbed the opponent's neck and lifted him into the air. You dismantled our guild, and I removed the ruler of your ghost. This is fair, don't you think? Chapter 67. The Holy Ten is full, please make room for me. Fair? How is it fair? Gajil only felt that his opponent's grip was very strong, and he had difficulty breathing, so he had to turn his neck into iron. President Jose is at the headquarters. He said in a deep voice, walk from here to the back mountain, and you will see him soon. As soon as the voice fell, his right foot turned into an iron sword and kicked upward fiercely. Iron Dragon Sword. There are saw teeth on the blade, and when it rotates at high speed, it is a chainsaw. Such a small action naturally cannot be hidden from Night's 6 eyes. The flow of magic power in Gajil's body is transparent in his eyes. He can see through what the opponent wants to do in advance. His eyes are slightly focused, and a vibration force bursts out. With a bang, the person is directly thrown dozens of meters away. At the same time, a shout came from the back. Night, Urza. A pair of white wings appeared on Happy's back, and his little claws grabbed Natsu's collar and flew towards this side quickly. Happy, Natsu. Where are the others? Urza looked back. Night also glanced at the two of them and had to marvel at Happy's great strength. As a dragon slayer, Natsu is not good at using transportation, but it's fine if Happy takes him flying. Love, everyone is right behind. Happy loosened his claws, and Natsu fell from a height and landed on the ground. Where are all the specter bastards? Natsu endured for a long time, and then roared, with raging fire wrapped around his body. Facing the ruins of the specter branch, his expression suddenly became a little confused. Where are the people? This scene is the result of being blown up by Knight's punch. Hey, Fire Dragon, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Gajeel, who was bounced away, stood up again and greeted provocatively. You started the fight, don't say it's a misunderstanding now, B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************him alone. Gajeel punched in the air, and his arm turned into an iron rod and suddenly stretched out. Before Natsu could even get close to the other party, he was hit in the abdomen by a stick. He held the iron stick with both hands, and the hot flames burned the iron stick. A pair of slippers slid on the ground for more than 10 meters, and he took it with his body. It doesn't hurt at all, you iron B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** for mercy later. Gajeel grinned and retracted the iron stick. The two dragon slayers rushed to each other and quickly fought each other. Seeing this scene, Urza had already sat on the obsidian motorcycle, and while putting on the SE socket, she said to Knight. "Leave this guy to Natsu, let's go to the headquarters, get in the car, Knight." "That's my motorcycle," Knight complained in his heart, walked over and sat in the back seat, and hugged Urza's waist without hesitation. "Don't break my car, it's quite expensive." Urza smiled lightly, twisted the handle, and with the roar of the engine, the car quickly went towards the back mountain. Knight had already consumed a lot of magic power after driving all the way from Magnolia to here. Urza didn't want him to waste too much magic power. After all, there was still a tough battle to come. As soon as they left, Fairy Tail's large army arrived here. Seeing Natsu and Gajeel fighting, Elfman shouted, "Natsu! Where are Knight and the others?" "Ah, they were here just now." When Natsu was distracted to answer, he found that Knight was gone. Gajeel seized the opportunity and punched him hard, curling his lips. "He's going to the headquarters, you'd better get out of here." "The headquarters of the Phantom is not far from here." Knight sat on the back seat of the motorcycle, happy and relaxed. "This place is very desolate, without a trace of green vegetation. At the end of the Bear Mountain Road, the headquarters of the Phantom can be vaguely seen." Suddenly, "Stop," Knight reminded, but it was too late. He immediately hugged Urza tightly and flew off the motorcycle. At the same time, the ground in front of him suddenly raised two big hands of rock and soil, as if slapping a fly to death. With a bang, his beloved motorcycle was slapped into a pile of scrap metal. Urza was slightly startled. Knight held her in the air and flew in the air. When his eyes fell on the scrap metal, he couldn't help but feel pain. 4205. "I'm sorry." Urza was a little embarrassed, but said with a very serious expression, "If you are angry, please give me a fist." Knight shook his head. "Forget it, I broke your armor last time, so we're even." At this time, in front of the obsidian that turned into scrap metal, a gentleman suddenly emerged from the ground. The gentleman wore a monocle and a brown suit. His legs seemed to grow in the ground, and the whole person seemed to have no bones, twisting in a weird posture. "Bonjour, Fairy Tale Wizard, my name is Saul, please politely call me Mr. Saul." Urza put her right hand around Knight's neck, looked at the sneak attacker, and her expression became serious. "It's Saul, one of the four elements of the ghost. Knight, let me go, I'll deal with him." Knight slowly descended and landed not far in front of Saul. As soon as she landed, Urza changed her clothes immediately, and a white light flashed in her right hand, and a spear appeared. "Please give me flowers." She felt very sorry for accidentally breaking Knight's motorcycle. But the culprit was the guy in front of her, and she had to beat him up anyway. "Wait." Knight quickly grabbed Urza's wrist. Due to inertia, Urza slipped. Not only did she not rush out, but she was pulled back. "President Jose, long time no see." Hearing this, Urza frowned and immediately followed Knight's gaze. A figure appeared out of thin air in front of Saul. "President Jose." Urza gritted her teeth and glared at him. "See you again, Knight, and Miss Urza." Jose was still dressed the same as last time he was seen, smiling and spreading his hands. "I didn't expect that there were only two of you. I'm sorry that Makarov didn't come." Knight's thought moved, and the figure disappeared instantly. 0. Space-time magic flying thunder god. The motorcycle that turned into scrap metal suddenly unfolded a golden magic circle. Knight teleported to Jose's side and hit the other's smiling face mercilessly. Even though he was one of the 10 holy magicians, Jose Porla didn't expect Knight to know space magic. While a look of astonishment appeared on his face, the punch had already hit his left face hard. With a bang, Jose flew out dozens of meters like a sandbag and hit a rock on the side of the road. Then, the rock was shattered by the vibrating magic. Jose Porla rolled around in a mess again. President. Saul was shocked. Urza stared at him with her eyes wide open, and suddenly she was a little envious. Teleportation is really amazing. However, she locked her eyes firmly. Jose. He is as famous as the President Makarov, and he will not be defeated so easily. Jose Porla stood up easily and reached out to touch his beaten face. As expected of the 10 wizard saints, you can easily block the sneak attack. I couldn't block it completely. To be honest, it hurts a bit, and my teeth are loose. It's amazing. I admire you more and more. Jose answered with a smile at first, but soon his eyes turned cold. But you are a little too presumptuous, Brother Knight. Boom. A strong burst of magic power, the sky and the earth changed color. In the sky, dark clouds gradually blocked the sunlight, and a dim color descended on the earth. In Knight's opinion, the magic power of Jose at this time was at least 6. Maybe even 7 stars. Knight thought, and smiled slightly. The council nominated me as the 10th saint, but the 10th saint is full, please make room for me. Chapter 68 Infinite Magic Power. A blow that pierces the sky. What a disgusting magic. Urza's face was solemn. Jose's magic was very evil, exuding the breath of death. Ordinary wizards would feel nauseous and vomit just standing in front of this magic. Holy. Jose couldn't help but narrow his eyes after hearing Knight's words. Really? The council seems to value you very much. This is natural. He also values you very much, and the people in the council are not fools. But you don't have to be so kind. Suddenly, Jose's magic power disappeared, and he laughed strangely. When I solve Makarov and destroy Fairy Tail, you can replace Makarov and become the new Holy 10 Magicians. Can you beat him? Knight complained in his heart. Wait a little longer, the old man might be here. Urza. At this time, Fairy Tail's large army had caught up, and several magic four-wheelers were running rampant. The person who shouted was Gray. A group of people got off the car quickly and came behind Urza. Everyone glared at Jose Porla, and their momentum was high. Ho ho ho. 370. They are all here, you little brats, wail as much as you want. Jose spread his palms with a fake smile. Black ghosts rushed out from his palms, densely packed with hundreds of black ghosts. I'm waiting for you at the headquarters, who came to me. As he spoke, Jose's body gradually became transparent, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only groups of dark soldiers were left. What is this? Such disgusting magic. It's the ghost soldiers created by Jose. How many? Hundreds. Looking at the Fairy Tail people surrounded by ghost soldiers, Soul's body tilted to the right at 90 degrees, and his upper body was almost parallel to the ground. No, no, no. This is the dark magic of the president. If you touch it, your vitality will be taken away. Saul touched his beard. This is a kind reminder, fairies. Make way. Knight punched with one hand and bombarded in the air. The vibration turned into a shock wave that instantly swept through Saul of the 4 elements. The land in front seemed to be wiped out by a giant's hand. With a bang, Saul was knocked away on the spot, and he crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and crashed into the guild headquarters. I'll deal with Jose. Quote. Leaving behind a sentence, Knight flew up lightly and flew directly to the ghost headquarters. Seeing this, Urza immediately shouted. I will go to help Knight, you guys be careful. Change clothes Tianlonjikai. The far-reaching clothes disappeared, replaced by the silver-white armor like a battle angel. Urza flew up and quickly chased Knight. Gray killed a ghost soldier with one move, but the ghost soldier would regenerate and twist and recover again. Jose must be solved to remove this magic. He was shocked and rushed to the headquarters immediately. At the same time, he shouted to everyone. Don't get entangled with these things, rush in with me. Oh, quote. A group of people showed their magical powers, and released colorful magic to the ghost soldiers in the sky. While fighting, they entered the phantom headquarters. When they came to a wall, Elfman shouted, "Receive Black Bull." The right hand turned into a black arm of Black Bull, and smashed the wall with a punch. When everyone entered the headquarters, a large group of phantom wizards were waiting for them. "Hello, fairies." The leader had half black and half white hair, and stood in front of a group of wizards with his hands in his pockets. "I am Totomaru, one of the 4 elements, Big Fire. It's our first meeting. Can I ask you to die?" Urza invaded the phantom headquarters from the air. Originally, she followed Night, but Night flew too fast, turned into a beam of golden light, and instantly entered the roof. She lost her target. Suddenly, it started to drizzle. The castle-like phantom headquarters, on one of the platforms. Juvia held a blue umbrella and quietly looked up at Urza in the sky. "Juvia." Urza found an acquaintance and immediately landed on the platform. "Did you see Night?" "No, where is your president?" "Juvia is jealous." Juvia looked at her unkindly and glared at her with gritted teeth. Juvia saw through the magic crystal that Lord Night was riding in a magic 2-wheeled vehicle with you and hugged your waist from behind. Ah, Urza had a bad feeling. Juvia wants to be hugged too. Juvia yelled with envy, "Urza, you said you're not a love rival. You lied to me last time, this time Juvia will never let you go." Raising her hand, a magic was cast. The water flow was cut. The water turned into a flying knife and suddenly hit Urza. Urza had a headache on her face and swung the knife to cut off the attacking water knife. "Wait a minute, listen to my explanation, there's no need to fight you." No. The highest room in the phantom headquarters. Jose leaned back leisurely on the bench. A huge magic crystal floated in front of him, showing many battlefields of both sides. Whether it was the fairy tale army at the bottom, Urza on the rooftop platform, or the battle of the 2 dragons in the ruins of the branch. All were under his surveillance. At this time, respond. Night kicked the door open and stepped into the room. "Come." Jose smiled and said, clasping his hands together, facing his abdomen, "You came here from Magnolia, destroyed one of my branches, and used powerful super magic again and again. Your magic power is running low, Brother Night. What can you do when you come to me like this?" Hearing this, Night felt the little magic power left in his body. Slowly stretched out his right hand, and a soft white light was released from his palm. "It's really almost at the limit." Seeing that he was so honest, Jose stood up from the chair and approached with a smile. "Fairy tale will soon become history, but you are different, Brother Night. You are a genius wizard that I recognize. What I said last time is still valid now." In response, Night shook his head, "Thank you for your invitation, but you misunderstood one thing." As he spoke, Night's magic power rose rapidly. The magic power that was about to dry up was restored to its original state in an instant and reached full state. "I can have as much magic power as I want." "What?" Jose's smile froze, revealing an expression of disbelief and horror. "What's going on? This guy's magic power is indeed almost dry, and at most it can support a few small magics." But right in front of him, it recovered in an instant. "This is impossible. How did you do it?" Jose stared at Night, and said with gloomy eyes. "How did you do it?" "President Jose, I personally have a rough division of the amount of magic power." Night said to himself, "For example, this is a 1-star magic calendar." As he spoke, the white light in his palm quickly burst out dozens of times brighter. "The punch I just gave you consumed about 1/3 of my heart. Unfortunately, I didn't cause you enough damage." Jose frowned deeply. "What are you talking about?" "Don't worry, listen to me. This is 2 stars. The white light in the palm of his hand became stronger and stronger, almost filling the whole room. Then 3 stars. The flow of magic power was visible to the naked eye, and it seemed that a strong wind was set off in the room. Jose couldn't help but squint his eyes. The amount of magic power was equivalent to 0.3 sol of the earth under his command. Finally, 4 stars. In an instant, all the white light converged and was compressed into a palm. Night slowly pointed his pale palm at Jose. "I gave this move a name before. Amazing." Boom. The extremely compressed magic power exploded in an instant. A thick beam of white light swallowed up the Jose, shot through the house and across the sky. At the same time, Makarov, who had just arrived in Ogu City, looked up at the sky in shock. The dark sky covered by dark clouds, the white light of the sun stretched for thousands of meters. Wherever it passed, the sky was like exquisite glass and porcelain, pierced by a blow, and the dense cracks almost filled the entire field of vision. This magic power, night, Makarov muttered absent-mindedly. Chapter 69 The President's Teaching, Super Magic Fairy Law. The magic power that shook the sky could be felt by the people of the whole city. Many citizens of Ogu City looked up at the sky. A beam of white light penetrated the sky, and the cracks spreading from the white light almost turned the entire sky into a spider web. The river channel under the mountain was shaken and twisted, and the earth was torn apart. The aftermath alone caused a huge change in the terrain. Ogu City ushered in a strong earthquake, and many citizens on the street ran to the open space in panic. The platform of the castle. Mg. Urza avoided Juvia's attack again and looked up in surprise. She had seen this move before. As a person who experienced it firsthand, her black armor was broken by this move. However, compared with that time, the power this time was several times stronger. The top floor of the castle. The original room had been shattered, and the surrounding walls disappeared. The breathtaking release from Knight's palm lasted for nearly 10 seconds, and the group finally dissipated. With a plop, Jose knelt on one knee, his magic robe was tattered, and his magic hat was missing. His face was covered with blood, and blood was flowing out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Suddenly, Jose coughed, his face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, reddening the floor under his feet. He stared at Knight with his bloodshot eyes. External injuries are fine, but internal injuries are the problem. The shock of this shock pierced his magic shield, causing heavy bleeding in his internal organs. President Jose, I admire you very much. Knight put down his right palm and said admiringly. You dare to take my 4-star super magic head on. This is his full strength attack. If he hits Ogu City, the whole city will be buried in ruins. I don't know if he was angry, but Jose coughed a few more times. He staggered to his feet, his posture seemed a little shaky, and his heavy breathing became much more rapid. It seemed that even standing firmly consumed a lot of his physical strength and will. Don't be so arrogant, brat. Joss finally had the strength to speak, and said with gritted teeth, release all the magic power in one strike. If you can't defeat the enemy, you will just be a piece of fish on the chopping board. No magician would do such a stupid thing. He has seen it today. He was almost killed in one move. As he spoke, he raised his right hand with great effort. Dark erosion. A strange purple magic circle appeared in front of his palm, and the evil magic power turned into tentacles and attacked Knight. At this time, in Jose's eyes, Knight's magic power had dried up, and he couldn't use any magic. However, Knight just waved his hand, and with a snap, he directly smashed the purple tentacles. At the same time, the dried magic power was restored in an instant. Impossible. Jose trembled all over, not because of the pain in his body, but because he was frightened by the incredible scene in front of him. You are so forgetful. I just said that I can have as much magic power as I want. Knight just smiled and stretched out his right hand again. A milky white halo appeared in his palm again. Right pointing arrow. The magic power is rising rapidly. Jose felt the trembling from his soul and stared at Knight in a daze. The same move again. Can this move be used infinitely for him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Illusion. Jose, desperate, even thought of magic of the illusion type. Maybe everything he encountered before was just an illusion. Otherwise, there is no way to release it. Del. Suddenly, Knight gathered his magic power and looked sideways behind him. Makarov was bathed in the sacred light and descended from a height. Jose also noticed Makarov. You were really in a mess, Yaozer. Makarov landed slowly and stood beside Knight, looking at his old rival calmly. He thought he was here to save the kids. Unexpectedly, Jose couldn't beat Knight. Knight really gave him a big surprise. Makarov. Jose gritted his teeth. You were amazing, Jose. You have such powerful magic at such a young age. You deserve the title of Saint 10. Makarov praised him sincerely. Then, he changed the subject. If you know how to use this magic correctly, instead of using it in meaningless fights, you will surely become a role model for the younger generation. But it was obvious that these words were an insult to Jose. Are you preaching? Jose's forehead was bulging with blue veins, but he was too seriously injured to burst out powerful magic. Watch out, Knight. Makarov took a deep breath and put his palms together. Your super magic is too destructive, and the wave will cause irreparable damage to the surrounding environment. I will show you another super magic now, remember it. Don't mess around next time. Is this the super magic of fairy tale? Knight poured magic power into his 6 eyes, turned on at full power, and stared at the old man. Makarov said in a deep voice. According to the trial rules of fairy tale. Jose, I'll count to 3 and give you time to think it over. Kneel down and repent. End this boring farce. Magic power condensed between Makarov's palms, and a small golden ball of light was born. In Knight's eyes, the star rating of this magic power almost instantly increased to 3 stars. And it only remained at this level. Kneel down. Repent. Jose's expression was distorted by anger. Do it. A sudden roar. So sad, so sad. An illusory figure appeared behind Makarov. The leader of the 4 elements, Arya of the sky. This person has a blindfold on both eyes and appears behind Makarov at the critical moment. As if I don't exist. Knight punched out and directly knocked the person away from the semi-transparent state. 200. He knew that the other party was hiding in the dark, but he was too lazy to care. The most powerful ability of this leader of the 4 elements is to instantly empty the opponent's magic power. In the original plot, Makarov was really plotted by him. Quote dash exclamation mark quote. Makarov was unmoved by this and silently counted. Jose's face turned pale. 2. I am the president of the first guild in the kingdom, Jose, one of the 10 holy wizards. Facing the crisis of life and death, Jose's willpower made him burst out the last strength. How can I kneel? The evil purple magic turned into countless tentacles and launched an indiscriminate attack on Makarov and Knight. 3. I'm sorry, Jose. Quote. Makarov put his hands together, and in an instant, the holy light enveloped the earth. Above the city of Ogu, a huge golden magic circle that could almost cover half of the city was born. 1,000-foot-long light was projected from the magic circle. Fairy law, start. In an instant, the holy and warm light enveloped Knight. Knight looked up at the magic circle. He saw the profound magic knowledge from it. At this moment, the people of the whole city stopped involuntarily and bathed in the baptism of holy light. For a long time, when the holy light dissipated, Jose's hair was already white, and he knelt on the ground and trembled. The whole face looked extremely old, as if decades had passed in an instant. Chapter 70. The Council of Ministers is here to clean up the mess. The launch of super magic fairy law means the end of the fight between the 2 guilds. Makarov looked at Knight and smiled kindly. Remember it? I remember a little. Knight nodded first, then shook his head. President, you don't think I can learn it just by looking at it? Don't worry, I will teach you slowly. Makarov looked at the city of Ogu, especially the river destroyed by the earthquake, and his smile suddenly collapsed. Alas, I am the one who has to write a self-criticism later. The old man wanted to cry, but in the end he could only sigh helplessly. The farce is over, go back, and rebuild the guild. Knight glanced at Jose. Don't care about him. The council will deal with it. Why does this sound a bit like the police came out to clean up the mess in Hong Kong movies? Bah, our fairy tale is a regular guild. President Jose. Quote. Knight walked up to Jose and asked, whose commission did you accept? What is the content of the commission? No answer. Old Jose was like a stinky rat in the gutter. Unable to bear to look at the sacred light, he knelt on the ground and trembled, his lips trembling. After being hit by 2 different super magics, Jose could not even make a sound. The next day, Magnolia. The guild building that was originally filled with iron rods by Gajil has been demolished. Since we have to rebuild, let's just build it bigger. So, everyone decided to expand it on the original site. As for the scale of the expansion, Knight took the preview picture of the completion and showed a subtle expression of old man in the subway looking at his phone. Mira, which kid's crayon doodle is this? It's too abstract, right? Who can understand it? Quote. Mirajan's bright smile gradually froze, and she covered her face and cried on the spot. Knight, ah, you drew it. At this time, near the middle of the night, the ruins of the guild became a large construction site. Strong men, such as Natsu, Gray, Elfman, etc., are all diligently carrying building materials. Even Urza changed into a foreman's uniform and worked hard to build the new guild. What is Knight doing? Knight is slacking off. At least he was slacking off the second before, but now he accidentally made the poster girl cry. Actually, if you look closely, the painting is also very good. Knight complimented against his will, and seeing that the poster girl was still crying, he had no choice but to say, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Really? Mirajan's eyes lit up. Knight, your fake crying is also very realistic. I'm doing my best to cooperate with you in the performance. Mirajan laughed, it's a deal. So, she was in a good mood and picked up the juice beside her to reward the hardworking people. Knight opened the internet, and the forum about the battle between Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord was already very popular. Various posts emerged one after another. Magicians are a group of people who are quite idle. They either do commissions to earn money or meditate and practice to train themselves. In addition, they have a lot of free time at their disposal. This group of idle people knew that the top two guilds in the Kingdom of Fury suddenly started fighting. Each of them was like a shark that smelled blood, and they were crazy posting on the forum. I heard that Phantom started it first. They lost the battle, and the base camp was demolished. Fairy Tail is also rebuilding. I happened to pass by Magnolia. There is a picture as evidence, construction site photo.jpg. I heard that Laxus's Thunder God team attacked more than 20 phantom branches in one day and demolished them all. Closing square bracket. Think carefully, isn't Fairy Tail a bit too strong? Phantom didn't even last half a day. Closing square bracket. The strongest guild in the Kingdom of Fury. If Miss Mira sees this, please add me to the favorites, I want points. Are you focusing on the wrong thing? The point is that President Jose seems to have been defeated by Knight. Knight, internet developer. Who else but him? Closing square bracket. The front row worships the Lord of the Demons. For my sincerity, please add me to the favorites. Lord Knight, kneel down.jpg. The building behind suddenly tilted, and a group of people asked to add me to the favorites. Knight used the developer's authority to select a few people who spoke the most pleasantly and gave them rewards. At this time, a private message popped up in the upper right corner. Witch of Pain, I'm so tired. Closing square bracket. Witch of Pain, you really don't make your sister worry, making such a big fuss. Closing square bracket. Pain Witch, the council just ended, and my sister is speaking for you. Pain Witch, why don't you thank my sister? Hum.jpg. Is there such a benefit for a woman who is a counselor? Knight's mouth curled up slightly. Sigma man, what will the council say? I was acting in self-defense. Pain Witch, how can you defend someone else's house? Knock on the head.jpg. Pain Witch, luckily, I have my sister to speak for you. Roll your eyes.jpg. For her behavior of seeking credit, Knight chose to satisfy her. What else can he do? Sigma man, thank you, sister, you are so nice. Do you want me to send you a handsome photo? Pain Witch, no need. Pain Witch, anyway, the council decided to arrest the leaders first. Sigma man, it seems that Natsu will be in jail. Closing square bracket. Pain Witch, it's you, stinky brother. Speechless.jpg. Why arrest me? Did you speak up for me? Knight was speechless at that time. Pain Witch, but don't worry, you are in legitimate defense, just come to the headquarters to go through the motions. Sigma man, why the headquarters? The council branch of the Kingdom of Fury is not okay. Pain Witch, it was my sister who specifically mentioned it. Pain Witch, Come to the headquarters, my sister misses you, Shy.jpg. Sigma man, just arrest me. I doubt you didn't speak up for me at all. Pain Witch, and Urza Shukalit, you two leaders come together. Knight was relieved immediately, someone was in jail with him, and his heart was balanced all of a sudden. However, after thinking carefully, did he make a mistake? Urza. She didn't even know the guild was attacked, he brought them there on his motorcycle. Sigma man, how many days will you stay? Witch of Pain, 1 day, just a formality. Witch of Pain, sister will take the trouble to bring you food when the time comes. Sigma man, what about the specter? Knight can understand this kind of formality. After all, the council also has to save face, and can't just do nothing. Witch of Pain, they took the initiative to provoke the struggle, so the punishment will be severe money. Witch of Pain, the council will force the ruler of the specter to disband and deprive Jose Porla 10 wizard saints of his title. Witch of Pain, by the way, there is also that Iron Dragon Gajiel, he started it first, although it was Jose who gave the order, but he will also be detained for a while. Knight thought, why don't you talk about the business? Then the next second, Urtia seemed to have a telepathic connection with him and sent a message. Witch of Pain, a position will be vacant soon in the Holy 10, and I will nominate you. Closing square bracket. Witch of Pain, are you happy? This time when you come to the headquarters, you may be awarded the Holy 10 medal. Closing square bracket. Okay. Knight nodded with satisfaction. Although the title of Holy 10 is useless, it sounds cool. He chatted with Urtia for a while. The army of the Council of Ministers really came. Knight already knew in advance that he was going to jail. Urza Shukalit, Knight, are you two here? The leader of the compulsory restraint unit as an acquaintance. Chapter 71 in Urtia's house, Forbidden Magic R system. The council's mandatory restraint force broke into the construction site, bringing a group of Loan Knights with them. The busy guild members were shocked. Oh no, the army is coming, run. Natsu dropped the wood in his hand as if a mouse saw a cat. Happy quickly grabbed him. It's for Knight and Urza, Natsu. Natsu stopped and suddenly frowned. Urza was wearing a foreman's uniform and a safety helmet. When she heard someone calling her name, she took the initiative to walk over. I'm Urza, what's the matter? Although it was a question, she had a premonition in her heart. The captain nodded, confirmed Urza's identity, and said loudly. According to the restraint order of the Magic Council, Urza Shukalit, the Wizard of Fairy Tale, is now under arrest. As expected, Urza was not surprised, but showed an expression of expected. Hearing this, the rest of the people on the construction site quickly surrounded her. Arrest Urza? Are you kidding me? What's the reason? I don't agree. What law did Urza break? Is it because of what happened yesterday? Why don't you arrest the ghosts? Natsu and others were indignant. Calm down. If you interfere with public affairs, you will also be implicated. 260 inches. Cold sweat dripped from the captain's forehead. At this time, Chinte walked over. See you again, Mr. Knight. The captain greeted him and then said. You are also one of the targets to be arrested. Please cooperate. Quote. Knight didn't know the other person's name, but in the Eisenwald incident, this person was responsible for escorting Aragorn and others. He was also attacked by Oracion Cease on the way. I didn't expect him to still be working. Has his injury healed? The council didn't even give him a long vacation. Natsu clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Is it because of the ghost? Why only arrest Knight and Urza? What's the use of asking me? How do I know? I'm just a small civil servant who follows orders to carry out tasks. The captain complained in his heart and was speechless to Natsu. Don't make a fuss. Urza loudly stopped her companions from complaining and took the initiative to stretch out her hands. I'll go with you. Thank you for your cooperation. The captain breathed a sigh of relief and immediately asked someone to put handcuffs on Urza. Knight would naturally cooperate, just going through the motions, and go to see Urtia by the way. Knight. Mirajan looked at him with some concern. Knight smiled apologetically in return. This big meal seemed to be saved for later. Soon, the two followed the army of the council and left, and got on a carriage. In the carriage, Knight and Urza sat face to face. Because it was a prisoner's carriage, there were no windows, and the interior was pitch black, so they could only barely see each other. Knight took off the shackles in a few seconds. Urza was surprised and hurriedly lowered her voice. "What are you doing? It's uncomfortable to wear." Knight answered as a matter of course, and kindly suggested, "Do you want me to help you?" "It will make things troublesome, so it's better to wear it." Urza didn't want to make things complicated. Knight took Urza's hand and immediately took off her shackles. This kind of handcuffs that restrain wizards are actually a magic prop, which requires corresponding magic to unlock. But this did not bother Knight, and the Six Eyes easily cracked this small magic. There is still something missing, wait a moment. Knight thought about it, stroked the seat with his right hand, and engraved a magic circle. The next moment, he disappeared in the prison van. When he reappeared, he had returned home. Leisurely ran to the street to buy some delicious food, and then returned to the prison car. Here, Knight handed the cheesecake and soufflé in his hand to Urza, and bought 2 cups of coffee by the way. Urza stared at this scene in amazement. "Are you going on a picnic?" Knight saw her in a daze, so he asked. "Don't you like it?" Thank you." Urza took a long time to react, and happily took the 2 desserts. She blinked. "Knight, how do you know that I like this the most? Don't you write it in your personal information on the internet?" Knight handed her another cup of hot coffee, and kept one for himself. "This time we are going to the council headquarters, which is quite far, fill your stomach first." Urza laughed. "You were really relaxed. Is this your first time to the council? I really don't know why this person can be so relaxed. She was so nervous when she was taken away for the first time." Knight thought, having a girlfriend who is a counselor is so confident. Then, the 2 chatted while eating delicious food. In the evening, they finally arrived at the council branch of the Kingdom of Fury. Here, Knight and Urza were taken to a magic teleportation array. Under the casting of more than a dozen council magicians, the teleportation array was activated. Knight experienced the native teleportation magic of the fairy tale world for the first time. It is very different from the instant movement of Flying Thunder God. You will feel a slight dizziness when teleporting, and your body will be wrapped in the magic of space. It took about a few seconds in the sense of the body. A white light flashed in front of them, and the 2 had appeared at the council headquarters. "Welcome to the Magic Council era." Outside the teleportation array, Urtia was standing there with a few soldiers, smiling. "You two, follow me." Counselor, Urtia. Urza was a little surprised. Was the crime she and Knight were charged with so seriously this time? "Are there any other counselors waiting here?" The 2 followed Urtia and were taken to the prison of the council. It was not a magic prison, but an ordinary prison. The jailer opened the door. Urtia pointed to the cell and said, "It's a little late today. Your trial will be tomorrow. Go to the cell first." After that, she looked at Knight again. "I need to ask you about the ghost. Come to me." Hearing this, Urza immediately defended. "If you have anything to ask me, I will take him." "Don't worry, Urza, I will be back soon." Knight stopped Urza and then left with Urtia alone. "Where are you taking me?" After walking out of the council with Urtia, Knight looked back at the council headquarters building, which was similar to Lucis' big villa. "Sister will take you home." Urtia smiled and took Knight's arm. Knight pondered, will this have a bad influence? He came to jail. Urtia rolled her eyes at him. "You took off the shackles yourself, let's go." Not long after, Knight came to Urtia's house. Compared with his small house, Urtia is very rich, with a mansion villa, and a small garden in front of the door, with some flowers and plants. After entering the villa, a short separation is better than a new marriage. The 2 hugged and kissed, and the dry wood and fire were lit. Unknowingly, the clothes were all over the floor. Knight picked up Urtia and threw her on the bed. 10,000 words omitted here. The sun set, and the moon jumped into the night sky with joy, shyly hiding behind the clouds. 2 hours passed unknowingly. Urtia, sweating profusely, rested her head on Knight's arm. Her eyes were soft and charming, and her love was endless. "Do you know the R system?" A forbidden magic, the magic of resurrection. Chapter 72 Resurrection of Ulu. Speaker's invitation to visit the headquarters. Our system, the full name of magic is Revive System, which means resurrection system. It is a magic that uses a living person as a sacrifice to revive a dead person. It was created by the black magician Zirf more than 400 years ago. Do you want to revive Uru? When Knight heard Ertia mention the R system, he guessed her idea almost instantly. Ertia's flushed face showed a trace of surprise, and her beautiful eyes stared at Tut beside her without blinking. I didn't expect Knight to really know this magic. The council listed the R system as a taboo magic for violating humanity. 8 years ago, a black magic cult that worshipped Zirf attempted to build an R system to revive Zirf. At that time, the council destroyed 7 of them. I investigated this matter in the library of the council and found a clue. It seems that there is an 8th R system hidden somewhere. Before she finished speaking, Knight lifted the quilt, pulled Ertia to him, raised his right palm and slapped her butt hard. A few slaps. Ah! Ertia screamed softly and said angrily, "Why did you hit me?" Knight hit a few more times, using more force. Ertia felt something strange, her lower abdomen was numb, and her face turned red. Biting her lips, staring fiercely, she didn't say anything. Our system needs a living sacrifice, do you want to die? Knight's face was calm. Ertia saw his expression for the first time, and her heart tightened slightly. You want to use yourself as a sacrifice to revive Uru. How did you guess? Her thoughts were easily seen through. Ertia pursed her red lips, aggrieved but still unconvinced. Sister, can't you find a sacrifice? If you haven't reconciled with your mother yet, I believe you will find an innocent person as a sacrifice. Knight complained in his heart. Of course, at that time, Ertia would not have the idea of reviving Uru. Her biggest wish was to go back in time and return to the time when, Mom still loves me. Instead of resurrecting a mother who abandoned her. But now, because of Knight's appearance, Ural survives as a ghost. The mother and daughter also resolved the misunderstanding of the past. So, Ertia thought of the R system. While thinking, Knight changed from patting to caressing, kneading gently. I think you are hiding something from me, I will give you a chance to be honest. Ertia was silent for a while, then she smiled with relief. Stinky brother, what do you know? So annoying, can sister have a little secret? Then she sighed, okay, I'll tell you everything. So, she began to tell the story little by little since she was sent to the Magic Research Institute by her mother when she was a child. Knight knew about Ertia's past, but it was more specific to listen to the person involved. Joined Grimoire Heart and learned the Lost Magic Time arc. Became the 7 kin of Purgatory. Disguised as Zaref's undead, in the Tower of Heaven and brainwashed Jelal. Later, she joined the council with Jalal's thought body Zekrian. Sister is actually an evil witch. Will you hate me? Ertia's body unconsciously tensed a little. No. Quote. Knight had no psychological fluctuations. He was not a local. As a time traveler, he had known what Ertia had done. So, you think you don't deserve to live, and you want to use yourself as a living sacrifice to revive your mother. Knight said unhappily, I don't allow it. Ertia was moved, tears welled up in her eyes, and she rarely showed the attitude of a little woman. Then what should I do? She hugged Knight tightly, her face pressed against his chest, and her tone was a little confused. I will find a way. Knight got up and put on his clothes. It is unknown whether the R system can revive Uru, and whether there are any side effects. Are you leaving? Ertia straightened up. I'm here to go to jail. Knight said helplessly. Could he stay overnight? Urza was so lonely in the cell alone, and he couldn't leave her behind for emotional or logical reasons. Wait a minute. Quote. Ertia hurriedly got out of bed, her eyes charming and moving. Sister will help you put it on. When Knight returned to the cell, Urza was sitting in the corner of the dark cell. The light projected by the magic net made her face look pale. Hearing the sound of the jailer opening the door with a key, Urza looked up and asked with concern. Knight, are you okay? Didn't that woman make things difficult for you? It was really difficult, she even wanted to be sacrificed to die. Knight shook his head and smiled. It was just a frank and in-depth exchange, and I also brought back dinner by the way. He walked into the cell and sat down next to Urza while answering. After the jailer closed the cell, he left. Urza looked at the dinner in Knight's hand and showed a quick look. Is the council house your home? Is the prisoner's dinner so rich? Thank you, Knight. Urza took the dinner calmly and tasted it. Knight turned on the internet and started the Magic Net programming tool. The weekly Soshara section is almost finished, and I will try to get it done before tomorrow. Urza ate dinner while silently observing Knight. When working, Knight's attention is quite amazing, and his profile looks more handsome than his front face. Urza smiled slightly and tried not to make any noise while eating. After eating, she sat quietly beside him, curiously watching Knight write code. Although she couldn't understand it. Unknowingly, the night fell and the cell was silent. Only the magic network interface emitted a faint white light. Knight typed the last piece of code and tested several functions of the new section. There was basically no problem. Finally done. Knight breathed a sigh of relief and looked sideways. Urza had fallen asleep on his shoulder. It must be said that the fairy queen's sleeping face was very delicate, with a few strands of crimson hair hanging on the tip of her nose. She was a sleeping beauty. Knight did not disturb her. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. The Magic Council, the trial court. Knight and Urza stood side by side in the judged seat, with the speaker and 9 counselors in front of them. Knight looked at a familiar face. Zickline. This Jalal's thought body was silently observing Knight and Urza. The speaker Crawford Shim was reading out a long list of charges. Neither Knight nor Urza listened carefully. I'm so sorry about last night. Urza apologized for using Knight's shoulder as a pillow last night. Knight shook his head slightly without making a sound, and whispered. You think it's too long too? It's been 10 minutes. Quote. Urza couldn't help wanting to laugh, but she held it back in the solemn courtroom. Ahem. Crawford Shim coughed immediately. 2 criminals, please pay attention to the order of the courtroom. Urtia held her chin with one hand and said with a smile. Speaker, just pronounce the verdict. Zickline also nodded and said, it's just a formality anyway, let's end it quickly. Crawford Shim put down the text helplessly, picked up the hammer, and asked loudly. Regarding the above charges, Knight, Urza, do you 2 plead guilty? Plead guilty. Plead guilty. After 2 bangs and a light tap on the hammer, Crawford Shim pronounced the verdict on the spot. Since you 2 have a good attitude of confessing your guilt, I will now pronounce the verdict. 1 day of detention. End. Knight's ears were finally quiet. Then Speaker, fellow judges, we will go back to the cell first. Wait a minute. Crawford Shim reached out to stop him and said with a smile, let's have a meal together. Urza, let's not talk about it. Knight, it's rare for you to come to the headquarters. I have been acquainted with your internet magic for a long time. By the way, I will take you to visit the headquarters. After a pause, he said, and I want to ask your opinion on nominating you as the 10 Wizard Saints. Is it appropriate? Is it appropriate to say this in the tribunal? Knight was speechless in his heart. The council was really a makeshift team. I'm honored. He nodded with a smile. Urza was stunned. Is this a vacation? And with dinner and sightseeing? Chapter 73 Official Arrival, The New Holy 10 Magician, Knight. Speaker Crawford Shim is a fat man with 2 fluffy beards. Knight didn't have a deep impression of him. In the plot of Fairy Tale, this person can't be said to be a marginal character, but he is not a particularly important character. I only remember that he lost the throne of Speaker because of the Tower of Heaven incident. Later, in order to regain power, he cooperated with the Dark Guild Tartaros, and was eventually killed by his own ambition. Of course, that was in the future and had not happened yet. Knight did not feel any malice in him. Please come this way. Followed Crawford Shim to a spacious living room. The speaker personally made tea for the 2 of them. This is my favorite chamomile, I wonder if you are used to it. Urza picked up the teacup, and the rich aroma was refreshing. Great fragrance, thank you for your hospitality. Being able to be cordially entertained by the speaker of the council was entirely due to Knight. Knight was still very cautious, and only took a sip after not finding any abnormal magic in the tea. Chamomile is a kind of herb called Earth Apple, 970. It is the best for making tea. Crawford Shim laughed happily. He looks like an ordinary fat old man. Knight nodded in agreement. It is really delicious. IXKT. It's not working time now. Just call me Mr. Crawford. Crawford Shim wore a ring in his hand. After inputting magic power, the magic network interface popped up immediately. Knight, your magic network is a great magic. I have been studying it for some time and have always wanted to ask you for advice. You are welcome, Mr. Crawford. What do you want to ask? Knight listened attentively. First of all, its coverage. I haven't asked anyone to test it specifically, but I haven't found its limit yet. The coverage of the magic network is the entire continent. Knight answered affirmatively. Crawford Shim showed an expression of expectation. I see. Is it just the Ishgar continent, or all continents? The entire continent. Neil answered affirmatively again. There are several continents in the fairy tale world. The Kingdom of Fury is located in the eastern continent, called Ishgar. As a permanent neutral country, Fury has a population of only 17 million. It is located in the lower left corner of Ishgar and is just a peninsula on the continent. There are about 500 guilds in the entire Ishgar area. Crawford Shim looked amazed. It can cover the entire continent. It's amazing. Knight, your online commission function is very convenient. I want to promote it to the whole of Ishgar. For this, I need more rings. You made all these rings, right? Is there any difficulty in mass production? Our council can provide necessary help. Promote to the whole of Ishgar. Knight was a little surprised. Is it to facilitate the management of major guilds? You can also say that this will be an innovation. The efficiency of the council is a bit slow now. It will be more convenient with the help of your magic network. Quote. Crawford Shim opened a chat group. The group name is Council with 1,000 members. 1 speaker, plus 9 members. This chat group is also very convenient. There is no need to hold a meeting every time for communication. It's just. Crawford Shim scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Typing is a bit troublesome. Do you have any way to transform it into a telepathic communication like talking? Quote. Knight did not comment on this. He certainly knew the convenience of voice communication. But there is a very critical problem. The magic power consumption will be very large. The transmission of text puts much less burden on the internet. However, the number of internet registrations today has reached nearly 8,000. It should be able to withstand the voice function. Thinking of this, Knight nodded and said, "It can be done, Mr. Crawford. When the next version is updated, I will add this function to the magic network." Quote. After a pause, he said, "Any other suggestions? You can bring them up together. It's good to be able to do it. Alas, it's always inconvenient for an old man like me to type." Crawford Shim laughed and touched his big bald head. "Since we can talk directly, what about the picture? Can the picture do it?" "FK, you dare to ask that?" Knight complained in his heart. There are sound and picture, and the combination of the two can make it a live broadcast. The magic power consumption of transmitting the live picture will be even greater. It can be. Maybe we have to wait until the next version. Knight answered unsurely. Is it really possible to do anything? Crawford Shim was shocked. As the principle of your internet magic to integrate other magic, just like the library and the corresponding ancient documents. That's right. Knight nodded and quickly changed the subject, fearing that the fat old man would make any excessive demands again. It's like the author of a novel facing the reader's urging for updates. The author also wants to update 10 times a day, but he can't write it. Let's get back to the topic just now. Knight took out a cloth bag and put it on the tea table. This is 1000 first-generation magic rings, which can only be used by wizards. I think the Council of Representatives needs this very much. Yes, I need it very much. It's just too expensive. Crawford Shim was embarrassed. The price of 1 million per ring. The Council of Representatives does not have that much funding. 1000 rings is 1 billion. It's not that there is no such money, but there is no extra money. The Council of Representatives is all funded by the government, and each amount has a specific amount, so he can't embezzle it casually. This is only 10,000 per ring. Knight was happy in his heart. It seems that Makarov scared Crawford last time. Really? That's a great help. I will use these rings properly. Crawford Shim nodded happily. Knight continued, as for you wanting more, I can provide you with second-generation rings, which can be used by ordinary people. After the first batch is completed, I can sell them to the Council of Representatives at a friendly price. Quote, being close to the people, translated as making a lot of money. Let Luce's father talk to the Council of Review at that time. Finally, Knight thought for a while and said, as for your desire to manage the magic world more conveniently, I have a suggestion here. As he said, he opened his magic network and showed the old speaker a section that had not been updated yet. Weekly Soshera. Seeing this thing, Crawford Shim's eyes lit up. After listening to Knight's introduction, he immediately understood. Applauded. This is great. You must make such a section for the Council of Review. With a section belonging to the Council of Review itself, it will be many times more convenient to convey the Council of Review's orders in the future. And he, as the speaker, can't escape this credit. Don't worry, Mr. Crawford, I will add it in the next version update. Quote. Knight agreed, of course. This is an official organization, he is looking forward to it. Speaking of official organizations, shouldn't they give an official certification? Okay, Knight, I was right about you, your magic is incredible. Crawford Shim laughed and looked very happy. By the way, about nominating you as 10 Wizard Saints. I am honored. Quote, Knight thought, I got the Holy 10 for free, I'll take it. Then, the two continued to communicate on the internet, completely forgetting Urza. Urza was not angry about this, but listened carefully to the communication between the two sides. 1.4 I couldn't help but feel a little admiration for Knight. It's amazing. It can chat and laugh with a big man like the speaker, and reach a cooperative relationship with the council. Knight is not an ordinary wizard, but a group that brings changes to the magic world. Urza remembered the evaluation of President Makarov, and at this moment she really experienced the weight of this sentence. A pleasant conversation lasted for a long time. Speaker Crawford Shim invited the two to dinner. In the afternoon, he turned down many tasks and personally took the two to visit the council. In the end, he didn't even have to serve in prison, and directly arranged a guest room. The next day, he was released after serving his sentence. The council proposed to grant Knight's Holy 10 medal was unanimously approved. So, after the meeting, the council held a grand awarding ceremony. Zikrian, who was also a Holy 10, personally delivered the Holy 10 medal and handed it to Knight. Urtia, who came with him, smiled and said, from now on, you are 10 Wizard Saints. Chapter 74 Unmasked Jelal. The Holy 10 medal is a round blue medal. There are 2 horizontal and vertical protrusions intersecting on the front, and in the 4 corners of the intersection, there are 4 petal-shaped patterns. The whole is very light, and it seems to be made of some kind of magic iron. In addition to the medal itself, Knight was also given a magic robe of the Holy 10. The material of the robe looks quite expensive, and the emblem of the Holy 10 is printed on the back. After the medal ceremony, Knight and Urza followed the staff of the council to leave. They were sent to the door. Then, Mr. Knight, Miss Urza, we will send you here. After the staff said hello, they turned around and left. Knight couldn't help but complain, why don't you use teleportation magic to send us back? Urza shook her head, the council has always been like this. Forget it, I can do it too. Quote, Knight didn't bother to care about it, since he knew Flying Thunder God anyway. It's just that the distance is a bit far, and if you want to teleport back all at once, it will probably consume a lot of magic power. Before you go back, go to the shops here and bring some gifts back for everyone. Knight suggested. Urza suddenly found it funny, you are here for tourism after all. Let's go. Immediately, the two of them went down the mountain. The council headquarters was built on a truncated cone-shaped mountain. There were almost no trees, and it was all bare yellow land. The top of the truncated cone was a flat area. There were 10 Z-shaped winding mountain roads leading directly to the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain was a bustling town. The two walked side by side, and just after a few steps, a person walked out from behind a statue in front. Urza's expression instantly became much more serious, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Zickline. Long time no see, Urza." Zekrian raised his lips slightly and approached slowly. "You don't have to be so nervous. What do you want to say?" Urza's eyes were sharp, and she looked at her enemies. Zekrian approached her and stretched out his hand to pinch Urza's chin. "Before you leave, I would like to remind you." Knight grabbed the other party's wrist in advance, his face calm. "Can you please stop harassing the girls in our guild?" Zekrian's words were interrupted, and he smiled and withdrew his hand. "Excuse me." After a pause, he walked around Urza and left. At the moment of passing by, he lowered his voice to warn. "It will be good for both of us if you can keep your mouth shut about that matter." Urza's face was ugly, and her long eyebrows were wrinkled. Until the footsteps behind her faded away, she whispered, "Thank you. That matter." Knight thought about it and pretended not to know. "If it's inconvenient, I can pretend not to hear it." "No, it's not a secret that can't be told. Let's go." Urza took Knight's arm and wanted to leave eagerly. The two walked along the winding mountain road. After a while, Urza regained her composure. "When I was a child, I knew a man named Jelal, who did a lot of bad things. He is still doing bad things now. And Zekrian is Jalal's twin brother. As a brother, he did not stop his brother's evil deeds." Urza took a deep breath and clenched his fist and said, "When I first met him, I mistook him for Jelal." "Really?" Knight did not comment. Urza said angrily, "Maybe he didn't want me to mention his brother in front of other counselors, especially the chairman, which would affect his evaluation as a counselor. Anyway, I hate that guy." Knight couldn't help laughing. People like Urza would actually express their disgust for someone. It's a rare situation. "What are you laughing at?" Urza asked puzzledly. "Is there a possibility he is lying to you?" Knight pointed to his eyes. "My 6 eyes told me that it is a thought body." "It, +4. Urza suddenly stopped, her face full of shock. Zekrian and Knight, she must believe Knight's words. One is a hated person, the other is a guild companion. "Is Zekrian a thought body?" she repeated in surprise. "Yes. Has he always been a thought body?" "Always." Knight thought for a while, then answered with certainty, "From the first time I saw him, the thought body has been active." After a pause, he praised again, "It's amazing, neither the speaker nor the other counselors could find it." This sentence is sincere. Should I say that Jalal's thought body magic is too powerful, so real that his colleagues can't find it? Or should I say that the council is all trash? Considering that they just gave him a Holy 10 medal, Knight chose the former. Urza widened her beautiful eyes and turned around to go back. Knight grabbed her. "What are you going to do? Question it in person." "As expected of you, Urza." Knight complained in his heart, "You don't have any evidence." "Knight, you are the witness. You believe it, but others may not." Urza calmed down and gritted her teeth. "The thought body, is he Jelal?" "What is this B*********** D planning? A thought body can get the title of the Holy 10. Is Jalal's magic power so strong now? Tower of Heaven." Thinking of this, Urza looked up and looked at Knight seriously. "Knight, I have a request." "I can probably guess what you are going to say." Knight's eyes twitched slightly, and he suddenly regretted stripping Jalal's vest. This is the second time he has seen this look. The last time was in the guild's infirmary. Sure enough, Urza's next sentence came true. "I want to go to a place called Tower of Heaven, and I hope you can accompany me." Knight didn't really want to go, and his brain thought quickly. Tower of Heaven. Where is it? I don't know. It's a small island in the sea, but where exactly is it? There's so much ocean that I don't know how to find it. Urza sighed and frowned. "I asked about the R system on the magic network before, but Voldemort didn't answer. In fact, she has been investigating the Tower of Heaven for many years. But she has never gained anything. Until some time ago, when she saw Voldemort reply to Natsu's post, she couldn't help but try to ask him." "Voldemort. Knight was a little surprised. He hardly paid attention to the forum replies of the small account, and he didn't expect Urza to ask about it. Anyway, go back first. You can post about the Tower of Heaven, maybe someone will know. Well, you make sense. Urza nodded. Next, the two went down the mountain to the town to buy a lot of gifts, and spent a lot of money. At the same time, the council headquarters, Zekrian's office. He stood by the window and watched the two go down the mountain. Behind her, Urtia covered her mouth and chuckled. What's the point of deliberately running to warn that woman? Lord Zekrian. She is a necessary sacrifice. Zekrian raised his mouth. The R system is about to be completed, and she will take the initiative to walk into my paradise. Tower of Heaven, Urtia thought. At this point, what grimoire heart, what great magic world, what Tower of Heaven? She doesn't care anymore. She only cares about two things now. Resurrect her mother Uru, and her beloved knight. Alas, how can she revive Ulman? Urtia sighed silently. Her stinky brother didn't allow her to sacrifice herself. Although she was very touched, she couldn't think of a better way except Tower of Heaven. Will you have a way? Sister can only look forward to you. Chapter 75 0.5 Version Update, President. The President is writing a review. Urza accompanied Knight on a shopping spree in the town. It was a rare trip to the Magic Council headquarters, so she brought back some small gifts for everyone in the guild. Lucy likes. Knight opened the internet and found his friend, work hard to make money. Clicked on his profile and saw the column of things he liked. The answer was books and celestial spirit. The key of celestial spirit, even the most ordinary silver key, cost several. Lucy, a mere 10 million, still owed him more than 10 million. So, Knight went to the bookstore and bought a copy of the most popular novel at the moment, which only cost 1,400. He asked the bookstore manager, and the book has not yet been published in the Kingdom of Fury. It seems okay to give it to Lucy as a small gift. Then there's Mira. Knight knew what Mirajan liked without even looking. It was cooking. It happened to be at the bookstore buying another cooking-related book, which was 700 more expensive than Lucy's novel. Then there's Natsu, Gray, Elfman, Kana, Levy. And Happy and President Makarov, he didn't forget. The final calculation showed that he had spent more than 100,000. By the way, Urza, what gift do you want? When preparing to return, Knight suddenly remembered the female knight beside him. Urza was surprised. Oh, I don't need it. Let me think. Knight pinched his chin. He saw a pair of prismatic earrings under Urza's crimson hair. This kind of small detail is usually not noticed. Thinking carefully, this serious girl with the nickname, Fairy Queen, is actually a woman who likes to dress up. Knight remembered that her outfits included maid outfits, nurse outfits, bunny girl outfits, etc. There were all kinds of uniforms. Is it the so-called contrast cuteness? Should I say it or not? If I think about it in this way, Knight suddenly felt that Urza's personality was quite interesting. I thought of it. You don't move around here, I'm going to buy an orange. Leaving behind a sentence, Knight hurried away. Orange. Urza looked confused. Was he going to give her an orange as a gift? After a while, Knight returned. This is for you. This pair of earrings matches your hair color better. The index finger and thumb hold a pair of exquisite black crystal pendants. Urza couldn't help but be stunned. Knight was the first person to give her earrings. No, before that, did anyone give her a gift? Thinking carefully, no one saw it. It should be because she is too strict with everyone, no one dares to give her a gift. She stretched out her white palm to take the pair of earrings, and Urza put it in her palm and observed it carefully. Very delicate earrings, crescent-shaped, inlaid with black crystals. The combination of red and black has been regarded as one of the most classic combinations since ancient times. Black has mysterious characteristics, and as a foil color, it will highlight her hair color. Thank you, Knight, I like it very much. Urza smiled and accepted the kindness. Well, I should give you a gift too. What are you going to give me? Knight was a little bit expectant. Stand here and don't move, I'll buy an orange too. Urza smiled and left the village immediately. Knight stood alone on the street, stunned, and watched the other person walk away. Was this joke guessed? Impossible, Urza still understands this. She is not a time traveler. Maybe she doesn't understand, but she must have heard his teasing and joking just now. Oh no, she learned it. After a while, Urza came back with a gift, and she had already worn the black crystal earrings on her earlobes. How is it? She deliberately lifted her long hair to show the earrings. Knight commented, "It fits well." Urza also nodded seriously, "I think it fits well too. By the way, this is a gift for you. A small gift box. Let's open it later." Knight nodded. In fact, he knew what was inside without opening it. "Then let's go, hold my hand tightly." Holding Urza's hand, Knight activated the time and space magic. On the busy street, a golden magic circle was born under the feet of the two, and the strong magic flowed, attracting the attention of passers-by. The next moment, the two disappeared together. The teleportation location is an apartment. Such a long-distance teleportation, and taking one person with him, consumed Knight's 3 stars of magic power at once. Back to the guild. To be precise, it was lunchtime when he returned to the construction site. There was no one on the construction site, and everyone was on the basement floor. This place was originally a warehouse, where some magic crystals, ingredients and other things were stored. Now that the guild is being rebuilt, it has been temporarily transformed into a tavern. Seeing Knight and Urza return, everyone came up to greet them. "Knight, Urza, you are finally back. If you don't come back, Natsu will go to the headquarters to make a scene." "Huh, is that a gift in your hand?" It is something Natsu would do. Knight had no doubt about this. "It's just a formality, there's nothing to worry about. When I came back, Urza and I brought some gifts for everyone, and everyone gets one." As he spoke, he took out small gifts from the gift bag. They were basically priced at 1 or 2,000. "Macau, this pipe is yours, but you should smoke less." "Levi, this light pen is one of the most expensive gifts." "Kana, this is a new tarot deck." A group of people excitedly surrounded Knight, and they were all very happy after receiving the gifts. "Wow, so many gifts. Tarot cards. I just want to change a deck recently, thank you Knight." "Do I have one too? Do I have one too?" Mirajan came over with a smile, and did not disturb everyone's playfulness. No wonder Knight is so popular, there is a reason why everyone likes him. After distributing the gifts, the group dispersed. "Will I have one?" Mira blinked and took the initiative to speak. "If everyone has one and she doesn't, she will cry." "Of course I have one, I also bought one for the president." Knight laughed and simply handed the gift bag to Mira. "Where is the president?" Speaking of which, the president also said that he would teach him the law of raising super sisters. "President." Mirajan happily took the gift bag and answered helplessly, "The president is writing a self-criticism." Writing a self-criticism. It seems that there is no time to teach him magic these days. Knight sympathized with this. "Poor old man, I don't know how many days he will have to write. However, if you can't learn fairy law for the time being, you can learn another one first." Knight glanced at the warehouse and quickly found the target. Warren. Warren was opening the gift, and he looked up when he heard it. "Knight, if you have anything, just tell me, I will help you even if it means going through fire and water." Warren's full name is Warren Rocco. In the Fairy Tale Guild, he looks like an inconspicuous character. But you can't judge a person by his appearance. Warren is a relatively strong wizard in the guild. The magic he mastered is telepathy. Knight sat opposite Warren. "I will develop the voice chat function next. I want to learn from you. Can you teach me?" Warren was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Don't worry, I will do my best to teach you." Time flies, and another week has passed in a blink of an eye. Warren taught Knight telepathic magic without reservation. The difficulty of learning this magic can only be considered medium, and it can even be said to be simple compared to the thought body. Jiao Jiao. Knight mastered the basics in 2 days. This terrifying learning ability surprised Warren. In fact, telepathy is not just about mind communication, and mind conversation is only the most basic ability of telepathy. Practicing to a high level, you can read the opponent's thoughts in battle. Knight does not need to practice telepathy to a very strong level. He just wants to understand the magic principle of telepathy, absorb the knowledge in it, and then write it into the underlying code of the deep web. Therefore, after spending 2 days to learn the basics, Knight invited Warren to dinner as a thank you. In the next few days, he was writing code with all his strength. Voice communication, the council section, and the magic network express developed by the tool person of the missing body. If you don't push yourself, you really don't know how capable you are. In just 1 week, all 3 projects were completed. After finishing the last piece of code, Tut finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is it because I have a tool person? Why am I even busier? Am I born to write code? He complained to himself in his heart. Knight is preparing to update the 0.5 version of the Magic Network, which will be a relatively major update. Chapter 76 Voice Chat and Magic Web Express, a magical bug. Before updating to version 0.5, Knight needs to test it first. This update has several times more content than before, and he is not sure that what he wrote will not have bugs. Open the friend list and find the friend named Crawford Shim, showing the online status. This was added at the council headquarters before. Sigma Man, Mr. Crawford, the council section has been made. Closing square bracket. Sigma Man, click the font below to synchronize your magic network. You can see it after restarting it. Closing square bracket. Sigma Man, Magic Council Era Synchronization. The fat old man did not reply, but Knight saw that his name suddenly dimmed and then showed offline. But after a while, he logged in again. Crawford Shim, see. Knight, what should I do? Sigma Man, I have opened all the permissions of the section, and there are instructions for use on it. Closing square bracket. In order to avoid the other party being confused, Knight had to guide him personally. The full name of the section is Magic Council Era. After Crawford Shim clicked sync, his ring had all the permissions of the section. It took Knight half an hour to explain most of the functions of the section. Sigma Man, there is not much content in this section yet, you can add and modify it yourself. Closing square bracket. Sigma Man, for example, 340 can first write the history of the Magic Council, the structure of the organization, the lofty ideals of the organization, etc. Closing square bracket. Crawford Shim, great. Thank you, Knight. Crawford Shim, I will study it first, and I will treat you well when you come to the headquarters next time. Closing square bracket. Going to the headquarters is definitely not good, who wants to go to the headquarters for no reason? Knight rolled his eyes, said a few words to the fat old man, and turned to open another friend's private chat. Send the message quickly. Sigma Man, weekly Soshera has been produced, you can click the name below to synchronize. Closing square bracket. Jason, cool. Before Knight had time to send it, reporter Jason sent a cool word. Sigma Man, weekly Soshera synchronize. Sigma Man, after synchronization, your account will get all permissions. Closing square bracket. Sigma Man, I think, with your wisdom, you don't need me to teach you, you will definitely figure it out by yourself. Closing square bracket. After saying that, he ignored the other party and let Jason study it himself. After handing over the 2 new sections to their respective clients, what Knight really needs to test are 2 new functions. Magic Network Express and Voice Chat. Who should I ask for help in testing? Knight randomly selected lucky viewers in the friend list. Seeing Lucy online, it's you. Immediately, he forced Lucy's account to synchronize and update. The opposite Lucy immediately lost the line, and after a while, she took the initiative to send a private message. Work hard to make money, Knight. Work hard to make money. I suddenly lost connection with the Magic Network just now, do you know what happened? Work hard to make money. I asked the people in the guild group, it's only me, my ring won't be broken, right? The apartment next door. Lucy had just finished her shower and walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. She wiped her wet hair with a towel while typing a question with one hand. At this time, an application popped up in the interface. User, Sigma Man, applied to have a voice chat with you. Do you agree? There is also a countdown, which is 5 seconds by default. It will be automatically rejected when the countdown ends. Voice chat. Lucy whispered in surprise, is it done so quickly? So just now it was a synchronous update of the magic network. She curiously pressed the consent button. The next moment, Sante's voice sounded in her heart. Knight, hey, can you hear me? Quote exclamation mark. Quote. Lucy was startled and was not prepared at all. Knight, something went wrong. Lucy, I'm here. Lucy quickly responded and shouted. Then she realized that she didn't need to speak out loud. Lucy, I heard it. That's amazing. Is this telepathy? Knight, you can understand it that way. Say a few more words and I'll see if there's any problem. Lucy, what should I say? Lucy was a little excited. This voice chat seemed to be much more convenient than typing BEFC. She could also hear Knight's voice directly. Knight's voice was really nice. She thought to herself. Lucy, Knight's voice was really nice. Lucy, no. Lucy, why would you say what's in your heart directly? Knight, aren't you good at talking? Knight, I love to hear it. Give me more praise. Lucy's face turned red. She felt embarrassed and shy. Her little feet in cool slippers could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Damn it, Knight, are you teasing me on purpose? Then, not surprisingly, this inner voice was also transmitted through the magic network. Lucy, no, that's not what I said. Knight, I heard it, deduct your salary. Lucy, no, demon, devil, vampire. Lucy, Knight is awesome, Lord Knight is so handsome, Lord Lingxi, please don't deduct my money. Lucy hypnotized herself madly in her heart and said a lot of good things in a row. Knight, okay, no kidding. It seems that there are still some small problems with voice chat, I have to change it later. The inner voice will be read directly, although it sounds interesting, but it is not good news for users. Lucy, so I am an experimental subject. Lucy, thanks to me, why don't you thank me, idiot? Lucy, no, I didn't mean to say it. Lucy was mad, covering her red face, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She suspected that Knight would come from next door, so she hurried to the dressing table and took out the underwear from the drawer. Knight, calm down Lucy, there is another function that needs your help to test. Closing square bracket. Lucy, and, will you pay me? Inner thoughts. Knight, I will increase your salary by 100J. Closing square bracket. At this time, a prompt popped up again in the private chat interface of the Magic Network. User, Sigma Man, sent you a Magic Network Express, do you want to receive it? Express delivery. Lucy blinked and subconsciously pressed the button to agree. Suddenly, a golden magic circle unfolded in front of her. The next second, the underwear that had just been taken out of the drawer disappeared in front of her eyes. Lucy, my underwear. The shocked inner thoughts were immediately sent out along the magic network. On the other side, Knight held a book in his hand, but found that the book was not transmitted. On the contrary, there was an extra pair of sexy underwear on the book. Damn it, who wrote such a shitty code that the sender and the recipient are written in reverse order? Oh, it's me. That's fine. Knight was speechless and gently picked up the panties Lucy sent over. This is too economical, and it's black lace. It should be said that the young lady is dressed very boldly. Knight, I didn't expect you to be like this, Lucy. Lucy, give it back to me. Shameful voice. Accompanied by the voice in my mind, with a bang, Lucy ran over from next door wearing a white bath towel. Chapter 77 Cute Lucy, First Kiss an Official Update 0.5 version. Lucy ran into Knight's room with a white towel wrapped around her and her hair wet. She happened to see Knight holding her panties. She was too embarrassed to see anyone. Destroy the world. Give it back to me. She screamed and ran over in a hurry, wanting to pick up the shameful underwear. As a result, her feet slipped and she flew towards Knight. Ah! Lucy screamed and was about to fall flat on her face. Knight got up and hugged her. Lucy, who had just come out of the bath, exuded the fragrance of shower gel. Be careful, Knight said helplessly, do you want to kill me with your head? It's just a pair of panties. You don't have to die with me. Thank you, thank you. Lucy thanked him in shock at first, and then she heard Knight's words and immediately snatched the panties back in shame and anger. You still say it. It's all your fault. Forget it. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, and she was so shy. She quickly rolled up her black lace panties and hid them behind her. This was a behavior that was too hasty, and she completely forgot that she was only wearing a yukata. The large movement made the yukata open up. Knight subconsciously made a comparison. The 6 eyes were at their best at this moment, and they captured every detail almost instantly. Almost as white as Urtia, and about the same size. Ah, then there was a scream. A few minutes later, Lucy changed into pajamas. Of course, it was Knight's men's pajamas. She knelt at the tea table in a duck-like posture, holding a cup of hot chamomile tea in her hands, with her eyebrows lowered and her face flushed. From time to time, she glanced at Knight with a shy and annoyed look. I'm dying. I've been seen naked. Damn it, Knight. Although I can't blame him, who else can I blame? The wooden floor is too slippery. She took a sip of the hot tea in her hand, and the aroma was fragrant, like the fragrance of vanilla blooming in her mouth. Lucy's eyes lit up and she thought, it tastes so good. What kind of tea is this? Chamomile tea. The chairman of the council gave it to me. Knight was busy modifying the code, but he also took the time to answer the young lady's doubts. How do you know what I'm thinking? Lucy opened her beautiful eyes. Our voice chat has been turned on all the time. Knight snorted, have you been scolding me in your heart for a long time? Lucy was petrified on the spot. Mashiro, Knight teased. Lucy blushed instantly. Stop talking nonsense. Forget it. The young lady fought with Knight. Don't make trouble, can't you see I'm busy? The two of them played for a while, and Lucy suppressed the shame in her heart. Knight shook his head, temporarily put the beauty he just saw into the corner of his memory, and concentrated on modifying the code. The express delivery function is very simple to modify, just swap the sender and the recipient. But voice chat is very troublesome. He checked the code, but couldn't find where the problem was. Anyway, can this be considered a bug? Telepathy can read the opponent's thoughts. Although Knight only learned the basics of telepathy, he himself does not have this advanced ability. But writing into the deep web actually shows the characteristics of reading heartfelt words. So, what I have to do now is to weaken the function of voice chat. Reading the object's heartfelt words can be opened as an advanced version as a paid item. Maybe some young couples like to play like this. Unable to find the problem, Knight simply gave up. He frowned and thought for a long time, and immediately decided to make the best of it. So, the world is wide open. Don't make random changes when the program can run. This is the inevitable path for every programmer. Let's go. Having made the decision, Knight quickly added a new function to the voice chat. In short, castrate this function. The ordinary version of voice chat can only let users say what they want to say. The advanced version of voice chat will force users to say what they don't want to say. Of course, in order to protect user privacy, the advanced version requires both parties in the chat to agree to open it. However, this constraint is useless to Knight. He can unilaterally help others to open it. While writing code, Knight was very focused. Lucy sat beside him, holding a cup of chamomile tea in her hand, watching him work silently. As she watched, she didn't know what she remembered, and her face turned red. Recalling the embarrassment just now, her heart was beating non-stop. Look at him carefully, he's exactly my type. He's handsome, one of the 10 saints, and he founded the magic network. He's on the weekly Sosara, and he'll definitely be the best in the ranking of most wanted boyfriends. Wait, is the voice chat turned off? Lucy suddenly remembered the voice chat, and quickly turned on the magic network. She was relieved after confirming that it was turned off. If what she said just now was heard, she would want to die. Finished. At this time, Liente finally fixed the bug. When he turned around, he saw Lucy still blushing, and couldn't help but be surprised. Is it necessary to be so shy? Otherwise, I'll show you too, so we're even. No way. Pervert. Lucy glared at him angrily, put down the cold chamomile tea, got up and walked out the door. I'm going to sleep. Wait. Knight also got up and pulled her. What else? The young lady just turned around and was kissed on the mouth. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened and revealed an incredible look. My first kiss. Okay, are you happy? After kissing for more than 10 seconds, Knight let go of the young lady with a smile on his face. Lucy covered her mouth, and the whole person was dizzy. Like a machine, she turned stiffly with a creaking sound. Raj, goodbye. Then she ran out of the door. What a cute reaction. Knight couldn't help but chuckle. What the young lady didn't know was that she thought the voice chat was turned off, but in fact, for Knight, he could still hear Lucy's inner thoughts unilaterally. Oh, I was impulsive and rewarded her. Knight sat back at the tea table helplessly and chatted with the fat old man, the speaker, and the reporter Jason. After confirming that they had all learned how to use it, he was relieved to synchronize the update. After writing the update announcement, press the full network synchronization button. The next moment, all accounts lost connection with the magic network. Finally, I can sleep peacefully. After finishing the work, Knight felt relieved. But after thinking about it, he posted another top post on the forum. Update bug feedback post. Maybe there are more outrageous bugs. Knight opened a user feedback channel out of worry. This time, he really went to bed and didn't even bother to wash the algae. On the other side, Lucy returned to her room and lay on the bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. All she could think about was Knight and the wonderful feeling of being kissed. Chapter 78-5 Magic, Lively Forum Posts. Magic Internet Alpha 0.5 Version Update Announcement. 1. Added a new section, Weekly Soshera, to Magic Network, see details. 2. Added a new section, Magic Council Era, to Magic Network, see details. 3. Added special certification for some special accounts. The account with a yellow V mark in the lower right corner of the nickname means that the account is institutionally certified, such as Weekly Soshera. The account with a blue V mark in the lower right corner of the nickname means that the account is the official account of Magic Council Era. The account with a red V mark in the lower right corner of the nickname means that the account is personally certified. The account with a black V mark in the lower right corner of the nickname means that the holder of the account is a black magician. Generally, special certification needs to be applied for actively, and it will be marked after verification. Developer's message: there won't be a black magician who will apply for it, will there? If there is such a brave man, I personally respect. 020. 4. A new function, voice chat, has been added to the Magic Network, see details. 5. A new function, Magic Network Express, has been added to the Magic Network, see details. 6. This update is a beta version. If you find any abnormal problems, please give feedback in the Update Bug Feedback post of the forum. Valid feedback will receive high points. 7. Some outrageous bugs have been fixed. This is a big update that far exceeds the previous ones. When Knight was sleeping, the outside world had already caused a sensation because of this update. Even in the middle of the night, there are still a group of night owls who are unwilling to sleep. Many people are happily starting to experience various new features. Of course, there are also a group of people who are eyeing the Update Bug Feedback post. In a short time, hundreds of wizards poured into the forum and found the official pinned post in red font at a glance. Update Bug Feedback Post. Dear users of Magic Internet. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I am Knight, the developer of Magic Network, and my nickname for Magic Network is Sigma Man. This 0.5 version update has added a lot of content, and there may be some errors that I haven't found yet. If you find any abnormalities, please leave a message in this post for feedback. Depending on the specific situation, you will receive rewards ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 points. By the way, I would like to thank at Magic Council Era and speaker at Crawford Shim. I am honored to be awarded 10 Wizard Saints. To celebrate, users who leave comments on this post will receive 500 points. Only once per user. Above. A developer, Knight. Juranikis, congratulations, Mr. Knight, we are both Saints 10, I think we can exchange magic more in the future. Closing square bracket. He was a handsome guy when he was young. Ah, little knight has become Saint 10 all of a sudden. Sure enough, the council is also very discerning. Congratulations, do you want to come to our Blue Pegasus? Jenny Reelite, at Sigma Man, I heard that you are a handsome guy. Do you want to date your sister? Rose.jpg. Jenny Reelite, at Departed Traveler, last week's Soshera, I was the cover girl again. What about you? Hum.jpg. Jenny Reelite, at Sigma Man, how to do personal authentication. I am Jenny Reelite, Blue Pegasus's wizard. Closing square bracket. Zhao Dai, front row, close-up petting the developer. Licking his tongue.jpg. Wind-like warrior, 500 points. My 500 points. Thank you, Lord Knight. Dogs are friends, Jenny Reelite. Can I add you as a friend, sister? Death, HMPH, you can become the Holy 10, but the Holy 10 is nothing more than that. Promise. Isn't the person above the Black Wizard Aragorn? I heard that Eisenwald attacked the President's Alliance and was defeated by Lord Knight with one punch. Death Aragorn, damn regular dog. Duke of Dreams, ha 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 ha, I heard that they, Eisenwald, were completely wiped out, and even the shadows of the presidents were not seen. Laughing and crying.jpg. Jaeger, PFF'd, I am dying of laughter. Aragorn still dares to appear on the forum. Wasn't he embarrassed enough last time? Posey, Mr. Knight, ignore this clown. Death Aragorn, all of you regular dogs, wait for me. I, Aragorn, will come back sooner or later. Death Aragorn or Ocean Cease will destroy you. Posey, at the Departing Traveler, Ms. Mira, why don't you mute him? I was mute for a long time last time. The speed of the bug feedback post is extraordinary. Some people ask to add Knight as a friend, and some people thank him for giving points. There are also some spam posts, just to show their faces in the front row. No one reports bugs. The next day, Knight slept peacefully. When he woke up, he immediately found something wrong with his body. My magic power has increased. The full magic power in his body gave him a very good feeling. He opened the system panel and took a look. Magic, asterisk 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 asterisk. Not bad, I finally reached the level of Laxus. Knight nodded with satisfaction. He got up and prepared to wash up, and at this time, Uru appeared from the deep web. Knight, it's not good. Uru looked a little tired. What's wrong? Knight frowned. Bug. Uru shook his head. I have been paying attention to the feedback post, and I don't see any problems at the moment. Quote. After a pause, he said, the growth of the magic source of the deep web has suddenly slowed down a lot. Knight thought, and his consciousness entered the deep web. The world of 0 and 1 in the deep web. Different from the last time he entered the deep web. In order to make Uru get used to staying here, the current deep web is completely a world of ice and snow. There is a small wooden house in the snow. Most of the time, Uru lives in the wooden house to manage the magic network for him. Of course, all this is false, and not something that actually exists. Although it is extremely real. After Knight entered the deep web, Uru immediately followed in. With a snap, Knight snapped his fingers, and the ice and snow under their feet suddenly shattered into 0 and 1. The two fell into darkness and finally stood in front of a huge light source. Uru said seriously, the growth rate of the magic source was very fast before, but since you updated it, it has slowed down a lot. Knight felt it silently. The group of reserve magic in front of him is about equivalent to 400 stars. It has expanded twice as much as before. It's still growing, although it's much slower. Knight thought for a moment and said, sure enough, whether it's express delivery or voice, the magic power consumed is much higher than before. Will it stagnate if it continues like this? Uru asked with concern. If the consumption is too large, the magic source may shrink and dry up. It was just updated last night, it's normal to consume a little more, and it should enter a stable state later. Knight reached out from the magic source, grabbed 5-star magic in one breath, and injected it into Uru's body. In an instant, it was completely solidified. If ordinary people use the naked eye to see, they can no longer see that she is a ghost. Suddenly reward me with so much magic power. Uru's eyes were surprised. Thank your daughter. Knight thought to himself that she didn't know that he and her Tia were together. You've worked hard recently, and this is a reward for you. Knight smiled faintly. You can go out more when you have time. Staying here all the time will be too depressing mentally. He promised her Tia to take good care of Uru, so he naturally couldn't break his promise. Chapter 79 Magic Recovery Potion. Uru's shock. Want to go out for a walk? That's fine. I've been in the deep web for too long recently, and I feel like my soul is a little withered. Uru nodded with a smile, agreeing with Knight's proposal. Knight snapped his fingers, and the two were immediately surrounded by 0 and 1. In a blink of an eye, they returned to the real world. It's just a new version, do you really not need me to watch you? Uru was very responsible, and asked while taking off her clothes. Her clothes were all illusions condensed by magic, and the action of taking off her clothes was just a habit in her life. When she felt relaxed, she naturally changed into a state of wearing only underwear. Can you change your clothes back first? Knight was speechless. Uru had a deep attainment in ice modeling magic. If she were alive today, she would also be the third of the Holy Great Wizards. Her way of practice was quite special. She would get close to the nature of ice and snow and use her body to feel the world of ice and snow. This bad habit of taking off clothes casually was probably also developed during practice. Ah. Sorry, I'm used to it. Uru was startled for a moment, then he put his hands on his hips and showed off his beautiful figure. Speaking of which, Knight, why don't I teach you the magic of water shaping? Do you want to learn? I don't want to develop the habit of taking off clothes casually, as it will easily be regarded as a pervert. Knight rolled his eyes at her and turned to go into the bathroom to wash up. Uru couldn't help laughing, and his smile was as beautiful as her Tia's. Ha ha ha, this is indeed a problem. Quote. While washing, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Task. Develop a new internet section, weekly Soshara, and make the user scale of this section exceed 5,000 people. Reward. The recipe for making physical recovery potion or magic recovery potion. Task completed. Please choose your reward. Knight paused slightly while brushing his teeth, feeling a little surprised. It was completed so quickly. The section was just updated last night, and 5,000 people followed weekly Soshara this morning. Is it the new issue of the weekly published online? Knight thought, and planned to go online to see what attracted 5,000 people's attention. As for the task reward, after a little thought, he still chose blue medicine. The magic recovery potion is actually useless to Knight. For him personally, it is right to choose red medicine. But as a magic potion, he does not need blue medicine, others will. Not only that, he defeated Saint Ten before. Jose, twice the magic power was exhausted, twice it was instantly restored to full state. This matter will be known by others sooner or later. Knight did not want to expose the secret of the internet so early. Therefore, as long as he made a magic power recovery potion, he could use it as a shield. When others asked, why do you have endless magic power? Answer, drink medicine, let it be. After careful consideration, Knight made a choice. Detected that the host is in the fairy tale world, and developed a formula based on the herbs in that world. 1%, 99%. Development completed. In an instant, a lot of knowledge about magic pharmacy emerged in Knight's mind. The huge and complex content made him feel slightly dizzy. After more than 10 seconds, Knight gradually regained consciousness. It can actually automatically research a magic recovery potion based on the herbs in the fairy tale world. Knight couldn't help but sigh that the system was really awesome. It's just that Knight had hardly heard of the herbs needed to make the potion. No, it's better to say. Before today, he only knew one kind of herb. I saw it by chance on the commission. He has forgotten the name, but he remembers the effect and origin. It is on a snowy mountain called Hako, near Magnolia. This herb can be used to temporarily increase the magic power of wizards, and can also be used to make tea and put into cakes as an additive. In the first few days after coming to Fairy Tale, Lucy wanted to take this collection task. But Mirajan reminded her that a monster called Blizzard Monster, abbreviated as White Monster, lives near this herb. So, Lucy gave up unwillingly. It turns out that this herb is called Snow Primrose, and it happens to be one of the main materials for making magic recovery potions. However, it's a bit troublesome to collect it yourself. Go to the magic potion store in the town and see if you can buy it. Knight finally knew the name of this herb. While thinking, Knight went out after washing up. He happened to meet the eldest lady who had just gone out. Knight smiled ungreeted. "Good morning, Lucy." Quote. Exclamation mark quote. As soon as Lucy saw Knight, her face turned red. "I'm going to the guild first. Goodbye." She bowed to Knight and quickly fled the scene. "Knight, are you still shy?" Uru beside him gradually became solid from a transparent state. "This girl likes you." Uru teased. "Don't you chase her. Are you waiting for the girl to take the initiative? Why are you hiding from Lucy?" Knight asked back. "I never dare to show up in the guild." "What is the deep reason behind this?" Knight was a little curious about this. Uru said helplessly, "I am a ghost. It will be a bit troublesome for you to show up. So you were worried about me?" Knight shook his head. "No, there is no need to hide deliberately in the future. By the way, your second disciple Gray is also in the guild." "I know." Uru thought for a while and smiled. It's enough to see him grow up healthily. There is no need to deliberately reunite. You were really open-minded. Knight appreciated this mentality. As a woman who died once, he was also curious about Uru's inner world. What if one day I can truly resurrect you? Will there be such a day? Yes. After leaving the apartment, Knight did not go to the guild. Uru followed him and asked curiously, "Where are we going? Isn't this the way to the guild?" "To buy a villa, and to make some magic recovery potions." Knight answered frankly. "Magic recovery potion? You also know magic alchemy?" Uru exclaimed. "This is systematic magic knowledge, which can only be learned in magic academies." After a pause, she suddenly reacted. She opened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. "Magic recovery potion? What's wrong?" Knight glanced at her. Uru looked at Knight blankly. "This is the first time I've heard of this potion. Is it used to restore magic?" "Of course. It's the potion I developed. It's normal that you haven't heard of it." Hearing this, Uru took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. For a wizard, magic is the source of life. Quote, "Does this potion really exist? Is it necessary to be so surprised?" Knight chuckled and said, "If you are lucky, you will be able to see its production process later. Let's go." While Knight was taking Uru to buy a villa and herbs. On the Magic Network, the new section Weekly Soshera also updated the first issue of the online weekly. And the cover character of the magazine was Knight, the great founder of the Magic Network, the new 10 Wizard Saints, Chen Shi. The magazine published an interview with Knight. For a moment, the section was crowded. Chapter 80 Knight's handsome poster, friend requests like snowflakes. Weekly, Soshera, magazine headquarters. Cool. Jason looked at the number of active people in the backstage of the Magic Network and shouted excitedly. "Editor-in-Chief, it is right to put Mr. Knight's interview as the first issue of the online weekly. It attracted so many people at once. It seems that everyone has a strong curiosity about the mysterious developer of the Magic Network. It was worth his sleepless night to turn the empty section into the current rich content." The editor-in-chief praised. "Good, great. The online version will be published on the internet for free in the form of a supplement to the physical weekly version. This is a strategy that the magazine has carefully considered." Although Knight had told them before that online magazines can also be sold through technical means such as subscription and purchase. But the higher-ups finally decided to adopt a free strategy. Of course, the content of the supplement is different from that of the main issue, which also means an increase in costs. Therefore, the magazine will also add a channel to buy physical copies of the magazine on the internet. "Will anyone buy it?" the editor-in-chief asked nervously. "Someone has placed an order." Jason suddenly widened his eyes. 1,000 copies were bought in one go. Cool. One person bought 1,000 copies. Yes. But what you bought is the supplement, and you asked us to ship it immediately. Jason clicked on the order page and saw the name of the buyer. MagicNet nickname, Sunny Doll. Cool. The price of each physical supplement is $395, and the total price of 1,000 copies is $395,000. Why would someone buy 1,000 copies at once? Jason didn't understand, but the buyer left a message. Fury Kingdom, the House of Refusal branch. After a week of questioning and trial, Juvia was finally acquitted. Also released were the other 3 of the 4 elements. Sol of the Earth, Totomaru of the Fire, and Arya of the Sky. Gajiel will be detained for a month, right? I don't know what happened to President Jose. The ruler of the Ghost has been forcibly disbanded. What should we do next? The 3 looked at each other. Sol asked Juvia, Juvia, what do you think? Juvia is going to Fairy Tale, following Lord Knight. Goodbye everyone. Juvia said goodbye to her 3 former companions and left resolutely. She used to be hated by others, and only the ruler of the Wizard Guild Phantom accepted her. But now, the guild has been forcibly disbanded. She can't wait to meet Lord Knight now. Lord Knight, Juvia really wants to see you. Juvia murmured inwardly, suddenly feeling a little flustered. I haven't sent Lord Knight a message these days. Will Lord Knight be angry? Juvia didn't mean it. Juvia will sincerely apologize. She immediately opened the magic net, wanting to apologize to Knight. But what popped up was an update announcement. This was the text Knight wrote himself, and Juvia would read it carefully every time. A lot of new content. After reading the announcement, Juvia decided to help find bugs. Not for the possible points, but simply to help. Juvia will do her best. First, the first update content, the new section, Weekly Sosara. Entering this new section, the first thing that popped up was a poster. And a paragraph of text in the poster. The great founder of the Magic Net, the new 10 Wizard Saints, Knight. Special interview. Knight saw his poster. Juvia's heart was clenched, her eyes sparkled. Juvia wants it so much. She instantly forgot about finding bugs, and was completely focused on the supplement. In addition to the interview content, the first issue of the supplement also had a lot of photos. Juvia was like a greedy little girl, and I went to a dessert house full of candies. Attracted by Knight's various handsome photos. Juvia wants a poster. Can I buy it? Just after looking at the photos, Juvia couldn't wait to find a way to buy it, and finally she found a way to place an order. Pay the money first, and then the magazine will be sent directly to her through the Magic Network Express. Juvia wants to buy 1,000 copies. Juvia placed the order without hesitation and filled in a message. Sunny Doll, please give me the poster of Lord Knight. Mage Guild, Blue Pegasus. Hey, he's such a handsome guy. Jenny was also attracted by the poster of Sosara, and admired it with her big eyes without blinking. President Bob stood aside and covered his face with a smile. Little Knight is as handsome as I was when I was young. President. Jenny rolled her eyes at him and said, leave it to me. I will definitely bring him into our guild. The 17-year-old Jenny Reelite is not only a wizard who is good at using reception magic. At the same time, she is also the top model of Weekly Sosara. She has beige hair, a slim figure, and a delicate face. Open the friend list, search for Sigma Man, and quickly add a friend. After waiting for a long time without any response, she sent 7 or 8 times in a row. But it still fell on deaf ears. What? Why don't you add me? Jenny's competitive spirit was aroused, and she had to add this friend. Continue to add, leaving a message every time. I am Jenny Reelite. Please add me as a friend. I want to conduct personal authentication. Add me, idiot. Selfie.jpg, I am really Jenny Reelite, I have photos as proof. Suddenly, the Magic Network prompt popped up. Sigma Man has approved your friend request. When the last friend request was approved, Jenny was stunned. So you want to take a selfie to confirm that I am the real person? You should have said it earlier, idiot. Quote. She was anxious to prove that she was Jenny Reelite, so she took a photo of herself. Finally passed. So, Jenny's anger just now disappeared, and she started typing with a bright smile. Jenny Reelite. Hello, Knight, I am Jenny Reelite. Knight bought a villa in the suburbs of Magnolia. It may be a bit exaggerated to call it a villa, it can only be regarded as a luxury house with a back garden. The price is 87.55 million. The advantage of such a high price is that it can be moved in at any time. So, after some bargaining, it was finally sold at a price of 85 million. Knight's assets shrank instantly, leaving only more than 10 million. But for a happy life, it is all worth it. He began to look forward to Ertia coming to him. At this time, the living room of the villa. Knight was fiddling with a bunch of herbs, processing them according to the magic knowledge in his mind, and finally making magic recovery potions. But the ring kept flashing, as if it didn't want him to work properly. Another friend request. Knight opened the application list and rejected them one by one. There were at least thousands of friend requests, and he was too lazy to even look at who the applicant was, and kept clicking reject. He couldn't read them all. After reading them all, he didn't have to do anything else. Until a certain moment, the mechanical finger that was clicking good Jiaohao to reject suddenly stopped. Applicant, Jenny Reelite. Message, selfiebeauty.jpg, I am really Jenny Reelite, there are photos to prove it. It's not that no one sent photos among the pile of applications. But this one is pretty. Knight vaguely remembers that she seems to be a wizard of Blue Pegasus. Seems to be Myra's friend. Knight clicked on the selfie, zoomed in and admired it carefully. Long blonde hair, wearing a purple short skirt, left hand on waist, revealing the guild emblem on her arm. There was a frown between her eyebrows. It was indeed Blue Pegasus. Forget it, return the light. It was not because the other party was cute, but for Myra's sake. Knight clicked to agree. A private message came from the other party soon. Jenny Reelite. Hello, Knight, I am Jenny Reelite. Closing square bracket. Sigma Man. Sigma Man, the picture just now is a bit blurry, take a few more. Chapter 81 Magic Power Bank. Juvia is here. Jenny Reelite. Beautiful picture 1.jpg, beautiful picture 2.jpg, beautiful picture 3.jpg. As an excellent top model, she is very good at taking pictures. Jenny quickly sent 3 selfies. The blonde girl in the photo is very good at finding angles, and the poses she posed also deliberately show the charm of women. Better than Ertia. Knight praised sincerely, worthy of being a supermodel. Of course, Ertia is his girlfriend, he still likes Miss Witch more. After thinking about it, he sent another sentence. Sigma Man, do you want to do personal certification? Jenny, what else do you need to do? Sigma Man, write a sentence on a piece of paper, I am Jenny Reelite, apply for personal certification. Closing square bracket. Sigma Man, then take a picture. Closing square bracket. Jenny, it's so troublesome, rolling eyes.jpg. Jenny, wait a moment. Closing square bracket. After a while, the photo was sent. Although this girl complained about the trouble, she was not very serious about her work. In the photo, Jenny holds a piece of paper in her left hand and makes a cute V sign to the camera with her right hand, with a smile on her face. Sigma Man, very good photo, I will add a certification mark for you. Closing square bracket. At the same time, Blue Pegasus Guild. Jenny soon saw that there were 10 red V labels on the lower right corner of her name. Not bad. 220. Jenny blinked and thought happily. Jenny, Knight, I sent you a lot of photos, can you send me a few too? Jenny, I think you are very handsome. Jenny, where is he? The message she sent fell on deaf ears, and Jenny was furious. He ignored her after finishing his business. Knight didn't ignore her on purpose, he was just busy making a magic recovery potion. This thing is quite complicated to make, and it was his first time to actually operate it. It took more than 6 hours to finally make the first bottle. Is this the magic recovery potion? Uru came over curiously and watched Knight pour a blue liquid into the round magic bottle. Knight used an oak cork, which is a common cork for red wine, to give the magic bottle to Han Zheng. It can probably restore 2 stars of magic power. Knight nodded, 2 stars is. As he spoke, a strong white light was released from the palm of his left hand. It's probably this kind of magic power. It can restore so much magic power. Is it directly drinkable? Uru still felt incredible. She watched Knight's production process almost throughout the whole process, and it was obviously just consuming some ordinary herbs. The cost Bafai will not exceed 5,000 J. You know, in the battle between wizards, when the gap in strength is not particularly large, whoever has more magic power is more likely to win. But this potion will obviously overturn this situation. If you sell it, someone will definitely be willing to pay a high price. Do you want to sell it? No, it's too troublesome. Quote. Knight shook his head. Do you know what its principle is? In simple terms, it is to use the potion itself as a power bank. Store the magic power that is not used in normal times in the potion, and drink it when needed, and the magic power will be restored quickly. So that's how it is, a genius design. Uru was amazed. Knight, you are so amazing. You can invent such a thing. She couldn't help but feel admiration from the bottom of her heart. When she first saw the internet, she also had this feeling. Now she experienced it again. This thing also has defects. Knight shook his head modestly. This thing was invented by the system, and he was just a porter. The magic in the magic bottle will slowly dissipate into the atmosphere. It can maintain full state for about a month, and will completely lose its effect after 3 months. Besides that, you should understand that this kind of potion is best made by yourself and used by yourself. Uru is a great magician after all, and he easily understood this. The magic power of each magician is different. If you rashly drink the magic recovery potion made by others, you may have some problems. Of course, it is not impossible to drink it. If you are lucky, you may even have the phenomenon of magic fusion, thereby gaining explosive power. Uru said in a respectful tone. Even so, this is a great invention. I really want to peel open your brain to see how you came up with it. Knight was speechless for a moment. What are you going to do? Publish it publicly in the magic world? No, I'm just doing it for fun. Knight shook his head and smiled. Studying magic itself is also a very interesting thing. 18. Uru was hit. She was also called a genius magician before. But compared to Knight, I feel like a fool who only knows how to practice. I want to be quiet. Uru rolled his eyes at him and went back to the deep web. Knight laughed and shook his head. After thinking about it, he decided to teach this knowledge to Ertia first. The witch lady's magic power is very strong, but it is also good for her to have an additional means of recovery. Open the magic network and prepare to invite her to Magnolia. It is still very troublesome to teach such complex knowledge online. It is faster to teach in bed. When I was about to send a message, Juvia's private message jumped out first. Juvia, Lord Knight, I'm at Magnolia Station. Closing square bracket. Huh. Knight was a little surprised. The council's investigation of the ruler of the ghost ended so quickly. Without thinking too much, he replied immediately. Sigma man, wait there, I'll pick you up. Closing square bracket. After that, he left the villa. Unfortunately, the obsidian has been broken, and Knight has not bought a second motorcycle for the time being. So, I had to walk to the station. I was busy buying villas, buying herbs, and trying to make magic recovery potions all day. When I went out, it was already evening. Not long after, Xianxia met Juvia at the entrance of the station. Sir Knight. Juvia's face was full of joy, and she ran quickly with small steps. I'm sorry, Juvia hasn't sent messages these days. Miss Yunu apologized nervously. What's there to apologize for? Knight touched the girl's head and smiled. Let's go, I just bought a new house, and you are the first guest. As he said, he naturally took her hand. Juvia opened her eyes wide, blushed instantly, and her heart was beating like a deer. Holding hands with Lord Knight, Juvia is so happy. Juvia has no regrets in death. Let's go buy vegetables first, can you cook? Knight still likes Juvia, who is obedient and capable, but she is too jealous because of love, which makes him feel pressured. Juvia nodded quickly and answered. Juvia can cook. Then I'll trouble you with dinner. Yes, please leave it to buy. Juvia clenched her fists and became nervous, as if she was facing a major exam in her life. The two walked hand in hand to the vegetable market. Knight suddenly remembered something and suggested. The Phantom was forced to disband, right? You might as well join Fairy Tail. Yes. Juvia felt that she was wrapped in happiness, and her head was dizzy and she didn't hear clearly, so she just nodded. Knight suddenly thought it was a little cute. Not long after, the two bought some ingredients, and Knight took her back to the mansion in the suburbs. Chapter 82 Juvia's love will never lose to anyone. Juvia's cooking skills can't be said to be bad, but they can't be said to be very good either. Compared to Mirajan, it is certainly not as good. Knight thinks Myra's cooking skills are good enough to apply for a hotel chef. Of course, he won't despise it. The two were busy in the kitchen together. Juvia was so busy cooking that she almost blew up the kitchen. In the end, it was Knight who helped and finally made a dinner. After bringing all the delicacies to the table, Juvia lowered her head with a disappointed face. I'm sorry, Lord Knight, Juvia is too stupid. She is obviously good at cooking by herself. But when Knight was with her and watched her cook, he would lie to the point of almost cutting off his fingers. Do better next time. Knight smiled and comforted, picked up the tableware and tasted it. It's actually very good, be more confident. Quote. Yes. Juvia instantly regained her spirits and looked at Knight expectantly. Juvia will do her best. For Lord Knight, Juvia is willing to do anything. Knight noticed that she had a pendant hanging around her neck. It was a peripheral product of Fairy Tail, a golden guild emblem pendant. Where did you buy it? This one. Juvia picked up the pendant and put it in her palm. I bought it in front of the station. Juvia wanted to join Fairy Tail, but what happened before, Juvia was worried that President Makarov would not agree. So buy a fairy pendant to pray for yourself. Knight couldn't help but want to laugh. Do you have to be so cute? Don't worry, I'll take you to the president tomorrow, and the president will definitely agree. The conflict between Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord is caused by Jose, who has a close relationship with Dr. Besides, Makarov is not the kind of person who cares about things. As long as the situation is explained, he will definitely agree to Juvia's joining. Really, Juvia is so happy. Juvia has learned to express her feelings frankly. Knight saw her staring at him and couldn't help but say, "Are you eating too? Aren't you hungry?" Juvia is satisfied just by watching Lord Knight eat. You are so good at flirting. Knight complained in his heart, but the key point is that he can still know that this is the real thought in the heart, not deliberately saying some flirting words. Natural flirting. Faced with this situation, Tut simply used a straight ball. Juvia, do you like me? Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Juvia blushed instantly, shyly and boldly expressed. Juvia likes Lord Knight very much. But I'm a scumbag. Scumbag. Juvia looked puzzled. Although it was the first time she heard this word, she could understand it from the literal meaning. I have a girlfriend named Urtia, who is now one of the council members. Knight thought about it and didn't hide it. He simply told the other party, remember to keep it a secret for me. In an instant, Juvia was struck by lightning, and the whole person melted like a pool of liquid. Is the blow so big? Knight was shocked, and at the same time thought, this is simply the ability user of the natural water fruit. Are you okay? Knight quickly pulled the person up and held him in his arms. Juvia. Juvia is so sad. Boom. Thunder has begun outside, and a rainstorm is about to come. Knight looked at Juvia in his arms and felt helpless. Listen to me, Juvia. Although I have a girlfriend, I don't mind having another one. If you want, I can be with you too. Quote. Knight could actually hide this matter. With Juvia's love for him, he could trick her into bed right now. But it would be very troublesome later. With Juvia's love-brained personality, he could even foresee the scene of Urtia fighting with her. Just tell her directly and let her choose. It sounds like a scumbag's words to ordinary people, but to Juvia, it seems to be reborn. She recovered from her semi-liquid state, her beautiful big eyes stared at Knight without blinking, and her face turned red again. Lord Knight, Juvia, will not lose. For the love that has not yet begun, Juvia bravely buried her head in Knight's arms. The first time Knight hugged this girl, it felt like hugging 10 balls of warm water. You won't fight with Urtia, will you? He couldn't figure out Juvia's mind, was she willing or unwilling? Juvia is a latecomer, but Juvia will definitely not lose. Juvia hugged Knight tightly and raised her head slightly. Juvia's love for Lord Knight will not lose to anyone. Got it. Knight finally understood that this girl wanted to be a third party, and then successfully win favor and become the main wife. No fighting. Knight reminded again that if they fought, Juvia would definitely not be able to beat her Tia and would be beaten badly. Juvia, listen to Lord Knight. Does Lord Knight like Juvia? Juvia's eyes were full of expectation, and her face was slightly flushed. Knight thought about it, kissed her on the cheek, and answered seriously. You are very cute. After getting along with each other, everyone will like you. Quote. Who wouldn't like a girl who has eyes only for you? Except that jealousy is a bit annoying. Juvia felt like she was melting again after being praised. This time she was happy. She hugged Knight tightly and buried her head in his chest with joy. Knight felt the girl in his arms gradually change from warm water to hot water. You can even see white steam coming out of Juvia's head. At this point, Knight was not a wise man. He immediately held Juvia's face and kissed her. Juvia closed her eyes tightly, too shy to look at anyone. Knight hugged her and walked up the stairs while kissing her. Eat. Who else wants to eat? Eating Juvia is more important. The villa at night was quiet and dreamy. Juvia had a beautiful dream. She felt like a small boat in the sea, experiencing a fierce storm. The next day, when Knight woke up, Juvia was lying on him, staring at him with a ruddy face. Sir Knight, good morning. Morning. Quote. Knight couldn't help hugging her and kissing her again. So cute. He liked Juvia more and more. Hurry up and get up, can you go? I'll take you to see the president. Juvia shook her head shyly, hugged Knight and didn't say anything, but her meaning was clear. She didn't want to get up, she just wanted to lie like this together. It would be best if they could stay together until the end of time. Chapter 83 Welcome to Fairy Tale, Knights, Reversal Magic. Juvia refused to get up. In fact, the discomfort in her body made her wake up at dawn. She didn't move around after waking up. Knight liked to hold her panda when he slept. She was afraid that if she moved around, she would accidentally wake up Lord Knight. She lay sideways beside Knight, resting her head on his arm, staring at Nashi's sleeping face for a long time. Juvia even felt that she could keep watching and felt happy about it. Then lie down for a while. Knight moved his arm, which was a little numb from the pillow, and hugged Juvia closer. Even if lovers don't do anything, just whispering in the pillow will release oxytocin in the body. It makes people feel happy, and enhances the intimacy between each other. Juvia said, softly, arched her head, and found a more comfortable position. As if she had found a harbor for her soul, she closed her eyes and enjoyed this warm morning. The soft sunlight in the early morning shone through the glass from the window, lighting up a corner of the bedroom. Knight looked at the girl in his arms with a peaceful smile on his face. He was now particularly curious about what Juvia was thinking. In other words, what will a girl think after a couple has S**X? Juvia, Lord Knight, we can chat by voice. Knight came up with a good idea and immediately opened the magic network and sent a voice chat request to Juvia. Of course, it was the advanced version of voice. Juvia would not refuse any request from Knight, and she quickly agreed. This is a new feature after the 0.5 version update, and she has not used it yet. Therefore, she was a little confused. Juvia, voice chat. Knight, a function similar to telepathy magic, which can communicate with the mind. Juvia, Lord Knight's voice sounded in my mind. Mind communication. Great. Surprise. Juvia, can you tell what's in your heart? When using it for the first time, Juvia's eyes flashed with surprise and astonishment. Knight, Juvia, what are you thinking about now? Juvia, what is Juvia thinking? Confused. Knight got the answer. The inner thoughts conveyed from Juvia were that she didn't think about anything. This girl was simply enjoying the feeling of lying together and hugging each other. Knight smiled and kissed her on the cheek. You are so cute. Then, the two whispered to each other in their minds. Until the sun was high. The two went into the bathroom to help each other wash. Considering Juvia's physical condition, Knight remained restrained. To be honest, it was a bit tortuous. As we all know, testosterone is the most secreted in the morning. But Juvia's shy expression made him feel particularly interesting. After breakfast. No, it should be lunch. After lunch, Knight finally took Juvia away from the mansion in the suburbs. The house was originally purchased for Artia, but Juvia was unexpectedly allowed to experience it first. Of course, Knight was still very happy about having another girlfriend. Artia was a long way away, but Juvia could meet every day in the future. Zeke. Knight thought about it, opened the magic network, and simply clicked on the old man's friends. It shows offline. Sigma Man, President, have you finished writing your self-review? Sigma Man, I have something to ask you. Closing square bracket. Soon I saw Makarov online and sent a reply. Fairy Patriarch, your express delivery function helped me a lot. It was very convenient to send the self-review. Closing square bracket. Knight laughed out loud at this. Makarov is really miserable. It's everyone who caused trouble. He was the one who wrote the self-review every time. In the past, he could ask Mira for help. This time, a wizard guild was destroyed. The council was very angry and asked him to write it himself. I heard from Mira that he rewrote it at least 7 or 8 times. Juvia saw him suddenly laugh and couldn't help but be curious. Sir Knight, it's okay, I thought of something interesting. Quote. Knight shook his head. At this time, Makarov sent another private message. Fairy Patriarch, I am in the Eastern Forest, where you fought with Oracion Cease last time. Fairy Patriarch, it just so happens that I have something to ask you, please come over. Sigma Man, I understand, I will come right over, but I will bring someone with me. Sigma Man, it's Juvia Loxer, the former S-class wizard of Spectre. Fairy Patriarch, a wizard of Spectre. Let's go together. The old man agreed without asking any more questions. Let's go, I'll take you to see the guildmaster. Knight turned off the magic net, pulled Juvia up and headed towards the East Forest. Juvia suddenly became nervous, her palms were throbbing. Lord Knight, Juvia is so nervous. Don't be nervous, the guildmaster is a very good old man. Lord Knight, do you usually call Mr. Makarov old man? I usually call him the guildmaster, and Natsu, Gray and the others will call him old man. Knight simply told Juvia about the funny things that happened in the guild on weekdays. The girl's nervousness was quickly relieved during the chat. Juvia was very envious of this. Compared with Fairy Tale, the atmosphere of the Spectre ruler was more serious. But when he thought that he would be able to join soon and stay in the same guild with Lord Knight in the future, he suddenly became happy. Not long after, Eastern Forest, Knight came to the place where he had fought with Lisa, one of the 6 demons. He found that Makarov was planting trees. The old man used the giant magic and turned into a giant more than 10 meters tall. He planted the big trees that had collapsed due to the vibration one by one. Knight also found that the big pit that was originally blown out by his vibration ball was also filled and leveled. It turned out that it was not that the years were peaceful, but that someone was carrying the burden for him. You kid, but you made Pelushika angry. Makarov planted a big tree in the ground and suddenly turned back into an old man. When he turned around, he remembered something. Oh, you haven't seen it yet. Pelushika lives in seclusion in this forest. He was my good friend when I was young. I know, and I also know that Ms. Pelushika is Grandine from another world. Knight thought, if you think about it this way, Peluka is also a time traveler. Fellow countrymen won't blame him for destroying the forest, right? President, she is Juvia. Knight gathered his scattered thoughts and introduced Juvia. Juvia folded her hands awkwardly and bowed to greet. Hello, President Makarov, Juvia is, no, now she is a free wizard. Good afternoon, little girl. Makarov smiled and greeted, you want to join our guild? Huh, how did you know? Fairy Tale welcomes you. Makarov smiled and didn't explain. He saw Knight mention Juvia Loxer in the private message and guessed it immediately. Otherwise, why do you say that old ginger is spicy? Juvia's face was full of surprise. Did she join Fairy Tail just like that? She turned her head and looked at Knight. Knight smiled back, to the effect, "Are you relieved now? By the way," quote, "at this time," Makarov said, "Knight, let's plant trees together. You are not allowed to leave until we finish planting today." 70 Ac. Knight had no choice but to run into a trap. Juvia hurriedly said, "Juvia, come and help too." So, the three of them started to get busy. Makarov said while planting trees. "Before, the council asked me to write a self-criticism. I told them that I defeated Jose, but they didn't believe it. It was not true. I rewrote it for the 2.1 Stone group. The council is certainly not stupid. The injuries Jose suffered were obviously caused by 2 super magic. Knight's vibration magic came first, and the fairy law came later. So, Knight, how did you beat Jose at that time?" Makarov couldn't help but feel curious. "That's my secret weapon, if you ask, President." Knight immediately stretched out his right hand and murmured, "Reversal magic flying thunder god." A golden magic circle suddenly unfolded. The next moment, a bottle of magic recovery potion was teleported from the warehouse of the suburban mansion to his palm in reverse. "It's this, the magic recovery potion I've been researching recently." Seeing this, Makarov was stunned. Teleportation magic. No, it's a reverse teleportation magic circle, equivalent to a reverse summoning magic circle. How is this done? The old man was stunned, and he couldn't understand it at once with his magic level. Wait, magic recovery potion. Then, Makarov noticed the blue potion in Knight's hand and his jaw dropped. Chapter 84 Makarov's shock, learning the fairy law. Knight explained the principle of the blue bottle's magic recovery and the knowledge of pharmacy required to prepare it. This was not difficult for Makarov to understand. On the contrary, its principle was so easy to understand that Makarov was a little dazed. "Great, Lord Knight." Juvia also listened, her big eyes full of admiration. "Great invention." Makarov came back to his senses after a while, looking at Nashi as if he was looking at a monster. No wonder he could beat Jose. Just prepare a few bottles of such magic recovery potions with you, and then combine them with the super magic mastered by Knight. If Jose didn't know, losing would be a high probability event. It's just some ordinary herbs, the cost won't be very high. Store the magic that you don't use on weekdays, and use it to recover when necessary. What a genius masterpiece. Makarov sighed from the bottom of his heart, this is simply an incredible invention. Of course, he can understand it. Behind this seemingly simple principle, it takes a lot of energy and time, as well as a moment of inspiration. Is there no other means of restoring mana? Knight couldn't help asking. Uru was shocked by the blue potion, and so was the old man. He was a little curious about what the seniors in the magic world were doing. No one was researching potions to restore mana. There are 14, and there are many methods, but none of them are like yours. Quote. Makarov didn't know how to describe it. After thinking about it carefully, he said, "Take your internet magic as an example. Friends can communicate without obstacles no matter how far apart they are. Before your magic network appeared, if you wanted to do the same thing, you usually used the communication magic crystal." Communication magic crystal. Knight knew that there was such a thing in the guild warehouse. The appearance is a round crystal ball. The function is similar to that of a mobile phone, and you can see the other party's image when you contact. But both parties need to hold the same model to make long-distance calls. And it consumes a lot of mana. The farther the distance, the greater the consumption. Mirajan mentioned this to him before, praising his magic network. If more people can accept it, the communication magic crystal will be eliminated sooner or later. The merchants who make and sell it will definitely hate Knight to death. I see. I think I understand. Knight understood a little. Many things are not absent from the magic world, but they are not advanced enough. The magic net is the same. Many of its functions have substitutes, but they are not convenient enough, or in other words, they are not as convenient as the magic net. This is another invention that can make you get the title of Holy 10. Makarov couldn't help laughing and said, "If the council knew, they might come to you overnight to ask for advice." "President, I just made it for fun, so don't tell the council." Knight thought it was troublesome. And he is already a Holy 10, so it's useless to give him another Holy 10 medal. Can you summon the god Xianxia Ramal by collecting 7 pieces? Makarov shook his head and said, you decide. Compared to this, what's the matter with your teleportation magic just now? You said, reversal magic. Knight was very confident at this point. The magic recovery potion was the result of the system, but the reverse magic, Flying Thunder God, was his serious research result. For ordinary Flying Thunder God, a magic circle needs to be left at the target object, and then the caster can instantly move to the position marked by the magic circle. And the reverse magic, Flying Thunder God, is to leave a reversed magic circle at the target object, and then the caster can summon the object to his side. Knight explained the principle, and then pointed to his 6 eyes. The latter is 10 times more difficult than the former, and requires very precise magic control. I can only complete it with the help of these eyes. 10 times is just a general term, not a real quantification. After listening, Makarov couldn't help but praise. Amazing results, this kind of reversal magic can be used more. Knight, you can do in-depth research in this area later. He thought of the law of fairies. This super magic was originally modified based on the law of dark magic, thus becoming light magic. Understood, President. Knight nodded. He also felt that reversal magic had great potential. Flying Thunder God is okay, but the others are not. Come here. I said I would teach you the fairy law before, so let's start from now. Makarov secretly made up his mind that he was old and it was time to train the next generation of president. As for the candidates, there are several. Laxus, Gildarts, Urza. Now there is another Knight. Compared with the first 3. As his grandson, Laxus has some personality problems and doesn't know how to communicate with others, which gives him some headaches. As for Gildarts, he is not in the guild all year round. As for Urza, sometimes she is too serious. Knight looks good. In short, you can try to train him first. Seeing that Makarov finally had time to teach him the fairy law, Nell immediately walked to the old man. The fairy law is one of the 3 major super magics of our fairy tale. You don't have to worry about the other 2 for the time being. Makarov continued to plant trees and dig holes while teaching. As a super magic, even if I teach you in person, whether you can learn it depends on whether you can understand it yourself. I will try my best. Knight nodded immediately. Makarov smiled and said, with your talent, you can probably learn it, so don't feel pressured. First of all, it is a kind of law, representing the judgment of the caster. If your heart is towards darkness, it will become the judgment of darkness, and the nature of magic will change. Secondly, if the magic power is not deep enough, forcing it to be used will also be accompanied by strong side effects. Powerful magic often has similar flaws, and the law of the goblins is like this. The more enemies you conquer, the shorter your life will be. It is a magic that needs to be used with caution. At this point, Makarov paused for a moment before turning to look at Knight. After understanding this, do you still want to learn it? Of course. Knight nodded without hesitation. It's better to have more skills than less, and who cares about side effects when you have to use them? Besides, he didn't think that life would be a problem that bothered him. As the magic power became stronger and stronger, he felt that he could live a long, long time. Since you have made a decision, let's get started. Makarov smiled with satisfaction. So, for the next whole day, Knight spent all his time studying. 667. Of course, he mainly listened to Makarov's explanation, and he had to plant trees at the same time. The difficulty of practicing super magic is obviously higher than that of the thought body. But Knight understood it very quickly, and he didn't think he couldn't learn it. Time passed quietly in the harmony between man and nature. The 3 of them were busy until the sun set, and finally planted all the fallen trees in the forest. That's it, don't make Polyusica angry next time. Makarov frowned. She scolded me before. I must pay attention next time. Knight used the bear's hand spread.jpg. Makarov shook his head helplessly, and turned to look at Juvia. Report to the guild tomorrow, and I will introduce you to everyone then. Yes, Juvia will be on time. Juvia nodded hurriedly. I heard that the guild is being rebuilt, and Juvia also wants to help. Good kid. Makarov smiled happily. Go back. Quote. After saying goodbye to the president, Knight took Juvia back to the mansion in the suburbs. At night, Knight did not force Juvia. Although Juvia is made of water, very smooth, and a great water magician. But it will still hurt when it hurts, so let her rest for 2 days. In order not to torture himself, Knight chose to return to the apartment and sleep alone. Halfway through the journey, he suddenly received a task from the system. Task: the number of registered users of Magic Internet exceeds 30,000. Reward: Time Worm. It was very sudden and he was not prepared. Compared to the task itself, Knight cared a little about the reward. Time Worm. Chapter 85 Time Worm Urza the Diligent. Time Bug. Knight whispered, looking up at the street. Don't meet anyone wearing monocles, it's creepy. Is it magic? Time magic. Or magic to summon bugs? It's just a name, and the specific reward will only be known after the task is completed. He took a look at the current number of registered users on Magic Internet. Total number of registered users, 9,119. This is less than 10,000 people, 2/3 away from the task target. Speaking of which, the total number of first-generation rings obtained from the system is 11,100. Knight still has more than 1,000 left. Even if all are activated, it's still far from enough. Need second-generation rings. Thinking of this, Knight walked towards the apartment while opening his friends and sent a message to Luce's father. Sigma Man, Mr. Jude, good evening, how is the first batch of rings being made? Jude Heartfilia, we have prepared a batch of about 30,000 rings. Do you need them now? Isn't this a coincidence? Knight walked to the door of the apartment and met Lucy. Knight, good evening, Lucy. Knight greeted her and saw that she wanted to run away like she did in the morning, so he quickly grabbed her wrist. Why are you running? Knight was speechless. I didn't run. Lucy refused to admit it, and her face turned slightly red. I noticed that she was holding some vegetables and meat in her hands, and seemed to be preparing to cook. Knight thought about it and smiled. Let's go and have a meal with your dad. Ah, no, let's go. Knight immediately activated the time-space magic Flying Thunder God. The last time he went to visit, he deliberately left the coordinates for future visits. A golden magic circle unfolded under the feet of the two, and the light flashed. In Luce's blank expression, the two disappeared at the same time. At the same time, the Heartfilia family, in front of the gilded statue in front of the villa. The golden magic circle unfolded, and Lucy and Knight appeared here in an instant. My home. Lucy opened her eyes wide. This teleportation magic is too convenient. Such a long distance, back in an instant. Knight let go of his hand and walked into the villa first. Is anyone there? Lucy had to follow the ingredients for dinner and saw the familiar maid coming from the corridor to the hall. Mrs. Spett. The middle-aged maid Spett was surprised. Miss Lucy, Master Knight. Why are you calling me Master? I'm not into it. Knight thought, and asked, is Mr. Jude here? The Master is in the restaurant. It seems to be dinner time, you don't mind if I add a meal. Quote. Knight took Lucy with him again and walked towards the restaurant without any hesitation. Luce's villa is very luxurious, with 3 restaurants alone. Main restaurant, servant restaurant, guest restaurant. The last time she had dinner with Jude was in the main restaurant. Knight knew the way. Lucy immediately rolled her eyes at him. Whose house is this? When the two came to the main restaurant, they saw Jude Heartfilia. Jude was very happy about his daughter and Knight's sudden return, and immediately asked the kitchen to prepare more food. It was a very pleasant dinner. After dinner, Knight and Jude came to the study. Jude asked someone to take out the 30,000 second-generation rings that had been prepared. I acquired several magic prop workshops and asked the prop masters to make trial works. Do you think they meet the requirements? As expected of a rich man, a big chable, he made 30,000 trial works at a time. Knight was envious, opened the box, grabbed a handful of rings from it, and nodded after sampling and observing. No problem, after I add internet magic to them, they can be put on the market for sale. If there is a problem, it is that the materials used do not look very good. Capitalists are experts in reducing costs. That's good. Jude breathed a sigh of relief. He has been under a lot of pressure recently. He rejected the marriage proposal from the Chu Renier family and offended them. The railway company had previously expanded blindly and entered the south, investing a huge amount of money, which has led to problems with its capital chain. If the Hartfilia Chable cannot rely on the ring to open up a huge market, it may be in big trouble. Of course, he couldn't say these words to Lucy, but he could talk to Knight. This company is the result of the joint efforts of him and Lucy's mother, and he must keep it no matter what. It seems that you have encountered a lot of trouble. Knight added internet magic to the ring while saying to Jude, "Is someone eyeing the Hartfilia Chable?" In the original book, it suddenly went bankrupt and was acquired, which must have been done by someone. Jude nodded. "There are some troubles, but don't worry, the ring will not be delayed. I'm worried about your personal safety. The struggle between capital is much more dangerous than the battle between wizards. Hartfilia Railway Company, what a big piece of fat meat is that?" Jude was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Knight to care about his safety. He couldn't help but laugh. No, those people's goal is only the company. At the same time, he thought, I don't know how far Knight and Lucy have come. Haven't they started dating yet? Young people just don't understand. As long as he is brave enough to express his feelings, he will probably agree with his daughter. Jude already regards Knight as half a son-in-law, hoping that he can get along well with Lucy. Knight pondered for a moment and suggested, I talked to the Speaker of the Council before. The Council needs a large number of magic net rings. Mr. Jude, you can add the Speaker as a friend and cooperate with the Council. Quote. Selling rings is one thing, and getting Jude an official cooperative merchant of the Council is a brilliant move. Council. Jude was shocked. As an excellent businessman, he understood the subtext instantly. He couldn't help but admire Knight more and more, wondering whether he should help this kid. But forget it. I promised Lucy not to interfere in her life before, so as not to cause her daughter's disgust and backfire. I know, I will visit you later. Jude made up his mind to take the ring to the Council tomorrow. Although communication can be done on the magic network, sincerity is not enough. Knight has no objection to this. It took half an hour to add internet magic to more than 30,000 rings. Jude called a maid and asked her to put on the ring to test whether it was smooth. After everything was fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. So, he kindly invited Knight to stay overnight. Knight did not refuse. The next day, Knight brought Lucy return to Magnolia. How come Dad is closer to you than to me? Who is the biological child? After returning, Lucy couldn't help but complain about her coquettishness. We are one family, but we are talking about different things. Knight teased. Who is your family? I'm going to the guild. Lucy blushed and hurried to the guild. The eldest lady's reaction is always so interesting. Okay. Knight thought with a smile, next, wait for Jude to sell the ring, and the task can be completed, right? While thinking, Knight went home to take a shower, thinking that the tool man of the missing body was idle. So he arranged to continue writing code. Just make a new game. There are only 3 games in the game section, which is a bit monotonous. The next few days are all peaceful daily routines. In the morning, he temporarily went to the guild to eat breakfast made by Mira. At noon, Juvia would prepare a lunchbox for him. At night, Lucy was his exclusive little cook. Of course, Knight did not forget to learn the law of fairies from Makarov. At noon that day, the guild was under construction. Urza suddenly found him. Knight, look at this. She pointed to her own magic net forum, one of the posts. I asked a question on the magic net, and someone finally gave information about the Tower of Heaven. Knight looked at her posting record curiously. Urza is really diligent. Since she came back from the council headquarters with him, she has been posting every day. Shocked. Tower of Heaven is actually. Chapter 86 One-day trip to a resort hotel with Urza. Urza's posts strictly follow the shock style. There are at least 10 posts in total, and each one starts with, shock. Knight didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I think you're a little too serious in this regard. He turned his head to look at Urza beside him. She frowned slightly. People who are good-looking even when they frown. Because Knight was sitting and she was standing, Urza could only lower her head, and her long crimson hair fell on both sides of her cheeks. She lifted her long hair behind her ears, revealing the black crystal earrings Knight had given her before. She looked puzzled. Didn't you teach me this? This can attract others to click in. That's right, but the point is not shock, but the words after it. Knight complained in his heart, you used the wrong word seriously. Urza seemed to be hit stiff by a sentence, and she remained motionless in the posture of lifting her hair, with a decadent atmosphere in her eyes. It feels so hard to understand. Even Urza has her weaknesses. Knight chuckled, it's not important. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Take a look at this first. As if she felt a little tired standing, Urza simply sat down next to Knight. There were 7 or 8 long square logs piled together under their buttocks. They were the building materials needed to rebuild the guild. Knight was supposed to carry them, but Knight was obviously lazy and used them as stools to rest his feet. 060 Knight looked in the direction Urza pointed. Clicked on the latest post and found one of the comments. Samurai, I know, add me as a friend. Then what? Knight looked at her sideways. Then I added you as a friend. Urza opened the private message and showed the chat content to Knight without any care. Knight, excuse me, do you know Tower of Heaven? Samurai, I see you have been asking about Tower of Heaven on the forum recently. Your nickname on the Magic Network is Knight. I can probably guess who you are. Samurai, Fairy Tales Wizard, Fairy Queen, Urza Shukalit. Right. Knight, yes, I am Urza. Knight, as expected of Urza, she admitted it seriously after being opened. Knight is the name of Urza's magic, and its full name is Clothes Magic Knight. There is also a female magician named Biska in the guild, and her magic is Clothes Magic Gunner. Urza is a very famous magician, and she is often interviewed by the weekly magazine, Sosara. Her own magic is already public information. But, even so, it's amazing that the other party can guess the identity from the nickname. Knight continues to read. Knight, I want to know the information of Tower of Heaven, I can give you 2,000 points as a reward. Closing square bracket. Samurai, Tower of Heaven, our system. Avatar, hehe. Closing square bracket. Samurai, I do know the specific location of a Tower of Heaven. Closing square bracket. Samurai, if you want to know, come to this place. Closing square bracket. Your friend, Samurai, sent you a courier, do you want to receive it? Knight, what is this? Knight, are you there? The chat ends here. That person sent me this. Urza took out a golden piece of paper from the pocket of her skirt. Knight took it and looked at it. Accommodation coupon. The words, free accommodation coupon, were written on the paper. Ah, this is a free accommodation coupon for the Akane Resort Hotel. At this time, Levi happened to pass by and said in surprise. Knight, how do you have this? It's very hard to get. You have to win a prize to get it. Arcane Resort Hotel. Knight felt that it sounded familiar. Yes, Arcane Resort Paradise, the most famous seaside tourist destination in the Kingdom of Fury. Levi nodded, revealing an outrageous look in her eyes that said, you didn't even know. There are amusement parks, resort hotels, etc. over there. With this accommodation voucher, you can play for free for a whole day, and it also provides free accommodation. Speaking of this, Bai suddenly widened his eyes. He kept looking back and forth between Knight and Urza. Suddenly covered his mouth. Don't get me wrong, this is Urza Biak. Knight explained helplessly. Ah, Urza, you. Levi was even more surprised. As a girl who likes to read novels, she has already imagined a big drama of a love triangle. Knight, Mira, Urza. Hiss, so scary. No, so exciting. Levi said excitedly, sorry, I disturbed you, bye. Then he slipped away in a flash. Knight. No, sister, although I don't know what you misunderstood, but you must have misunderstood something. Urza seemed to be unaware of this misunderstanding and was thinking seriously. Will it be a trap? She started to make a plan very reliably. But with you and me, there is no need to worry even if it is a trap. When the time comes, I will go out to meet that person. Night, you hide in the dark, and once there is a problem, you will join forces with me to fight the enemy as soon as possible. Wait, why is your plan based on my going too? Night was about to say something. Urza has already pulled his arm vigorously. What are you waiting for, Night? If you leave now, you can still arrive before the evening. Night, I have a date with Juvia at a luxury house in the suburbs tonight. The date is ruined. Night got on the train to the resort paradise of Arcane and sent a private message to Juvia on the train to express his apology. Sitting opposite was Urza. Urza, do you realize a problem? Night had to explain the situation in advance. What's the problem? We only have one ticket. Night spread his hands. Urza thought about it seriously. It doesn't matter, we can stay in the same room. Isn't this bad? Night nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go quickly. The train is dawdling, why hasn't it started yet? We can't catch up. Urza couldn't help but laugh. How can you be so happy to share a room with me? Don't get me wrong, I'm just worried about you. Night said righteously. Think about it, we don't know if that samurai is a man or a woman, and we don't know how many people are behind him, and he might even be a black magician lurking in the forum. How can I be sure that you can go alone? We are companions in the same guild, and we are family. Urza is not a person with a low sense of laughter, and she is usually more serious than smiling. But at this time, she couldn't help but smile. She looks so beautiful when she smiles. Night thought, this face should smile more, and she is honest and serious. Are you the class leader? Thank you, Night. Urza's smile faded quickly, and Tianfen thanked her seriously. Night shook his head helplessly. Just smile more, just as a thank you. Really? Urza touched the corner of her mouth, and her heart was gently touched. Chapter 87 Magic Network Information Monitoring, Urza's Lap Pillow Service. Sigma Man. I'm sorry, Juvia, something happened, so tonight's date is cancelled. Sunny Doll, EH. Juvia understands, crying and acting cute. JPG. Sunny Doll, Sir Knight, Juvia wants to help too. Sigma Man, it's just a small matter, if everything goes well, I'll be back tomorrow. Sigma Man, be obedient, I'll bring you a gift. Sunny Doll, Juvia is looking forward to it, excited. JPG. Sunny Doll, Sir Knight must be safe. The magic train started slowly, clang, clang, and drove to the destination. Knight comforted his second girlfriend, and then closed the private chat interface. Arcane Resort. He was a little familiar with this place name, and after Levy's reminder, he had remembered it. It was a place name that appeared in the Tower of Heaven chapter. So, this is Jalal's person. Knight thought, and immediately closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the deep web. The world of 0 and 1. A wooden house in the snow. Uru leaned back in a casual posture, holding his chin with one hand, and quickly flipping through the information flowing on the entire network with the other hand. Uru, call up the magic network account nicknamed Warrior. Quote. After hearing the voice, Ru found that there was an extra person behind him. She didn't ask anything, and quickly used the secondary magic network authority given to her by Knight to call out all the information of the warrior. Registration date, active time, speech record, friend list, and so on. The traces left by this account on the magic network were displayed in front of Knight without a single leak. Is there any problem with this person? It's just a small problem, don't worry about it. Knight's eyes quickly swept over and finally stopped at the friend list. The warrior's friend column only has 5 friends. They are Zickline, Knight, Cat is so cute, Round Wally, and Card Master. As expected, Knight nodded and ordered, call up the chat history of the warrior. Soon, he saw the information he wanted. Chat with Zickline. Zickline, the time is ripe, go and bring Urza back. Warrior, understood, Lord Jelal. Chat group, a family in paradise. Warrior, at everyone, prepare to act, find a way to bring Urza back. Card Master, is it finally done? Tower of Heaven. Card Master. Sister Urza, will we be able to see her soon? Round Wally. How many of us? It's too dangerous to go to Magnolia. Card Master. She has been posting on the forum recently asking about Tower of Heaven. Let's just think of a way to make her come to us on her own initiative. Closing square bracket. Cat is so cute. I have a few tickets for the Arcane Resort, meow. Cheerful Wally. Is it time to discuss vacation now? Miriam. Closing square bracket. Warrior. Miriam, can you give me one? Cat is so cute. Okay, meow. Cheerful Wally. Simon, let's wait for the vacation, now we have to find a way to bring Urza back. Closing square bracket. Warrior. That's why we need tickets. Closing square bracket. So it's Simon. Knight vaguely remembers the names of these people. Cat is so cute. It's Catwoman, Miriam. Card Master, real name is Hugh. Cheerful Wally, just Wally. Warrior, Simon. These people are Urza's cellmates in the Tower of Heaven when she was a child. Jelil is also. However, Jelil was brainwashed by Urtia and fell into darkness. He controlled the entire Tower of Heaven and tried to revive the Black Wizard Zirf. Only Urza escaped alone. The people who stayed behind were deceived by Jalal's lies, and mistakenly thought that Urza had betrayed them. Speaking of which, Tower of Heaven really has a lot of talents. Knight complained in his heart. Needless to say, Jalal's group of people, he remembered that there were also several people from Oracion Seas who came from that place. Consciousness returned to reality. Knight slowly opened his eyes and heard Urza's voice. Are you sleepy? Knight shook his head, thought for a while, and asked. Urza, why are you looking for Tower of Heaven? As far as I know, its real name is our system, which is a forbidden magic banned by the council. You know our system. Urza showed a surprised expression, and then was silent for a moment. If it's inconvenient to say, just pretend I didn't ask. Knight certainly knew why, but he was just bored and chatted with Urza for a few words. Ah, I should say sorry for forcibly involving you. ... Asterisk asterisk. Urza pursed her lips and said softly, it's my duty to tell you, that was when I was a child. She slowly told her own experience. When she was a child, Urza lived in a place called Rosemary Village. Suddenly one day, the Avatar attacked the village, captured her, and brought her to Tower of Heaven. Knight knew roughly what happened afterwards. Quote. In the end, Grandpa Rob sacrificed himself to save me, and I also awakened magic because of this. After escaping from Tower of Heaven, I joined Fairy Tail. I have been investigating Tower of Heaven for these years, just to find out if those friends back then are still alive. Urza paused with a nostalgic tone, and looked up to see that Knight had fallen asleep. It was you who asked me, and it was you who fell asleep. With a slight arc at the corner of her mouth, Urza stood up and sat next to Knight, and then gently put his head on her shoulder. It's so hard. Knight opened his eyes helpless. You didn't sleep. Even if I fell asleep, I would be woken up by your armor. Sorry. Urza was a little embarrassed. If you are very sleepy, I can lend you my legs as a pillow. Quote. Knee pillow. Knight moved his buttocks and put his head on Urza's thigh without any courtesy. Urza's upper body was in daily armor, but her lower body was in a blue skirt. Comfortable thigh pillow, fragrant and soft. Urza really treats him as a brother. Knight thought, squinting his eyes in enjoyment. He doesn't care whether he is a brother or not, but he is a little sleepy. It was also the first time for Urza to provide knee pillow service to someone. She lowered her eyes and looked at Knight's sleeping face quietly. After learning that Zekrian was Jalal's thought body, Urza already understood clearly. If she relied on herself alone, even if she found the Tower of Heaven, it would be difficult to rescue her friends from the past, if they were alive. She hoped to get Knight's help. Only Knight had such power in the guild. And Knight didn't ask much, and simply chose to act with her. Although she was forced to come here, Knight would not let her take it away easily if she didn't want to. Urza smiled. Have a good rest, Knight, I will wake you up when we get there. Quote. Chapter 88 Your magic is fun, but it's mine now. Arcane Resort Paradise. As the most popular seaside tourist destination in the Kingdom of Fury, it has a complete range of entertainment facilities. Unfortunately, when Knight arrived here, it was already past 7 in the evening. There was no way to enjoy the sun, the beach, the swimsuits and the beauties. So, the two went to the hotel to check in first. The free accommodation voucher in Urza's hand can be used to stay in a high-end room. The room is very spacious, and you can directly see the view of the shipwreck from the balcony. However, what Knight is most satisfied with is that there is only one bed in the room. 2 guests, I wish you a happy vacation. I am Winnie, the hotel housekeeper, and I am happy to serve you. The housekeeper is a woman in her 30s, who behaves politely. She did not show any impatience because of the free accommodation voucher. It is now 7:15 in the evening. There is a leisure and entertainment venue on the first floor of this hotel. If you are interested, you are welcome to experience it at any time. When Knight came up to the second floor, he saw the so-called leisure and entertainment venue by the way. It's 000 is actually a casino. After sending the hotel housekeeper away, Knight turned to look at Urza. Seeing that she was still dressed in her daily armor, he immediately walked over. Why are you still wearing this? Knight pushed Urza's shoulder and took her to a full-length mirror. Do you look like you're on vacation? Urza was a little confused and couldn't help but say, aren't we here to see the samurai? We can talk about it tomorrow. It's late today, and now it's time to relax. Change your clothes and go to the entertainment venue downstairs. Knight urged with a smile, or, do you want to go to the food in the layers first? Hearing him say this, Urza was also a little moved. Looking at herself in the mirror wearing armor, she thought, I am more or less a hopeless woman. I always feel uneasy when I don't wear armor. Change clothes. A golden light flashed, and Urza changed into a dress. Is this okay? She showed herself in the mirror. A purple dress, paired with long white gloves, and a pair of purple high heels. Your dress-up magic is really convenient. Knight nodded in appreciation, very beautiful. Let's go, since we are here, relax when it's time to relax. As he said that, he pulled Urza and walked out. When they arrived at the first floor, the handsome men and beautiful women still attracted a lot of attention as soon as they appeared. The magnificent casino, every detail reveals luxury and style. There are many guests in the venue, and all kinds of recreational facilities are available. Unlike the gambling machines Knight knows, this is a magical world, even the casino uses props. The only friendly thing is the card table. Knight asked Urza beside him. What do you want to play? Play cards, I'm good at this. Urza smiled lightly. Knight, do you know how many happy beans I won playing Happy Landlord recently? Very powerful. I used 10,000 happy beans and 10 million won. Urza was quite proud of this. Knight opened his mouth, not knowing how to say it. You are an S-class wizard, you don't work every day, just stay at home and play games, right? Internet addict girl. Come on, let me see how good you are. The two came to the card table and joined the gambling. Urza seemed very skilled. Knight learned a little about the rules, which were similar to poker, using 5 cards to compare the size. Game after game, Knight's chips became less and less. But the chips in front of Urza were piled up like a mountain. Knight was shocked, is the girl a gambling god? She didn't lose a single game. Flush was like an obedient puppy, and would run obediently into Urza's hands. The dealer was already sweating. Did you cheat with magic? Knight leaned close to Urza's ear and whispered. But it's impossible. In front of his 6 eyes, if Urza cheated, he would have discovered it long ago. Urza laughed. Do you believe it? A woman favored by strong luck. You are awesome. Knight envied her luck. Suddenly, Knight raised his eyebrows slightly and looked up at the dealer who was sweating profusely. It's time to change hands. The new dealer had dark skin and golden hair. After letting the previous dealer leave, the dark-skinned dealer began to skillfully organize the cards. Urza was still smiling, full of confidence in front of Knight. Now, no matter who deals the cards, I don't feel like I will lose. In that case, how about playing a special game, Sister Urza? Urza was stunned when she heard the name of her sister. In the blink of an eye, 5 cards were dealt in front of her, and they were face up. However, unlike ordinary poker cards, these 5 cards were all letters. Death. Death. You are. Urza looked at the dealer, her expression was startled. Shu. Card magic. Shu ignored it and activated his own magic. I saw that the 5 cards representing the meaning of death suddenly unfolded a magic circle. Knight could clearly feel that this was magic coming towards him. Space magic. 6 eyes could easily see through this magic, but Knight had no intention of resisting. The next moment, a strong suction force seemed to come out from the magic circle. Nate was sucked into the card. This scene shocked the people around and they screamed and fled. What are you doing? Urza's face changed slightly. She saw a smaller version of Knight in the A-letter card. What am I doing? It's you, sister, what are you doing? Zio's tone was cold. While I and other companions were experiencing pain in the Tower of Heaven, my sister was dating a man here. Isn't this unfair? Tay. Urza didn't expect to see her old friend here. At this time, 3 more people came from behind and blocked Urza's retreat. Long time no see, Urza. Urza-chan, you are here as expected. How many years? 8 years. Urza turned her head and was stunned for a moment. Simon, Wally, Miriam. Are you all still alive? Sorry, Urza. Simon said expressionlessly, can you please return to the paradise with us? You were a samurai. Urza opened her eyes wide and reacted at this time. Yes, I am a samurai. I gave you your accommodation voucher, but I didn't expect. Simon nodded. But he didn't finish his words. Knight's voice interrupted him. I didn't expect you to bring a man. Inside the card. Knight felt that he was in a closed space. There was only one window, in the small space circled in white. From the window, he could clearly see the situation outside. Shut up. Zio snorted. I know you. I've seen your poster in the weekly Sosara section. The new 10 Wizard Saints. As he spoke, he picked up the A card and cast a stern look at Nat on the card. If we were to fight head-on, it would be difficult for us to take Urza away, but now you've been trapped in the card by my magic and can't do anything. Quote. Knight raised his hand and punched. Bang. The vibration force was instantly transmitted from the card to the real 3.1 world. The whole resort hotel was shaking slightly, and the ceiling seemed to collapse at any time. Shu was shocked. It's useless, my magic is. However, he hadn't finished speaking. The surface of the card was covered with cracks, and with a bang, it shattered like a small mirror. How is it possible? Shu blurted out in shock. You broke the space. It's just a fragile little space, what's the problem? Knight got out of the card and appeared behind the gambling table. He picked up the D card casually, played with it between his fingers, and then electrocuted Shu. Shu was stunned and subconsciously clamped the flying D card. However, a magic circle suddenly unfolded. Shu felt a strong suction force, and in a blink of an eye, he was sealed in the card minister. Knight caught the slowly falling D card and smiled at the dark devil on the card. Your magic is interesting, but it's mine now. Chapter 89 Knight, you are a genius. Urza reports Jelil. Shu. Simon was shocked. Mariana blinked blankly. It's Shu's magic, why can he meow too? Wally's right hand turned into a square magic gun, his face full of disbelief. Copy. What's going on? It's impossible that he learned it instantly. A laser shot out from his magic gun, and a small red light spot appeared on the back of Knight's head. Urza, who was sitting at the card table, was also a little surprised. But she knew that Knight mastered the time-space magic Flying Thunder God, which is an extremely powerful space magic, and has a high level of attainment in space magic. Shu's magic looks like card magic, but the ability to seal people in the card obviously also involves space. Maybe he really mastered it instantly. What an amazing man. Urza thought in her heart. Let me out. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* to seal me. In the D card, Shu banged on the card. Knight rotated the card, letting the D card rotate back and forth between his hands. Before he crossed over, he had learned some magic to flirt with his senior schoolmate. This was the card flying technique in magic. Pointing a gun at me is no joke. Surrender now and I won't do anything to you. Knight turned around while playing cards. Seeing this, Simon took decisive action. And moment. Simon had a turban on his head and a black eye patch on his left eye. His face was disfigured when he was a child, so his mouth, jaw, and cheeks were protected by iron. Suddenly, a strong red light burst out from his right eye. A purple-black magic circle unfolded. Then, the lights of the casino seemed to disappear abruptly, and everything around them fell into darkness. Urza was shocked. Even Simon learned magic. She couldn't see her fingers when she stretched out her hand. Simon immediately reminded his companions. Miliana. Understood, cat bondage. Miliana used cat magic to throw out a pipe rope like a cat's tail, which wrapped around Knight's wrist in an instant. The darkness came quickly and went quickly. When the light reappeared, Urza immediately stood up from the gambling table, trying to stop the conflict between the two sides. Wait a minute. Knight, they are my old friends, don't hurt them first. Full of spirit, Urza-chan. Miriam tilted her head. Like a cat, he is bound and entangled by my cat, and he can no longer use magic, meow. Wally's right arm was like a pile of blocks, combined into a gun, separated from his body, and the muzzle was aimed at Knight's forehead. Still infrared aiming. We are the ones who have the advantage now, Urza. He snorted. Mr. 10 Wizard Saints, let our companions out first, otherwise, with a bang, your head will explode like a watermelon. Knight raised his left hand, his wrist was wrapped by a pipe rope, and the flow of magic power in his body became stagnant. Why do you think I can't use magic? Knight was a little confused, with a slight smile on his face. It's just a rope. I can break free from this degree of seal with just my strength. As soon as the voice fell, Knight's magic power burst out from his body, and the white magic power visible to the naked eye instantly tore the pipe rope apart. Then a magic shield was formed around him. What kind of magic power? Simon was shocked, and felt that there was a strong typhoon on the other side, and a strong sense of oppression enveloped him. Miriam was stunned. My cat. This is the first time I have seen someone break free from meow. Damn, I never heard that it can be done like this. Wally was shocked. What a monster. Is this the new 10 Wizard Saints? Zio's card seal was broken by a punch, and now even Miriam's cat restraints are useless. In the battle between wizards, the strength of Guangli does not represent an absolute victory or defeat. Knight chuckled, brushed his right hand across the card table, and grabbed the remaining 3 cards with the letters E, T, and H in his hand. But when the magic power gap is too huge, the fancy magic loses its meaning. After that, 3 cards were thrown out. They flew towards Simon, Wally, and Miriam respectively. Knight's card-throwing skills were very good. When these 3 cards hit the 3 people, 3 magic circles were instantly unfolded. The next moment, the 3 people were sealed by the card. It's troublesome, I can't break it. It's exactly the same as Zio's magic. I didn't expect the mission to fail. Let me out, meow. The shouts of 3 people came from the 3 cards, and the cards fell lightly to the ground. Knight walked over, picked up the 3 cards, and said to the 3 people inside. Card magic, cat magic, body-splitting magic, and dark magic. The magic of the 4 of you is quite interesting, but it's a pity that you have too little magic power and can't practice it well. A small conflict broke out very suddenly, but ended even faster. Urza is still a little confused. The 4 childhood friends actually learned magic, and they also wanted to take her back to Tower of Heaven. Wally, what do you mean by mission? She walked to Knight and asked the card that sealed Wally. Did Jello ask you to come? Why did you obey him? Urza, you betrayed us, and you still have the nerve to ask this now. Inside the card, Wally narrowed his eyes. Betrayal. Urza's body trembled. When she escaped from the Tower of Heaven, she really didn't have the ability to help them escape. How could Urza betray? Knight flicked his finger at the card, and with a thud, Wally in the card was ejected. I think you have some misunderstandings, maybe Jello deceived you. What? Zio's face changed slightly. At this time, Simon took a deep breath. He is right, it is indeed Jello who deceived us. Ah, Wally was stunned. What are you talking about, Simon? I also pretended to be deceived by him to gain his trust. Quote, on the day Urza escaped from the Tower of Heaven, Jelal told them that Urza stole a ship, abandoned her companions, and fled alone. Now that the Tower of Heaven has been built, Urza, Jalal's goal is to use you as a living sacrifice to revive the legendary black wizard Zirf. After a pause, Simon continued. Not only that, Zekrian of the Council is Jalal's thought body. I only knew about this after seeing his nickname on the Magic Network. Jelal added him as a friend, and the nickname was Zekrian. Urza's body trembled slightly, and she clenched her fists. Sure enough, Zekrian 853 is Jelal. She couldn't help but look at Knight. Knight's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were the third time. He could guess what this girl was going to say next. Quickly interrupted. Urza, it's already late today, why don't we go have a meal first and talk about it tomorrow? Quote. He stacked 4 cards together, pulled Urza up and walked towards the restaurant. But, Jelal, if we don't stop him quickly, we don't know what he will do. Urza was dragged away, and she didn't resist, but her face was a little anxious. Why don't you worry about being used as a living sacrifice? Knight complained in his heart, stopped, and faced this serious girl. You can report to the council. Report. Urza blinked blankly. This is the council's job. Besides, if you report that Zekrian is Jalal's thought body, the council will thank you. Knight pulled her and continued to walk towards the restaurant. Anyway, let's eat first. Nothing in the world is more important than his date with Urza. Urza's eyes lit up, and her face was full of praise. Knight, you are a genius. She immediately opened the magic net and was about to report Jelal to the council. It just so happens that there is a section called Magic Review House Era on the Magic Network, which has a function for accepting reports. Knight, genius. Urza thought happily and moved very quickly. Being led by Knight, she didn't even need to look at the road. Before she even got close to the restaurant, the report had already been sent out. Chapter 90. The Guild Coalition forces attack Jelal. Magic Council Era. It has been 4 or 5 days since the section was launched. Thanks to the efforts of Speaker Crawford Shim, the entire section has been completely renewed, which is completely different from the empty situation when it was first launched. The section has many functions. Reporting is just one of them, and there are special council magicians in charge. As for the content of the report, it is varied. For example, reporting that a certain account may be a black magician lurking in the Magic Network, formerly known as Death God, Aragorn. For example, where have the traces of the activities of the Dark Guild been found recently, etc. Because it is a newly launched section, the enthusiasm of the Magic Network users is very high, and a lot of reports have been received these days. Crawford Shim praised this. The emergence of the official section has greatly increased the efficiency of the council and strengthened the management of the magic world. At this time, it was more than 8 o'clock in the evening. Crawford Shim was still working at his post. Suddenly, a young magician rushed in. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Chairman, I just received a report online about Councillor Zekalain. The wizard explained solemnly. The reporter's nickname is Knight, and his real identity is Urza Shukalit, the fairy queen of fairy tale. Crawford Shim frowned slightly. Urza reported Zekalain. He opened the official section of the council and saw Urza's report letter in the report section. It was written in a long and fluent manner. Crawford Shim read it patiently and became more and more frightened. Urza revealed her identity and reported it in her real name. He kept 70% trust in the authenticity of the content. Jelal, our system, the 8th Tower of Heaven. Zekare is Jalal's thought body clone. Aren't they twin brothers? Is this true? Crawford Shim took a breath, his back wet with cold. Jelal has completed the construction of the 8th Tower of Heaven, and is preparing to capture Urza and use her as a living sacrifice to revive the Black Wizard Zirf. If this happens, he will be finished. He will definitely lose his position as the speaker. At the end of the report, Urza also brought up Knight and said that it was Knight who discovered that Zekare was a thought body. If she didn't believe it, she could take Simon and other witnesses to the council headquarters and confront Zekare face to face. Crawford Shim took a deep breath and reached out to wipe the cold sweat off his head. He only believed 70% of Urza's report, but he could believe 90% of Knight's words. After all, the magic network he was using now was created by Knight. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. We must act secretly while Zikrian is still unaware. Crawford Shim quickly made up his mind. Even if it was fake, he had to take down Zikrian first. If it was true, it would be too scary. What was the purpose of a thought body lurking in the council for so long? Crawford Shim quickly opened the council chat group. When he was about to hold a short meeting online to discuss how to solve it, he suddenly remembered that Zikrian was also in the group. So, he created a new group and pulled in the remaining 8 counselors. When he clicked Urtia's name, Crawford Shim's face changed again. This woman joined the council at the same time as Zikrian. Do you want to reply? For safety reasons, he did not pull Urtia in. Speaker, why did you suddenly create a new group? There are 2 people missing. Closing square bracket. What happened? 7 counselors came online one after another, and were puzzled by Crawford Shim's behavior. Seeing that everyone was asking, the old man immediately opened a group voice chat. Crawford Shim, something big has happened, everyone. Crawford Shim, there may be something wrong with Zikrian, he is Jalal's thought body. Crawford Shim, Jalal has completed the construction of the 8th Tower of Heaven. In an instant, it was quiet. Everyone was shocked by the sudden news. Arcane Resort Hotel. Knight and Urza enjoyed dinner at the hotel together. Seeing that she was a little absent-minded while eating, she glanced at her report letter from time to time. Knight said helplessly, "You have reported it in real name, and it is a serious matter. Unless the Council of Counselors is wiped out in advance, it will definitely be taken seriously." "Really? But you haven't replied to me yet." Urza bit her fork. "How much do you distrust the Council of Counselors?" Knight complained in his heart, and then thought that the Council of Counselors was indeed a makeshift team. Just as he was thinking, the ring flashed. Crawford Shim, Knight, are all the things about Zikrian true? Can you guarantee it? No, why are you asking me when you don't ask Urza? Knight looked up and said to Urza, "The speaker is asking me." Urza hurried to Knight's side and leaned over to read together. Sigma Man, regarding the thought body, I guarantee in the name of the Holy Ten that Crane is indeed a thought body. Sigma Man, as for the content reported by Urza, I personally guarantee that it is all true and credible. Crawford Shim, I know. It's terrible. Thanks to you, Knight. Sigma Man, Speaker, you should thank Urza. Closing square bracket. Crawford Shim, there is one more thing. Urtia and Zikrian both became counselors at the same time. Is this woman a thought body? You actually asked me this question. Can I still betray Miss Witch? Knight thought, Urtia is not a sheep to be sold as her counselor. Sigma Man, Urtia is not a thought body. There was no reply from the other side, about half a minute later. Crawford Shim, I have discussed this with other counselors. Tower of Heaven must be destroyed at all costs. This forbidden magic is too dangerous. Crawford Shim, the council is preparing to unite several major guilds to form a joint expeditionary force to defeat Jelal. Crawford Shim, regarding the location of Tower of Heaven, do you know the exact address? Knight really doesn't know, he only knows that it is on a small island in a nearby sea area. However, just ask Simon who is locked in the card. Sigma Man, on a small island near the coast of Harem. Closing square bracket. Nuo Zhao's Crawford Shim, I understand. Thank Urza for me, she helped a lot. Closing square bracket. The conversation ended. Knight looked at Urza beside him, are you relieved now? Urza looked a little embarrassed. I'm sorry to bother you again this time, Knight. I didn't expect the council to attach so much importance to it and to form a coalition to attack Jelal Lung. Will the coalition come here to join us? No, you still want to join. Knight nodded. Anyway, let's eat first, it's vacation time now. Urza couldn't help but laugh when she saw his expression. Are you a little annoyed with her? Sorry, it's tiring to get along with a woman like her. But, it's true, it's vacation time now, let's talk about the attack on Jelal after the coalition arrives. If he continued, Knight would be angry. So, Urza finally relaxed, returned to the table and began to enjoy the food in a good mood. Dinner lasted until 10 o'clock, and the two returned to the hotel room. Chapter 91 Taboo Magic, Time Worm, Sleeping with Urza. It's nice to have a vacation like this occasionally. The hotel restaurant is also delicious. Is it really okay to eat for free? Urza's appetite is relatively large among girls. What's enviable is that although she can eat a lot, her figure is very outstanding. She looks like a person from the abyss in a purple evening dress. Knight thought that Urza always wields swords and guns, and the calories are consumed here. You were usually too tense, always wearing armor. At this point, Knight suddenly became curious. Speaking of which, do you have private clothes for daily wear? Faz. 189. Urza thought about it seriously. Change clothes. A golden light flashed, and the evening dress disappeared. Urza stood in front of the full-length mirror, swinging her arms, admiring her maid outfit. Knight was stunned for a moment, laughing and crying. It's not like that. This kind of clothes belongs to special attack speed clothes, right? What about this one? Urza changed clothes again, this time it was a bunny girl. Black bunny girl costume, a white ball tail behind, slender thighs tightly wrapped in black stockings. A pair of black pointed high heels at the feet, a pair of cute black bunny ears on the head. This kind of costume. Knight was controlled for 10 seconds on the spot, thinking. Do you have any unique insights on daily private clothes that are different from ordinary people? But should I say it or not? It's beautiful and sexy, I really want to hug it. Your private clothes are very beautiful. Knight finally gave up. Since Urza thinks this is private clothes, then it is. Hearing the helplessness in the tone, Urza's mouth corners slightly raised, and couldn't help laughing. I'm going to take a shower first. Or do you take it first? 230 inches you go first. Urza changed clothes again, and the sexy bunny girl disappeared. She was wrapped in a white bath towel, and her long crimson hair was also tied up on her head. Her left hand was holding the bathtub at her waist, and some toiletries were placed in it. Your magic of changing clothes can really make anything happen. Quote. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Can I? Of course, changing clothes is not a difficult magic. Urza answered seriously, and then took the toiletries she had prepared in advance and walked into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water came. A man and a woman were alone in the same room. The woman was taking a shower again, and the sound of the shower always made people think about it. Knight suddenly realized a problem. Urza's changing room also contains shower gel and shampoo. These things are probably prepared before coming here today. Knight noticed that those things were all brand new and unopened. So, in fact, she is also looking forward to the vacation in her heart, right? Knight chuckled and walked to the balcony to enjoy the night sea breeze. She should be the kind of girl who will plan the route when she goes out for a trip, and then consider all aspects and make preparations in advance. It's a bit cute. Quote. Knight thought, and took out 4 cards from his pocket. When they were just sealed in, the 4 people were eager to get out. But now they are quiet, sleeping in the cards. Shu's card magic is completely different from Kaina's card magic. It involves space. And it just so happens that Knight has a high understanding of space magic. He was only locked in once, and he immediately found the trick of this magic through the 6 eyes, and learned it in an instant. This is the first time he has learned a magic instantly. When fighting with the ghost before, I read Makarov's Super Magic Fairy Law. But super magic is too complicated and profound, and there is no way to master it instantly. Now I finally encounter space card magic that he can learn instantly. Knight is very happy about this. More. He loves to learn. Wait until the people of the guild coalition arrive, and then let them out. Knight put the 4 cards back into his pocket. At this time, the system prompt sound suddenly came. Task: the number of registered users of Magic Internet exceeds 30,000. Closing square bracket. Task completed. Huh, it's already completed. Knight muttered in surprise. Judah is so efficient, he is indeed a self-made rich first generation, a super businessman. Looked at the system statistics. Total number of Internet registrations, 30,001 people. In just 1 second, there was another fresh leak. Not bad, it's right to find Judah to cooperate. Knight nodded with satisfaction, and then received the reward. Reward. Time worm. The host is detected in the fairy tale world, and the reward is being converted. Time worm right pointing arrow parasitic magic time worm. Closing square bracket. Instantly, a vast amount of knowledge about magic flooded into his mind. Knight seemed to be swimming in the ocean of knowledge, enjoying the pleasure of being enlightened by the knowledge of magic. After a long time, Knight slowly opened his eyes, and had completely mastered the magic. It was neither time magic nor summoning magic that summoned insects. It was a kind of parasitic magic. Use magic power to condense a time worm, and surround the other party. This kind of parasitism is not simply turning the object into a puppet, under his control. Instead, it replaces its existence. It seems that I can't describe it this way. This magic is a bit profound, and it feels more complicated than the laws of fairies. Knight was a little surprised. This is the most complicated magic he has seen so far. For example, if the time worm is used to parasitize the current Urza, then, this parasitism will exist when Urza is born. This parasitism will happen at the beginning of time. After that, Urza's life is clear to him. It involves a little time ability, and the parasitism is completed at the beginning of time. General means can't defend it at all, and you can't even detect that you are parasitized. Such a terrible magic. It is completely forbidden magic among forbidden magic. At this time, the sound of the bathroom door opening sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Knight turned around and looked. Are you blowing the wind? Be careful of catching a cold. Urza wiped her wet hair, and as if she remembered something, she said. By the way, the hotel's shower gel is not very good. I left mine in the bathroom. Let me lend it to you. She sat on the bed, her long white legs folded together, her right hand supporting the bed sheet, her face full of a relaxed expression after bathing. Noticing that Knight was staring at her, Urza asked in confusion. Aren't you going to take a shower? I'll go right away. Knight thought to himself, a beauty like you coming out of the bath, anyone would look at it a few more times. Are you still a man if you don't look? He immediately walked into the bathroom and took off his clothes. After taking a shower, Xianxia came out wearing a pair of large shorts. Then he saw Urza had changed into pajamas and lay in bed. How about I sleep on the sofa? Knight asked tentatively. You will catch a cold. The bed is big, and it won't be crowded with you. Urza opened her eyes, with only her head sticking out of the quilt. What's wrong? Are you shy? Shy? You're not. I'm afraid I can't control myself. I can't just say, you smell so good, bro. Then she made some moves, and finally Urza kicked her off the bed. Hurry up and go to sleep, maybe the Allied forces will be here tomorrow. Urza stretched out her hand and blew a little air, then closed her eyes. I'm here, so you can't kick me off the bed. Knight reminded her worriedly, lifted the quilt and lay down, and turned off the magic crystal lamp. The hotel room suddenly fell into darkness, with only the moon in the sky, casting a ray of gentle light from the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony. I don't know how long it took. Knight's whispers were heard in the room. Urza, he responded with a dazed voice, obviously she was very sleepy. I'm a little afraid of the dark, can I hug you? Yes. Knight immediately changed from lying flat to lying on his side, hugging Urza's waist from behind. His nose was close to Urza's neck, and he smelled the girl's body fragrance mixed with shower gel from her hair. What a nice smell. Knight tried his best to restrain himself. Who can sleep like this? Damn it, you shouldn't have followed. Close your eyes and start counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2, fragrant sheep, and big sheep. Ha, forget it, sleep. In the dark, there was only a slight breathing sound. The next day, Urza woke up first, feeling a little restrained and tight in front. Lifting a corner of the quilt, she found a hand deep into her pajamas. Her face flushed immediately, even she would be shy sometimes. Quietly and calmly took the hand away, and Urza breathed a sigh of relief. Really? What kind of sleeping habit is this? Muttering to herself, Urza did not disturb Knight, who was sleeping soundly and prepared to get up and wash up. Recalling last night, it was a little funny again. Night is afraid of the dark when he sleeps. Chapter 92 The Witch of the Sky, Wendy Marvell. When Night woke up, Urza was no longer in the hotel room. He got up, washed up, and went downstairs to the restaurant for dinner. As a result, no guests were seen in the restaurant. Where are all the guests? Night asked the waiter. Dear 10 Wizard Saints, Mr. Knight, the guests have all checked out. The waiter smiled. Not only that, the resort will serve you and Miss Urza alone all day today. Recognized. Knight was surprised. Why? He also asked why. The waiter's mouth twitched fiercely. You almost tore down the hotel with one punch last night, and the guests were scared away. It was a decision from above. It is our honor to serve you too. Quote. The waiter said something nice. Before today, she didn't know Knight, but now she does. One of the 10 saints in the magic world, this is a big shot. I heard that he got the order of the 10 saints just by virtue of a groundbreaking magic. Of course, identity is secondary. The higher-ups are mainly afraid that Knight will really demolish the resort. Anyway, the free accommodation voucher is only valid for 1 day, so the manager above made a decisive decision to serve these 2 plague gods well today, and reopen the resort after sending them away. Your service is really good, I will come again next time. Knight was very satisfied, thinking about bringing Juvia or Artia to visit again next time. The waiter's smile froze. Please don't come. By the way, have you seen my companion? You mean Miss Urza? She has already had breakfast and is now in the amusement park. Quote. Knight nodded, thanked him, and then took his breakfast to a table and sat down. He opened the magic network and sent a private message to Artia. Sigma Man, the council is preparing to take action against Zickline, did you know? Artia replied in seconds. Pain Witch, sister was about to send you a message, and you sent it to me. Pain Witch, we are really in tune with each other, smile.jpg. Sigma Man, recently, you don't send me pictures at night, I will criticize you. Pain Witch, do you miss your sister? Snicker.jpg. Pain Witch, sister is wearing this today, does it look good? Daily Private Clothes.jpg. Every time I chat with Artia, the conversation will go off track. After a while, after collecting a few beautiful pictures, I finally got the topic right. Sigma Man, I digressed, I was reminding you that the council is going to take action against Jelal. Talking about what happened last night, Artia's reaction was obviously that she was unaware. Pain Witch, the speaker didn't mention it to me, it seems that I am also suspected. Sigma Man, what are you going to do? Go back to Grimoire Heart. Pain Witch, no, don't worry, sister will be fine. Sigma Man, are you still brainwashing Jelal? Pain Witch, no, brainwashing is a matter of childhood. Sister changed her mind and the magic was lifted long ago. Is that so? Knight was a little confused. Is Jelal too deeply possessed by the devil now? Who cares? Sigma Man, you are free, make your own decision, I will help you if you encounter any trouble. Pain Witch, yeah, kiss.jpg. Pain Witch, sister is going to the council. The speaker just sent a message. It seems that he is going to take action on Jalal's thought body at the council. Then he went offline. Knight pondered. Since the council decided to take action against Zekalain, one of the 10 saints, they would definitely seek external assistance. Maybe they asked for reinforcements overnight. However, with Artia's strength, even if she was exposed, it would be no problem for her to escape. Since Miss Witch said she could handle it, Knight didn't care about it for the time being. After breakfast, Knight went to the amusement park to meet up with Urza. There was no one in the entire amusement park, and all entertainment facilities were open for free. The two had a great time for the whole morning, and almost all of them were played. After returning to the resort hotel for lunch, the two changed into swimsuits and went to the beach. Skateboarding, beach volleyball, kayaking, sea fishing, etc. It's much more fun than the amusement park. The main thing is that you can appreciate Urza's swimsuit. Urza is also very happy. Her usually tense nerves are completely relaxed, and she has a smile on her face. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the two tired people set up beach chairs on the beach. Knight got a barbecue grill and prepared to eat all the sea fish that he had worked hard to catch. As a wizard who often goes out on missions, Urza has rich experience in outdoor camping. She gave Knight a good show. The knife flashed and the seafood was cleaned by her in a few strokes. The movements were smooth and flowing. Then it was barbecue time. After a full meal, the two walked along the coast to digest the food. I haven't been so happy for a long time. Urza walked in front with her hands behind her back. Obviously, I just came here to investigate Tower of Heaven at the beginning, but I didn't expect to experience a day of vacation. This is a lie, Knight thought. You are obviously looking forward to it. You will be happier in the future. Do you know why people don't like to work? Without waiting for her to answer, Knight continued, because it is against human nature. After solving the problem of survival, people like to find happiness. But I am also happy when I work. Urza turned around and laughed lightly. Knight was speechless. At this time, the ring flashed. The speaker sent a private message. Knight glanced and said, "Then your happiness is coming." Urza blinked, and a beautiful question mark appeared on her head. Knight smiled back. "Let's go, the guild coalition has arrived and is waiting for us in the hotel lobby." "Really? It seems that it's time to work." Urza nodded. "Change clothes." With a flash of golden light, the swimsuit turned into daily armor. Knight looked down at his beach pants. He really wanted to learn how to change clothes now. After changing clothes, he returned to the hotel lobby. In the lobby, Nashi saw two people, one big and one small. A man and a woman, to be precise. There was actually a white cat. Jura from the Holy Ten. Urza was a little surprised when she saw the other party. Ms. Urza, and Mr. Knight, I have always wanted to meet you, and now I finally meet you. Jura, as a bald head, first nodded to Urza and greeted her, then smiled and looked at Knight. "I'm Jura Nikis, a wizard from Lamia Scale. Nice to meet you." "Hello, Mr. Jura," Knight responded, and quickly turned his attention to the little girl next to him. "My name is Wendy Marvell." The little girl put her hands behind her back, pointed her toes slightly inward, and after introducing herself a little shyly, she glanced at the white cat next to her. She whispered, "She is Carla, and we are from the Neko no Yoku." Little girl. Urza was startled. This is the coalition army that is going to attack Jelal. Why would they send a little girl here? There is also a cat, like Happy, flying in the air. The white cat. Carla crossed her arms and said angrily, "Is it not possible? Wizards of fairy tale, please don't look down on me and Wendy." "It's Urza, the legendary fairy queen," Wendy whispered, with a little smile on her little face. "I'm talking to you, others look down on us." Carla stamped her feet, feeling very disappointed. "I'm sorry, I don't mean to look down on you, but this operation will be very dangerous." Urza apologized earnestly and clenched her fist. "If you are angry, just hit me." "Knight. Urza, she is a dragon slayer." Knight reminded her, walked up to Wendy, and touched the little girl's head affectionately. "Right. Sky Netizen." Chapter 93. Confident Jelal. "Urtia, I object. A dragon slayer like Natsu." Urza was a little surprised. Jura was also stunned. He and Wendy did not come together, but met in the hotel lobby. Before meeting Knight and the others, they chatted with each other for a few words. "I didn't expect such a little girl to be a dragon slayer." "Big brother, do you know Wendy?" Wendy looked up curiously. She was 1.5 meters tall, petite and cute. She looked up at Knight with a puzzled look. "I have seen the reply of Voldemort. Fire Dragon Igneal, Iron Dragon Metallicana, Sky Dragon Grandine. 1. I saw the magic power similar to Natsu and Gajil in you." Knight made up a reason casually. At the same time, he understood in his heart why Wendy was here. From Wendy's reaction, she didn't know Voldemort and hadn't seen that post. 500, therefore, she would participate in this crusade, probably because of the name, Jelal. That's right, Wendy has the lost magic, Sky Dragon Slayer magic, she's a dragon slayer. Carla helped Wendy to admit her identity. Her tone was quite proud. That's why I said, don't underestimate us. Wendy lowered her head, a little bit pinched and twisted, rubbing her little feet gently on the ground. Actually, I don't have much fighting power. Quote, she doesn't know any cool moves like roaring. Or rather, she has never used them. I know some healing magic, which should be able to help you. She said carefully and softly. What a cute little loli. Knight thought, if Wendy really came here for a lifesaver, she might be disappointed. The Jello she wanted to see was actually Mistogen from Fairy Tale. We can chat on the way. Anyway, we are going to Tower of Heaven. Knight took out 4 cards and released Simon and the other 2 from the cards. Urza immediately explained the current situation to the 4. The misunderstanding between the 2 sides has been resolved, and the 4 are willing to help and work together to stop Jalal's evil deeds. We came here by boat, so let's go back by boat. Simon suggested. The boat is docked at the nearby coast, follow me. Under his leadership, everyone left the resort and boarded the sailboat to Tower of Heaven. Near the coast of Karlam. It took only more than 2 hours to reach the destination from the Akane resort. Looking at the small island in front from the deck of the ship. A towering tower stands on the island, and there is an external spiral staircase outside the tower that leads directly to the top of the tower. Jura looked solemn. Before I came, I heard about this forbidden magic from the president. Quote, the council first contacted the presidents of the local guild alliances, and then the president selected the appropriate wizards for the commission. Because one of the thought bodies of the target of the crusade can become the Holy Ten, sending a general business bureau may not be of much use. So, Jura, who is also the Holy Ten, was naturally selected. Mr. Knight, the 2 of us should be able to stop Jelal together. I'm afraid I'm not his opponent alone. Jura turned to look at Knight. Do you have any battle plan? Battle plan. Knight was chatting privately with Urtia, asking about the situation, and he had to shake his head when he heard it. What plan did he have? If Urza hadn't asked him for help, he wouldn't have bothered to care about Jalal's weight. Zirf is alive and well, and Jalal's dream of resurrecting Zirf is doomed to fail. The plan is to fight on the top floor of the Tower of Heaven and then arrest the other party. Quote, this is equivalent to having no plan. Jura laughed dryly. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. I don't know who the enemy is besides Jelal. At this time, Urza, who was standing on the bow, said loudly, it seems that someone is waiting for us on the island. Everyone looked over and saw that a large number of wizards had gathered on the coast of the island and were waiting. Exposed. Jura frowned. Simon hurriedly said, it's not us. In this case, the 4 of them would be suspected at the first time. But in fact, no one suspected them. Get ready for the battle. Urza protected Wendy behind him and whispered, Wendy, you hide behind later. Wendy nodded hurriedly, I will release support magic for everyone. Knight turned off the magic net, walked to Urza, and looked at the situation on the island. Let me do it, you should save some magic power to deal with the next opponent. As he said, he clenched his right fist and bombarded the atmosphere on the right side of his body. Boom. In an instant, a tsunami came. A huge wave of 100 meters high rose from the sea and rushed towards the island in the sea. Seeing this scene, many wizards who had gathered on the shore began to flee in panic. However, the tsunami directly submerged the entire island, and they had nowhere to escape. With one punch, all the small fish were killed. Jura was shocked. As a Saint 10, his moves were far less destructive than Nashi. The white cat Carla opened her mouth in disbelief. Good, great magic. Turning his head and staring at Knight, Chinchi smiled back. The people in this world are quite magical. It's not strange to see a cat that can talk and fly. Tower of Heaven, top floor. Jello crossed his legs and leaned against a high back chair, holding his cheek with a fist in his left hand and holding a chess piece in his right hand. Feeling the slight vibration caused by the impact of the tsunami on the Tower of Heaven, he couldn't help but laugh. Don't be too messy. If you tear down my Tower of Heaven, I will have a headache, Nashi. Snap. The chess piece fell. Across the chessboard, Zikrian was also sitting on a chair. As a thought body, he looks exactly like Jelal, without any difference. This is a high-level thought body, with the ability to act independently and can play chess with the main body. I didn't expect Urza to report me. The thought body was seen through. This is Nashi's credit. It doesn't matter, it's just a small episode. Jelal talked to his thought body, still full of room. The resurrection sacrifice needs a magician at the level of Saint 10. The Urza chosen at first was just close to Saint 10, but now there is a better target. Jura Nikis. 3.7. Zikrian picked up the chess piece and raised his mouth slightly. In addition, 2.7 billion conceptual magic power is needed to activate the R system. Artia will find a way. Jelal ate the enemy general and looked calm. Zirf will be reborn soon. At the same time as Knight and others landed on the island. The scene here was also broadcast to the council headquarters by satellite magic in the sky. Including the speaker Crawford Shim, the other 8 councillors gathered in front of a huge crystal ball. If Jura and the others fail, the second councillor, an old man with a bat decoration on his head and his right eye closed, suggested. Just use the magic spirit power to completely wipe the 8th tower off the map. Artia raised her hand and said with a smile, I object. Chapter 94 Instantly killing 3 crows. Magical spirit power, also known as super space-time destruction magic. This is one of the ultimate weapons used by the Magic Council to maintain the order of the magic world. Using the satellite magic array, the huge energy bomb that integrates 2.7 billion conceptual magic power can be accurately launched to any corner of the continent. Its power is enough to destroy a country. Therefore, it must be voted by the council and at least 5 people must agree before it can be used. As soon as Ogre, who was in the second seat, proposed to use the magic spirit power, Artia raised her hand to express her opposition. This made Ogre's expression a little stiff. It's too bad, Artia. He frowned and said, don't forget, you haven't cleared your suspicion yet. There is no accurate judgment on whether you are Jalal's accomplice. Stinky old man, what do you know? Artia was speechless. Jelal was eager for you to use the magic spirit power, which would just charge the Tower of Heaven and completely activate the R system. She didn't care whether the Tower of Heaven was activated. But what if she accidentally hurt her beloved knight? Don't worry, Mr. Ogre, there is still plenty of time now, why not wait and see? Artia smiled sweetly, she believed that Knight would solve it. If it really can't be solved, the council must use the magic spirit power. She would not be a councillor, and she would also demolish the council on the spot. Then go find Knight. Thinking of living with Knight, Artia actually looked forward to things developing in this direction. At this time, Ujima, the 6th seat, said, I object too, things haven't come to this point yet. Quote. Mr. Ujima, even you. Ogre frowned even more deeply. Mikolo, who was in the 3rd seat, murmured. I agree, but we have to wait until they fail. Then, the other councillors voted. It's about the resurrection of the Black Wizard Zirf. No matter what, I agree. The 2 saints and Urza of Fairy Tale can win. So, I oppose. In the end, the vote was 4-4. So, everyone looked at the speaker. The fat old man looked at the picture in the crystal ball and said calmly. Even if Knight and the others fail, at least we have to rescue Knight safely, and then consider whether to use him. Quote. 5-4, the vote failed. The tsunami receded and the ship docked. Knight and others stepped onto the island in the sea and looked up at the Tower of Heaven. It's quite high, at least 200 or 300 meters. I feel a strong magic power, just in the direction of the top of the tower. That's probably Jelal. Jura took the lead and walked in front. You follow me, don't be afraid if there are any traps. Reliable. Knight smiled slightly, a reliable bald guy. He reached out and hugged Urza's waist, and flew up lightly. But, we can fly. Mr. Jura, Urza and I will go up first, you can walk up slowly. Jura, that's not right, even if you can fly, shouldn't you take me with you? The 2 of us, the Holy 10, join forces to fight Jelal together, this is the right thing to do. Jura opened his mouth, but couldn't say it. He and Knight are not very familiar with each other. After completing this mission, I must add Nashi as a friend. He added before, but the friend request was ignored. I understand, Mr. Knight, you two must be careful. Jura nodded, watching the two fly to the Tower of Heaven, then turned back to Wendy and said, Wendy, Carla, you follow me. The words are not finished yet. Carla has transformed into wings, and her two little claws are holding Wendy's collar. Shiren takes Tien Chen with him. Mr. Jura, I'll help too. Wendy stretched out her hands and cast a supportive magic on Jura, armor power. A soft blue light enveloped Jura's body, and he felt that his defense had been enhanced. It was rare to find a wizard who could assist in magic, and Jura was very happy to be supported by magic. But seeing Carla and Wendy fly away, Jura was very sad. His eyes fell on the Tower of Heaven. It's so high, am I the only one climbing up? Jura felt that he was excluded by his companions, and secretly made up his mind to learn a kind of flying magic when he returned. Clearing away distracting thoughts, Jura took a deep breath and started to walk up from the bottom of the tower. The spiral staircase outside the tower went up around the tower body, but after walking a circle, a figure blocked the way. Oh, hello, Mr. Jura of the Holy Ten. The man wore a bird head mask and carried two flame thrusters on his back. I am a member of the Assassination Guild Skull and Bones, a special guerrilla force of the Three Crows. Quote. Warrior of Justice, Owl. As soon as the words fell, Owl activated the thrusters behind him, and with the help of the flames, he approached Jura fiercely, clasped the bald man's neck with his right arm, and took him to the sky in an instant. By the order of Lord Jelal, you were brought to him as a sacrifice, oh. Sacrifice. Jura did not resist, it is better to say that he helped a lot. He can fly up too. On the other side, Knight, holding Urza, has flown to the entrance of the top of the tower. Walked into the tower from the end of the stairs, and soon came to a bridge. Above the long bridge, cherry blossoms were flying. At the end of the bridge, in the darkness, a cherry-haired woman wearing a white kimono, holding a long sword in both hands, and wearing high wooden clogs on her feet, walked towards her step by step with the steps of an Oran. Good evening, both of you, I am Banju, please advise me. Quote. The woman was quite polite and knew how to introduce herself. But the next sentence was not so friendly. Miss Urza, Lord Jelal no longer needs you. Are you dissatisfied with this wooden bridge as your burial place? Urza frowned slightly and whispered, Knight, leave this woman to me, you go and stop Jelal first. As she said that, she changed her clothes. Silver white battle angel, sky wheel armor. Knight pondered, your name is Turtle Dove. Yes, respected Lord of the Magic Net, your Magic Net forum really helped us a lot. Quote. Banjo's tone towards Knight was very friendly. It was very inconvenient for us assassination guilds to accept commissions before, but now it's very easy for clients to find us. Thank you for your great invention. 877. Are there still assassination guild members lurking in the forum? Knight raised his eyebrows, wondering where these people got the rings from. He noticed that Banjo's right index finger was indeed wearing a first-generation magic net ring. Anyway, can you ask him to stop scattering cherry blossoms? Knight looked up at the sky above the wooden bridge. About 30 meters above, there was a man sitting on a dark pipe. The man was holding a flower basket in his hand and grabbed a handful of cherry blossoms and scattered them from a high place. As he spoke, Qinshi took out a card from his pocket with his right index and middle fingers. With a whoosh, the card flew towards the man at a high speed like a flying knife. As expected of Saint Ten, you found me easily. Quote. Faced with the flying card, the man stretched out his hand and caught it like lightning. No, buddy, there are cherry blossoms floating on the bridge, and there are no cherry trees here. Anyone can know that there is someone here. It has nothing to do with whether he is Saint Ten or not, it has something to do with the eyes and the brain. Knight was speechless, and immediately had an idea. On the card held by the man, a golden magic circle suddenly unfolded. The next moment, it teleported. Teleport. Vidaludis's expression was stunned, and his pupils shrank suddenly. In the field of vision, a big hand opened 5 fingers and grabbed his face. Immediately, a terrifying vibration invaded the brain, and the brain matter was instantly evened out. Strong hands split the skull. Knight threw the man to the ground fiercely, and with a bang, one of the members of the 3 crows was instantly killed. Sorry, you look strong, but I personally hate cherry blossoms. Quote. Chapter 95 Magic App, download and play. Knight's wonderful idea. Knight doesn't like cherry blossoms, mainly because he is allergic to them. In addition to cherry blossoms, he is also allergic to several kinds of flowers and plants. At this time, one of the members of the 3 crows was killed in one move, and Knight simply kicked all the flower baskets on the pipe down with 1 foot. In order to create an atmosphere when they appeared, these people really prepared several baskets of cherry blossoms. It feels good to sprinkle them now, but I wonder if they are tired when collecting them. Turtle Dove looked up at the cherry blossoms flying in the sky, and then looked down at his companion Vidarutas, who had completely lost consciousness. Death is the fate of love and life. What is this woman talking about? Knight sat on the pipe with his feet hanging in the air, waiting to watch the show leisurely. Turtle Dove has 2 beauty moles under his eyes. At this time, his feet are slightly apart, and his right hand has already grasped the handle of the knife. The posture of drawing the sword and slashing. Mr. Knight, you can pass, but Miss Urza has to stay. Knight, go ahead, I will catch up soon. Urza also shouted. There are 4 steel wings behind the sky wheel armor. Although it will not move, it actually has the magic of flying attached. Urza flew almost close to the ground, and with one swing of her sword, several magic swords followed her to kill Banju. Banju stood still, and drew her sword to slash as fast as a flash of light. Moonless-style sword flash. Urza, who was rushing forward, suddenly paused. The next moment, all the magic swords swirling around her body shattered at the same time. As if it was a delayed slash, the heavenly wheel armor also shattered immediately afterwards. With one sword, Urza's commonly used combat armor was shattered. My moonless style can directly cut the opponent's nerves without hurting the flesh. Banjo's sword had been sheathed, as if it had never been used before. The Fairy Queen is just like this. With a plop. Urza knelt on one knee, her eyes covered with a shadow. Tisk tisk, angry, Urza is angry. It was the first time that Knight saw Urza's expression like this. After thinking for a while, he quickly said, "Do you want my help? It's very expensive to repair the broken armor." Quote. Quote. Urza regained her balance and was about to change clothes. Moonless-style Garuda Flame. Akaruga attacked again. This time, his sword skills were not fast, but his magic power was transformed into flames. Like a roaring fire snake, a series of explosions occurred wherever it passed. Boom. In an instant, the wooden bridge was ignited and the flames shot up into the sky. Urza was forced back dozens of meters by the impact of sword energy and flames. Quote. Akaruga noticed that Urza had changed clothes in an instant, and was amazed at the speed of the other party's change of clothes. At the same time, he said, "Fire-resistant armor, right? But, bang, the Flame Emperor's armor, shattered. My sword skills are not that simple, Miss Urza." Quote. This is another broken one. Knight thought, how much will it cost to repair it? Urza is really a rich woman. However, the 6 eyes observed the two. The magic power in the body of the pigeon is about 3 stars, weaker than Urza. This female wizard who uses swords has a full combat experience in swordsmanship. Really don't need help. Knight spoke again. Change clothes purgatory armor. A golden light flashed, and Urza changed clothes again, this time it was a pitch-black armor with spikes. Holding a serrated giant blade, the destructive power doubled. Is this your strongest armor? Pigeon closed his left eye, took a stance, and still drew his sword to slash. Wait and regret it. No one can stand up straight in front of my armor. Urza rarely said harsh words, and did not forget to look up and shout at Knight, "Stop talking nonsense, Knight, it will distract me." As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed towards Kakujo again. This purgatory armor withstood Kakujo's first sword, and the scene finally became intense. Urza's sawtooth giant blade was powerful, but facing Kakuju with full agility points, it was difficult to touch the opponent. The only difference was that she finally forced Kakuju to leave the spot and had to dodge. However, the armor with strong attack power would appear a bit cumbersome when it could not hit the enemy. Banju dodged the powerful blow again, and a big hole was smashed into the long bridge. She leapt up and passed over Urza's head upside down. With a sword in her hand. Moonless-style Xianxia flashing sky. Snap! The wooden clogs landed on the bridge with a light sound. The sound of the blade slowly returning to the sheath followed, and Banju said without looking back. It seems that the winner has been decided. Now you should understand that your armor can't stop my moonless style. With a bang, Chen Yu's armor broke. Seeing this, Knight stretched out his right index finger and middle finger, pinched the void, and a card condensed with golden light. I am not strong at all. Urza staggered a step and whispered, change to the pure heart clothes. With a flash of golden light, she took out another set of armor. To be precise, it was not armor. The lower body was a pair of yellow flame-patterned bloomers, and the upper body was only wrapped in bandages like a pair of giant pandas. There was no steel wrapped around the whole body, only soft cloth. When I was a child in this tower, I lost many companions. When Grandpa Rob died in front of me, I was young and helpless. Even when I was escaping, I could only leave alone. Quote. Knight raised his eyebrows and thought, this set of clothes is really beautiful. This is Urza's strongest armor, abandoning defense and facing the weak self in his heart. Turtle Dove frowned slightly, what's special about this set of armor? It's just cloth. Urza slowly closed her eyes, still whispering. I always cry alone, and I'm used to being alone. 11. In order to become stronger, I put on heavy armor. I shut myself up in a lonely world, facing the outside world cautiously, fearing any harm. Speaking of this, she suddenly smiled brightly and faced Ban Ming calmly. Sorry, Knight, I just told you to stop talking nonsense. You must be very anxious and want to help me. I'm sorry, it's because I'm too weak and I never dare to take off my armor. Only by wearing armor can I find peace of mind. As he said, he transformed two long swords with his hands and pointed them at Banju. I won't lose. Even if I lose, Knight will definitely help me at the most important moment. Quote. I'm no longer confused. Armor can't protect me, but my companions can. With a bang, Urza left a footprint on the bridge barefoot, and the whole person was like a scarlet light galloping on the battlefield. It's just a piece of cloth. What are you talking about? Banju couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and also moved his feet, and went to meet Urza. On the high pipe, Knight put away the cards and quietly watched the battle below. A pure swordsmanship contest, the end was at hand. The scarlet light penetrated the long bridge like lightning and stopped at the end of the bridge. Behind him, the long sword of the dove cracked inch by inch, and fell to the ground with a bang. Congratulations, you won. Knight jumped lightly and landed beside Urza. It seems that the king is unhappy. Urza smiled at Knight, and then her body softened and fell into his arms. The nerves were cut. Knight had to pick her up in a princess hug, and walked towards the top of the tower while saying, Wendy can use healing magic, you bear it. Thank you, Knight. Quote. Urza put her arms around Knight's neck, rested her head on his shoulder, and closed her eyes tiredly. Even without the armor, she wouldn't feel uneasy now. Knight thought for a moment and said, I'll teach you later. County. What can be helpful to Urza? Most of his magic is system-based, and others can't learn it even if he teaches it. If magic can be downloaded directly through the magic network like an app, it would be great to learn it in one click. This idea seems good. Knight's eyes lit up. It seems, it's not impossible. In addition to being happy, Knight couldn't help but kiss Urza's cheek. You helped me a lot. Urza suddenly opened her beautiful eyes wide, touched the place where she was kissed, and looked confused. Chapter 96 Knight's second super magic, Fairy Law, is activated. The current magic network has functions such as photographing and talking. Even if the user does not know these magics, it does not affect their use. And the magic app is a step further on this basis. However, it is easy to say, but it seems to be quite troublesome to do. I need to study it carefully in the future. You kiss me. Urza touched the cheek that was kissed. It was the first time for her to be kissed on the face, and it felt a little strange. Do you want to kiss me back? I don't mind. Urza opened her eyes wide and her face flushed. Even the fairy queen has shy moments. Moreover, she always felt that Night was a little different to her. Could he like her? Then she thought of Night touching her panda when she went to bed last night. She said that she was afraid of the dark and had to hold her to sleep, but when she woke up the next day, she found that Min had entered her pajamas. I don't know if it was intentional. Urza blushed more and more as she thought about it. Wait a minute. Impure things are not allowed. What are you talking about? Night really didn't know that he touched her. This was purely a habit when sleeping, and his hand moved by itself. Anyway, now is not the time to talk about this, stop Jello. Urza shook her head vigorously and quickly changed the subject, and she almost bit her tongue. We are on our way now, but... Night looked down at Urza's chest binder, are you really not going to change? Urza felt that she was a little strange now, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Yesterday, she slept in the same bed with Night, and 247 didn't think there was anything wrong. But now, just being seen with a bandage on her chest binder, she felt that the blood began to rush to her face. Red, her face was about to turn red again. Change clothes. She quickly changed into the most commonly used armor, closed her eyes and said quickly, let's go. Night felt that the armor was a bit heavy. Urza, maybe you can walk by yourself. Don't talk, let's go. When Night and Urza came to the room on the top floor, Wendy, Carla, and Jura had already arrived in advance. The last member of the Three Crows, Owl, was trapped inside by 2 rocks and couldn't move. And next to the rock was Jura. He put his index finger and middle finger together, maintaining earth magic. Are you Jello? Jura of Rock Iron, it's true that you're not wrongly called. Your earth magic is very powerful. You subdued the owl with 1 move, which is amazing. You deserve the title of Saint 10. Jello stood up and clapped his hands. He looked past Jura and looked at the entrance of the gate. Seeing Night holding Urza, he raised his mouth slightly. It seems that the other 2 of the 3 crows have also been dealt with. You have temporarily won this paradise game. Jello. Seeing her old friend from childhood, Urza gritted her teeth angrily. Is it really so fun to play with human lives? Of course, because life and death are the root of all things that gather all emotions. On the other hand, there is nothing more boring and empty than life. Jello wore a blue cloak and spoke his own life experience. At this time, Zekrian also stood up and walked to Jello. I didn't expect you to report me, Urza, I almost failed my plan. Zekrian. Urza stared at this thought body. I won't be fooled again, you are the same person. Hehe, we are indeed the same person. When I first saw you in the council, I was really shocked. I had to say that you were twin brothers. As he spoke, Tukrian slowly merged into Jalal's body. In an instant, a huge magical pressure descended. In Night's eyes, Jalal's magic power at this time reached more than 7 stars, which was a little stronger than Jose. But a little weaker than Makarov. Wendy. Night walked to Wendy and put Urza down. Help me treat Urza, please. Yes. Wendy helped Urza sit down, and was shocked when she felt the other's injuries. Well, Wendy whispered, what will happen to Jello? He will be arrested. Night answered casually, while putting his palms together. I don't like nonsense. Anyway, let's solve it quickly. As he spoke, a golden light appeared between his palms, and the magic of the light condensed into a small ball of light. Seeing this scene, Urza, who was sitting on the ground receiving treatment, opened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Fairy law. Jalal's face changed drastically. He had seen Makarov use the famous fairy law. Not only that, not long ago, the president of the Phantom, Jose Porla, was killed by this trick. I have only learned a little bit, don't be nervous, maybe I will fail. Night said slowly. Mr. Jura Beb, can you buy me some time? Jura was also very shocked. This feeling of magic, super magic. I understand, I will protect you in front until your magic is completed. Jura nodded and immediately took a fighting stance. You think I will give you a chance? Knight. Jelal snorted coldly. Meteor. Celestial magic. Meteor. Jalal's body was shrouded in a hazy golden light, and his body movements became light, and he suddenly rushed towards Knight, like a meteor. Multiple pillars rain. Jura waved his fingers, and 10 stone pillars suddenly rose from the ground and hit Jelal. But Jalal's flying movements in the air were extremely agile, like a winding golden light, passing through the gaps between the stone pillars in an instant. He came to Knight's head, and his right hand quickly drew a magic circle in the air. Ta! Before he could finish drawing, Hongla's 2 fingers raised up. Rock iron wall. A stone wall rose from the ground, blocking Jelal. Jalal's 7-star sword was blocked, and Jura kicked the stone wall to pieces. Stone array. Jura stood still, waved his fingers, and controlled the broken stone wall, and countless broken stones immediately hit Jelal. Of course, it didn't hit hard. In the meteor state, Jalal's movements were extremely fast, and ordinary magic couldn't keep up with his movements. However, facing Jura's harassment, he couldn't interrupt Knight's spell for a while. So, the two of them went back and forth, and magic kept fighting. Carla widened her eyes and murmured in surprise, "Is this the battle between the 10 holy magicians? It's completely different from ordinary magicians. The most intuitive feeling is that it's very fast. The magics are fighting quickly as if they don't need magic power. You go back and forth, and you counter each other's moves." This process lasted for about 10 seconds. That's enough. Quote. Knight finished reading the fairy law. Because he was not familiar with it and it was his first time using it in actual combat, he needed much longer to prepare than Makarov. It was not even certain whether it would succeed. I'm counting down to 3 seconds, Jelal, it's still time to surrender now. Knight's face was calm. Damn it. Jalal's face was grim, why do you want to stop it? Knight. Quote dash exclamation mark quote. With a snap, Knight put his hands together. Fairy law. Activate. Instantly, golden light filled everyone's world. A huge golden magic circle was born in the sky above the Tower of Heaven. Jelal wanted to curse, hollow square. But it was too late, the divine judgment came. From the center of the huge magic circle in the sky, dazzling golden light descended, covering the entire Tower of Heaven. This scene was also broadcast to the council headquarters in real time by satellite magic. In the huge crystal ball, golden light filled the monitoring field of view. Carat 0. Fairy law. Who activated it? Urza. No, Knight. How is this possible? Besides Makarov, is there anyone else in fairy tale who can master this kind of super magic? Beside the crystal ball, the judges were all shocked. The fat old speaker was also shocked. Everyone stared at the crystal ball without blinking, anxiously waiting for the result. Chapter 97 Jelal is defeated, the first target of the time worm. The holy light defeats the darkness. The law of the fairies shines brightly. On the coast of the island, on the sailing ship docked. Simon and others were dazzled by the dazzling golden light. Our sister Urza and the others okay. This brilliance, this magic, could it be super magic? It's the magic of that night. They were not used as combat power and were asked to stay on the ship. At this time, they could only watch from afar as the Tower of Heaven was shrouded in holy light. Now we can only wait, Simon said in a deep voice. After a long time, the holy light began to fade. The top floor room of the Tower of Heaven. Everyone looked at Jelal at the first time. Quote. Jelal panted heavily, he blocked his hands in front of him, and his original blue hair had completely turned white. Even the clothes on his body seemed to be bleached and faded. It seems to have failed. Knight spread his hands, the power is not half as powerful as the president's. It also consumed 3 stars of magic power, but it did not reach perfection in experience and technology, so the power was discounted. It's already successful enough, Mr. Knight, Jura said in a deep voice. Jalal's breath fell, and he consumed a lot of magic power to fight against your magic. Wendy and Urza both stared blankly. 0909, 090A unknown currency A. Suddenly, the white-haired Jelal shrugged his shoulders and laughed wantonly, you almost won. Boom. He burst out with magic power, and was enveloped by a hazy golden light, and flew into the air in an instant. You all come to hinder me. You all deserve to die. Jello raised his hands angrily and crossed them above his head. Fall into the infinite dark abyss, celestial magic dark paradise. The wind swept, and the evil magic gathered above Jalal's head, and a dark magic celestial body gradually took shape. It seemed like a black hole. The shadows under the feet of the crowd were pulled by the black hole and torn towards Jello. Be careful, Knight. That magic is very dangerous. Urza warned loudly. If I were you, I would run away immediately. Knight kindly reminded, don't you think that if you delay for a while, the magic spirit power will drop? Jello looked grim. Jura frowned. Magic spirit power. The completion of the R system requires a huge amount of magic power, and the structure of this tower itself is to absorb magic power. Knight shook his head and said, it won't fall down, your wish is doomed to fail. Jura's heart moved, and immediately thought of the importance of Zekrian sneaking into the council. So that's why it is necessary to separate the thought body. Damn, Urza, this is all your fault. Jello looked at Urza, who was healing with angry eyes. Since Knight knows the secret of the R system, it means that the council may also know it. He can't wait for the magic spirit power. Even if he beats Nahe and Jura here, the R system cannot be completed. What's more, he doesn't have the confidence to beat the two now. In order to fight against the laws of the fairies, he has consumed too much time. I shouldn't have let you go back then. You really hindered me. Jalal's black hole has been completed, and it was thrown out from a high place. The target is not Jura or Knight, but Urza. Rock wall chain. The reliable bald man Jura put his hands together, and in an instant, 5 stone walls as hard as steel rose from the ground. The black hole hit the stone wall, and the strong gravity broke through and tore the stone wall. In a blink of an eye, all 5 stone walls were broken. At this time, Knight was already standing in front of Urza, blocking the attacking black hole with his right palm. Boom! The two magic powers collided, and in an instant, the ground shook. Tower of Heaven, which was built with great difficulty, now wants to tear it down by yourself. Knight couldn't help laughing, but at the same time he was a little confused. Artia had long been brainwashed. Why was Jello still so persistent? For a free world, for Zirf, for creating a truly free country. Jello was like a madman, gritting his teeth and yelling, it's just another 8 years, no, it only takes 5 years this time. His fingers drew a magic circle in the air, and it was completed in almost an instant. Forbidden magic, purgatory shattering. Urza, Knight, Jura, sink to the bottom of the sea with this Tower of Heaven. Seeing this magic, Jura's face changed drastically. Purgatory shattering, a magic that combines the 4 attributes of earth, water, fire, and wind, is enough to completely destroy them and the entire Tower of Heaven from the fluctuation of magic power. Because of its destructive power, it is listed as a forbidden magic. Overlord rock shattering. Jura gritted his teeth, clapped his hands, and used all his magic power. The Tower of Heaven suddenly stretched out 2 huge rock hands, like an angry Vajra Buddha, and slapped Jello fiercely. With a bang. Before purgatory shattering could be launched, Jello was suppressed by the 2 giant hands. Immediately afterwards, the rock that blocked him was detonated, and a loud explosion was heard, shaking the tower. Jello fell from a height and fell outside the Tower of Heaven. This scene was also broadcast by satellite magic. The councillors at the council headquarters breathed a sigh of relief. Artia shook her head slightly, thinking, it was indeed a failure, poor Jello. Speaker Crawford Shim immediately opened the magic network and sent a message. Crawford Shim, Jello has been defeated, landed on the island to attack the gods. Closing square bracket. At the same time, near the coast of Harem, several council magic warships immediately took action and approached the Tower of Heaven. The top floor of the Tower of Heaven. The black hole slowly collapsed and disappeared. Knight retracted his right hand and turned to look at Urza. How is the injury? I can move now, thank you, you saved me again. Urza nodded, and then thanked the absent-minded Wendy, then stood up and walked to the edge of the broken wall and looked outside the tower. Jello fell from the top of the tower. It would take some time to fall from a height of 200 or 300 meters. Jura breathed a sigh of relief and followed him to the side of the tower. If it was a one-on-one fight, I would not be his opponent. Thanks to your fairy law, Mr. Knight. You were also amazing. Knight thought and turned into a beam of golden light, suddenly flying towards Jello. He stood on the ground before Jello. Then a magic was cast to buffer the speed of his fall. With a bang, Jello fell on his back, raising a cloud of dust. Knight stood beside him, looking down at him. You were also amazing to be able to withstand my fairy law. Although I deliberately reduced the power. Knight stretched out a finger. A white time worm crawled out from the tip of his finger and fell on Jalal's face. I'll use you to test my time worm. Quote, Chapter 98 Fairy Queen's First Kiss. More than an hour later. The unconscious Jello was taken away by the Council's compulsory restraint force. The Rune Knights landed on the island in a warship and detained all the criminals on the island. At the same time, a part of the army was left to dismantle the 8th Tower of Heaven. Wendy stood on the coast and watched the detention force leave. Carla asked, Is it the Jello you were looking for? No. Different, I don't know. Wendy shook her head in disappointment. The Jello she was looking for was a good man and her benefactor. The Jello she saw today looked exactly the same and had the same name, but he was completely different from the Jello she remembered. Wendy didn't understand what was going on. One was a good man, and the other was an evil villain. Not only that, this Jello didn't seem to know her. At this time, Wendy noticed Knight not far away, and suddenly remembered the conversation in the hotel lobby when they first met. Grantine. 097, she ran over in small steps. Knight was studying the time worm, and after the first time worm parasitized Jello, there was no special feedback. Maybe there will be results after Jello wakes up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wendy's voice came from behind, and Knight turned around to look. The blue-haired girl was running towards him in small steps, and suddenly she was tripped by a stone on the coast. Wendy screamed, raised her hands forward, and fell to the ground. Knight's mouth twitched. This flat fall. It hurts. Wendy rubbed her slightly red forehead and stood up firmly. Stupid, don't run around recklessly. Carla flew over and said unhappily. I'm sorry. Wendy apologized in a low voice. Knight walked over with a smile and helped the little girl up. Are you looking for me for something? Thank you, Mr. Knight. Wendy still looked a little reserved, and looked like a very shy person. Well, when we were in the hotel, I heard you say Grandin. Don't be so polite, just call me by my name. Quote, Knight thought, you dragon slayers will definitely ask this, Grantine is in your body, haven't you read the reply from Magic Web Hilt Voldemort? Inside, Wendy stared at Knight blankly, not understanding what he meant for a moment. She knew about the magic web, and the president of the Demon Cat Inn gave her a ring not long ago. Very interesting magic. Wendy often lurks in the forum, but never dares to speak. She doesn't know Voldemort, that post was a long time ago and has long been buried. Knight had to explain it again, and also talked about Natsu. You know Natsu, the fire dragon of our guild. He is also a child adopted by a dragon, the fire dragon Igneal. I have seen him in his body. After a pause, he simply helped people to the end, and sent Buddha to the west. Do you want to see Grandine? Can I? Wendy's eyes lit up, and she looked at Knight with expectant eyes. Hold my hand, close your eyes, and relax your mind. Knight smiled and stretched out his hand. When I helped Natsu before, I was not familiar with the use of the 6 eyes, but now I should be able to do it. Wendy put her little hand on Knight's fingertips without hesitation, and then closed her eyes obediently. Is that so, Mr. Knight? Yes, relax. The 6 eyes captured the special magic in Wendy's body. Knight's eyes were slightly fixed, and suddenly, he disturbed Wendy's magic. You can open your eyes. After hearing the voice in her ears, Wendy slowly opened her eyes. She was surprised to find that she was no longer in the island where the Tower of Heaven was located. There was no endless ocean in front of her. Instead, there was a large grassland with a breeze and fresh air. It seems to be successful. Knight smiled and walked forward. On a high slope in front of the grassland, there was a white dragon lying. It looked like a large reptile covered with feathers. Grantine. Is it Grantine? Wendy ran to the dragon excitedly. The dragon Grantine opened his eyes were a little complicated. Wendy. Then he looked at Knight. Knight took the initiative to greet him. Nice to meet you, Grantine. I heard your name from Igneal, young wizard. Grantine's voice was female, obviously a female dragon, and her voice was also very gentle. It's amazing that there is no genius wizard king like you in this era. She was somewhat appreciative. At the same time, she also blamed him a little. It was amazing to be able to bring Wendy's spirit to her. But Grantine didn't want to see Wendy at this time. This child would definitely ask why she abandoned herself. It would be troublesome to explain, and it was not the right time to explain. Knight shook his head and said, I won't disturb you in your daughter's reminiscence. Goodbye. As soon as he thought about it, his body disappeared like ripples on the water. His consciousness returned to reality. Knight said to the nervous Carla beside him, Don't worry, she will wake up soon. Then he stood up and left. Speaking of which, these dragons stay in the Dragon Slayer's body to suppress dragonization. They are making antibodies to prevent the Dragon Slayer from turning into a dragon. Just thinking about it, Ayusha came over. It's over, Knight, we should go back. Seeing her alone, Knight asked, Don't you say goodbye to those friends? I've said goodbye. They were taken away by the council as witnesses for the trial of Jelal. They will be free after the trial is over. Urza smiled. This time, she finally made a break with the past. Her smile was like a ray of sunshine under the frost, short and dazzling. She took the initiative to approach Knight, put her face on Knight's chest, and whispered, Thank you, Knight. Quote. You've said it many times. Quote. Although he didn't know what had happened to her mentally, Knight hugged her without hesitation. How about some sincerity? Can I kiss you? Ah. Urza raised her head, her eyes were a little dull, and her cheeks were slightly red. Why did you suddenly ask for this? Can I agree? Urza was a little confused, but then she thought about it. She had been kissed once before, and it would be okay to kiss her again, right? Knight really likes her. Juvia thought she was a love rival before, but she was right. Urza simply closed her eyes and didn't answer whether it was okay or not. Seeing her expression of facing death with no fear of home, 4.5, Knight immediately felt that the queen also had a lovely side. If she doesn't kiss, is she still a human being? He leaned over and kissed her decisively. Urza suddenly opened her eyes wide. Isn't it her face? But soon, her eyes softened, and she closed her eyes again, experiencing the first kiss between a man and a woman in her life. Not far away, Wendy finished talking with Grandine, and after her spirit returned to reality, she happily wanted to Knight thanked her. Don't go, idiot, Carla quickly pulled her back and whispered, they are. Wendy then realized that Knight and Urza were hugging each other, and immediately covered her eyes in shame. But she couldn't help but be curious and secretly opened her fingers. Carla, why are Mr. Knight and Miss Urza hugging each other and kissing? How do I know? As a female cat, Carla was also blushing at this moment. Chapter 99 Send Juvia a gift and invite Wendy to be a guest in the guild. The Tower of Heaven matter has been understood, and the rest is the work of the council. Knight and Urza are preparing to return to Magnolia. Before leaving, Jura found Knight. Mr. Knight, let's add a friend on the magic network. I hope to discuss magic with you in the future. Okay. Knight did not refuse, opened the magic network and added the other party as a friend. Jura's magic network nickname is Jura Nikis. Another warrior who uses his real name to go online. Do you want me to help you with personal authentication? After adding the friend, Knight asked casually, it means adding a red V after the name, which means it is Jura Nikis himself, and the identity is confirmed by the magic network official. Then I'll trouble you. Jura had no objection, and smiled and thanked him. Next, I will escort Jelal to the council together. If there is a chance in the future, you are welcome to visit Lamia Scale. Escort Jelal. Knight thought that this might be to prevent the situation like Aragorn from happening again, where he was kidnapped halfway. I will definitely visit you if I have the chance. Quote. Knight nodded, and suddenly thought of someone. By the way, Mr. Jura, is there a wizard named Leon in your guild? Leon and his friends. Jura nodded and said, the newcomers who joined some time ago, are they your friends? 14 inches, I guess so, say hello to them for me. Knight smiled, and Leon's group still joined Lamia Scale. I will definitely bring them. Jura said solemnly, and then said goodbye to everyone. Then, Mr. Knight, Miss Urza, Wendy and Carla, goodbye. He turned and boarded the magic warship of the council. Carla crossed her arms, like a worried mother. We should go back to Wenzon. Carla, wait a minute, I haven't thanked Mr. Knight properly yet. Wendy whispered. Knight thought for a moment and suggested, do you want to go back to the Cat Inn? It's a rare trip, why don't you come to our guild as a guest? The Cat Inn is a small, unknown guild that was established a short time ago and doesn't receive any decent commissions. Wendy rarely has the opportunity to go out on missions. This is natural, after all, the President Robinlu is a 400-year-old undead, and the entire guild is full of thoughts except Wendy and Carla. And Fairy Tale is very famous. After hearing what Knight said, Wendy showed an expectant look. Is it okay? Of course. Knight said in a friendly tone, however, it's a bit late today, why don't you go back to the Akane Resort Hotel to stay for one night and go back to Magnolia together tomorrow? Urza also smiled and invited, although the guild is being rebuilt, you are welcome to come as a guest, Wenwu. Wendy immediately looked at Carla, her eyes were self-evident. Carla of course had to agree, really, I'm worried about you, so I'll go with you. Thank you Carla. Wendy showed a happy expression. Unlike Happy and Natsu's mode of getting along, Carla is completely a motherly woman. Knight found it quite interesting. So, everyone took a boat to the Akane Resort. The hotel welcomed Knight with tears and smiles for his return. Then they upgraded the room. Knight in one room, Urza in one room, Wendy and Carla in one room. Urza was relieved from the bottom of her heart that she didn't have to sleep in the same bed. It's not that she hates Knight, but she just thinks she won't be able to sleep if they sleep together. Obviously, she could sleep peacefully when they slept together yesterday. But since she had the thought of, does he like me, Urza was a little at a loss. At this time, the bathroom of the high-end guest room was closed. Urza stood in front of the shower to wash her body, her expression was a little absent-minded, and she couldn't help but recall the kiss before. Kissing on the mouth and kissing on the face are completely two different experiences. Does Knight really like me? He touched my panda last night and kissed me tonight, so he must like me, right? What should I do? Calm down, Urza, you are the fairy queen, why are you panicking? Urza hugged her cheeks, facing this situation, she didn't know what to do. Just like when Knight asked her, can I kiss you, before, she didn't know whether to refuse or agree. But doesn't he like Mira? Juvia likes him, right? At first she thought of me as a love rival. Urza was about to faint, what a complicated relationship. After taking a shower, she lay on the bed, tossing and turning and couldn't fall asleep. Damn, it's Knight. On the other side, in the next room. Knight was chatting with Juvia. Sunny doll, Sir Knight, aren't you coming back today? Sigma man, just finished something, we'll be back tomorrow. Sunny doll, okay, wandering.jpg. Sunny doll, Juvia misses Lord Knight so much. Knight thought about it and replied immediately. Sigma man, are you in the girls' dormitory now? Sunny doll, Juvia can't sleep, she really wants to be held by Lord Knight to sleep. Poor and cute.jpg. Sunny doll, selfie in pajamas.jpg. Knight clicked on the photo to enlarge it. Unlike Urtia's photography style, Juvia in the photo is wearing a cute light blue pajamas. She is a little shy when she sits on the bed and takes a selfie in front of the camera. You have also learned bad habits. Knight thought, sending such photos at night makes him unable to sleep. Sigma man, I'm back now, see you in the suburbs. Closing square bracket. Sunny doll, Juvia will sneak out of the dormitory and never let anyone find out. Shy.jpg. Turning off the magic net, Tut prepared to teleport back with Flying Thunder God. Juvia Maid of Water is very moist and obedient, and he misses her very much. But suddenly I thought of the gift. I promised to bring a gift to Juvia when I went back on the train the day before yesterday. Where can I prepare a gift at night? I might as well make one manually. 1. Knight got dressed, found the hotel housekeeper, and asked her for some materials. Then he made a sunny doll by hand. Also called, Sunny Lady. The latter is a folk saying in Sha country. After it was passed from Sha country to Sakura country, it was called Sunny Doll. The two are the same thing, both are white dolls hung under the eaves when praying for the rain to stop and the sky to clear. It is also very simple to make. 147 Use a piece of white cloth to wrap around head, and draw eyes, nose and mouth on the head. Then tie a rope around the neck. That's it. I am really a genius. Knight thought, although it is simple, the intention is in place. So, the head moved. Returned to Magnolia's suburban mansion. After waiting for half an hour, Juvia came. Sir Knight. Miss Rain Girl excitedly threw herself into Knight's arms and buried her head in his chest affectionately. A gift for you, look at it when you miss me in the future. Knight hugged Juvia and took out the gift he made by himself. Juvia was immediately moved to tears of joy, and her hands were around Knight's neck, and her whole body hung on him. Juvia is so happy, Juvia will definitely keep it well. Juvia likes Lord Knight so much. I like you too. Knight smiled and touched Juvia's hair. Then he carried her into the bedroom. This was the second time since the last time. When the fire is hot, the taste is sweet. The thing Knight likes most about Juvia is that she will listen to everything, and she is really made of water. When the love is strong, she will show her skills of water magic. In short, in one word, moist. Early the next morning, Knight said goodbye to Juvia and used Flying Thunder God to return to the Akane resort. Then he took the train with Urza, Wendy, and Carla and returned to Magnolia. At noon, he arrived at the guild. Chapter 100 Makarov, you are the god of magic if you can do this. Knight and his group returned to the guild. No, it should be called a construction site. The reconstruction work cannot be completed in a few days. According to Murajan's drawings, let's call the abstract crayon drawings construction drawings. In short, it will take at least more than a month. Wendy and Carla came to the construction site with curious faces. Is this the famous wizard guild, the fairies? Bah. Wendy's voice became smaller and smaller, and the exclamation of wow gradually turned into a whisper. It's just a large construction site. Carla couldn't help but complain. Knight nodded, don't you know? We had a fight with the Phantom Lord before, and our house was demolished. The man and the cat then remembered that Miss Urza did say last night that the guild is being rebuilt. I thought it was just decoration, but I didn't expect it to be built from scratch. Many people were busy on the construction site. Natsu saw Knight and Urza, dropped the wood on his shoulders on the spot, and ran over excitedly. Ahahaha, Urza, come and fight me again. Natsu laughed, punched, and couldn't wait to start. Bang! Urza's lightning-fast punch gave Natsu a baby-like sleep, and he lay on the ground very peacefully. Really? You never learn your lesson. Will he be okay? Wendy showed a frightened expression, and was killed instantly by a punch. Miss Urza is really amazing. This is Natsu's 109th defeat, a common thing. Quote. Happy walked over and suddenly saw Carla next to Wendy. Oh, he screamed, and hearts suddenly appeared in his eyes. Hey, you male cat over there, why are you staring at me? Carla said disdainfully. I'm Happy, the cat demon from Fairy Tale. What's your name? Carla. Carla didn't really want to talk to Happy, but she still politely gave her name. Carla, do you want to eat fish? Happy usually carries a small green bag, and he always has a fish. Every time he's hungry, he eats it, and then goes to the lake to fish a new one, or asks Natsu to catch one. But now, he opened the green bag and handed the fish to Carla. HMPH. Carla turned her head away. Happy didn't notice it at all, and was touched by his cuteness instead. So cute, you're actually shy. Lucy happened to see this scene and whispered, that's because she dislikes you. Lucy is a fool, she doesn't understand women's hearts at all. Happy insisted on his own opinion and put the fish back to ask Bao Baoli. I am also a woman. Lucy was full of black lines on her head, I was actually despised by a stinky cat. Knight wanted to laugh at this, but he stubbornly held it back. Welcome back, Knight, Urza. I heard from the president that you helped the council a lot this time, and the president was praised again. At this time, Mirajan came over with a plate of juice, and after noticing Wendy and Carla, she showed a surprised expression. She is Wendy and Carla. Knight introduced, the wizard of the Demon Cat Inn, she came to visit. Wow, Carla, it's Miss Mirajan, so beautiful. Wendy knew Mira and looked at her with admiration. Welcome to Fairy Tale, Wendy, Carla. Quote, Mira said with a smile. The guild is still being rebuilt, let me take you to the temporary tavern on the first floor of the basement. Hearing the name, Wendy, Natsu, who was lying on his back, suddenly stood up. Wendy, I seem to have heard this name somewhere, but I also seem to have never heard of it. Natsu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, couldn't help but frown and think. I am Natsu, the Fire Dragon Slayer. Wendy responded hurriedly, Mr. Natsu, I am the Sky Dragon Slayer Wizard. Wendy, it's our first meeting, I have always wanted to meet you before. Mira and Lucy were shocked when this was said. Urza nodded. When I knew it, my reaction was the same as yours. Wendy is good at self-healing magic, very powerful. Natsu's eyes lit up, really? You were the child of Grandin. He remembered Voldemort's reply. Fire Dragon Igneal. Iron Dragon Metallicana. And, Sky Dragon Grandin. Seeing Wendy at this time further confirmed the accuracy of what Voldemort said. Wendy, have you seen Grandin? Did Grandin also disappear on July 7, 1977? Mr. Knight helped me see Grandin last night, but why did he disappear without saying hello? Grandin didn't tell me. Wendy answered timidly. Natsu stood up. Igneal didn't tell me either. I always feel that I have seen you somewhere. Wendy, have I seen you? Carla rolled her eyes. Why ask others, Fire Dragon's Natsu? You must have seen him when you were young, but you definitely don't remember him. Knight thought, including Gajiel, these three are children raised by dragons. Don't stand here for now, go to the tavern and sit down. Mirajan smiled and said, it's lunch time, Wendy, Carla, come and taste the food of our guild. So everyone went to the first floor underground. Although it is now possible to accept commissions online, the wizards of Fairy Tale are still used to coming to the tavern when they have nothing to do. Sitting in the tavern, ordering a glass of wine from Mirajan, and then opening the magic network. When you want to work, you accept commissions online. When you don't want to work, you chat and brag in the forum, or gossip in the group. A beautiful day has passed. Of course, fighting is also a reserved program of Fairy Tale. Entering the underground tavern, Knight did not see Juvia. Maybe she was too tired last night and is still sleeping in the mansion on the outskirts of the city. Urza remembered that she had broken several sets of armor, and left the village after saying hello to everyone. Knight really wanted to know how much it cost for her to repair the armor. She is definitely a little rich woman. You're back, Knight. The old man sat at the bar, slightly drunk in broad daylight, and looked very happy. I heard from Yujima that you and Urza helped the council this time. Ha ha ha, this morning you praised us Fairy Tale for being sensible. Makarov was very proud of this. Praise him more, he loves it. Knight knew that Yujima, the sixth seat of the council, was a good friend of Makarov. President, I tried to use the fairy law in actual combat, but the power was only half of yours. Why is that? Huff. Makarov spit out a mouthful of wine, coughed for a long time, and said in amazement, you can use it successfully. This reaction is really good, do it a few more times, love to see. Knight smiled in his heart, but still asked seriously, I used it completely according to your instructions, but the result was not satisfactory. Is it the difference in experience? He wanted to kill Jelil in one move. In the end, he only killed half of Jelil. Although Jelil was seriously injured, he still had the strength to fight back. Makarov was speechless. He vaguely remembered that when he taught his grandson Laxus, it took him several months to barely get started. Even when he learned this magic, it took him a full month. A month of sleepless nights. In comparison, Knight's learning ability is incredibly strong. This is the genius magician. Makarov couldn't help but think of the first President Mavis. Tell me in detail. Okay, picture director. Knight roughly recounted what happened last night. After listening, Makarov pondered, you don't want to kill Jelal in your heart, so the fairy law only exerts half of its power, which is probably a reason. Is it? Knight didn't think so. He didn't care whether to kill Jelal or not, and just wanted to finish the fight quickly. Maybe it's because of this. By the way, President, I'm going to try to make the laws of the fairies into a magic app. After Knight briefly described the concept of the magic app, he continued. If it can be completed, everyone in the guild may be able to use it in the future. What do you think? Do you allow me to do this? After all, this magic was given to him by the president, so Knight still had to ask. Hearing this, Makarov was stunned. You kid not only learns quickly, but also wants others to use it without learning. If you can do this, you are the god of magic. Makarov doesn't believe this. If he can do it, he, Makarov, will call Knight the most fishy. Price.